Chapter 1, Becoming a Prince. Chang Yen felt as if someone was calling him. "Your Highness, wake up." He turned his head away, but the sounds he had heard did not disappear, instead they became even louder. Then, he felt someone gently tug on his sleeve. "Your Highness, my royal prince." Chang Yen opened his eyes immediately. He did not see any of the things he had grown familiar with. The screen was gone, the desk was gone, and so too was the wall which he had plastered with post-its. They were replaced by a strange scene: rows of small brick houses, a round public square that was crowded with people, and a door-shaped gallows that was erected in the middle of the public square. He was seated on an elevated platform from across the square. The chair he sat on was not his usual soft swivel chair, but instead, a cold and hard iron chair. Sitting alongside him was a group of people whose gazes were fixated upon him. Among them were a few young women who were dressed as medieval ladies like what he had seen in Western movies, and they were busy giggling among themselves. "Where on earth is this? Wasn't I working urgently on my blueprints?" Chang Yan's mind was vacant, perhaps caused by 3 consecutive days of working overtime that had pushed him to the limit mentally and physically. All he could remember was when he finally broke down, his heartbeat began to palpitate unsteadily, and he wanted nothing but to lie on the office table for a brief rest. "Your Highness, please announce your verdict soon." The speaker was the person that had quietly tugged on his sleeve. His face was old, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, and he wore a white robe. At first glance, had a little resemblance to Gandalf, from The Lord of the Rings. "Am I dreaming?" Chang Yen thought as he licked his dry lips. Verdict? What verdict? He soon knew. The people in the public square were all looking in the direction of the gallows, while waving their fists and yelling as loud as they could. Some even threw stones at the gallows. Chang Yen had only ever seen such an ancient instrument of death in movies. The gallows of 2 pillars extending upwards about 4 meters from a raised base. The top ends of the 2 pillars were connected by a crossbeam, which was embedded with rusty metal rings for a thick yellow hemp rope to travel through. One end of the rope was tied to the frame of the gallows, and the other end was tied around the felon's neck. In this strange dream, he discovered that his eyesight was extraordinarily good. He would usually require glasses to read the words on a computer screen, but now, he could clearly see every detail of the gallows, which was 50 meters away, without his glasses. The felon was hooded and her hands were tied behind her back. Her shabby gray garment was akin to a piece of rag. Her body was so emaciated that her ankles, the only part of her body which was exposed, seemed like they could be broken by pinching them. It was her faintly bulging chest which gave away that she was a female. She shivered terribly in the cold wind, yet she was observably trying hard to maintain her straight posture. All right then, Chang Yen thought to himself, exactly what crime did this woman commit that so many people are waiting with indignation for her to be executed? As he pondered, memories suddenly came flooding back to him, and the answer to his question abruptly appeared in front of him. Chang Yan's memories appeared, almost as if they'd suddenly been turned on, and he realized the cause of the situation, and the answer to his question, at almost the same time. She was a witch. Witches had degenerated after falling to the temptation of the devil and are now the incarnation of impurity. "Your Highness?" Gandalf urged cautiously. Chang Yen glanced at the old man. "Oh, actually, he's called Barav and not Gandalf. He's the Assistant Minister of Finance, and was sent here to assist me with government affairs. As for myself, I'm the 4th Prince of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, named Roland, and I'm in charge of this place called Border Town. It was residents who caught and arrested the witch, and immediately brought her to the police station. No, it was the Court of Justice. The warrant to execute the witch would typically have been issued by the local lord or bishop, which, in this case, would mean me." His memory answered every question he had indiscriminately. It was as though this bout of memories was derived from his personal experiences, rather than knowledge he had gained from his extensive reading. This confused him. A dream can never be as detailed as this, therefore is this not a dream? Could it be that I have traveled back in time to the dark ages of medieval Europe and became Roland? Have I transformed from an ignoble draftsman to a dignified prince? Albeit this piece of territory seems barren and backward, and I've never seen the name Kingdom of Grey Castle in any history book. Well, what should I do next? I shall leave aside the question of how something scientifically impossible like time travel happened. Right now, I need to end this circus. Before civilization, it was common to assign the blame for disasters and misfortune to these pitiful witches, but Chang Yen could not accept that they had to be executed as well to satisfy the dark desires of the audience. He snatched the formal written orders from Barov's hands, tossed them on the ground, stretched his arms and said languidly, "I'm tired. The judgment shall be postponed to another day. Courts dismissed." Chang Yen did not act recklessly or without thought. Instead, this was in accordance with his memory's detailed recollection of the way that the prince behaved, and all he did was reenacting their willful manner. The fourth prince, Roland, was indeed this screwed up and abominable, and did whatever he wanted. Certainly, it was impossible for a 20-something unruly prince to be well cultivated. The members of the noble who sat with him seemed unsurprised, but a tall man wearing a suit of armor stood up and argued. "Your Highness, this isn't a joke. All witches should be put to death immediately upon being identified, or else, what can we do if other witches attempt to save her? The church will get involved if they know of this." Carter Lannis. "This handsome man is my chief knight." Chang Yen frowned and replied, "Why? Are you scared?" His voice, which was full of blatant mockery, sounded natural. How could a man, whose arms were thicker than a normal person's body, be worried about witches breaking into our prison? Does he really think that witches are the mouthpiece of the devil? Won't it be better to catch a few more witches? As Carter remained silent, Chang Yen signaled to his personal guards and left. Carter pondered for a moment before he decided to catch up with the guards and walked beside Prince Roland. The other nobles stood up and paid their respects to the prince, but Chang Yen could see the disdain and contempt in their eyes. Back in the keep, which was considered to be the castle in the south of Border Town, he ordered his guards to deny entry to the anxious assistant minister so that he himself could finally catch a brief respite. As a person who had usually spent 90% of his time sitting in front of a computer, he had outdone himself by speaking in front of such an audience. Using his newly gained memories, Chang Yen located his bedroom, and then sat on the bed for a long rest which allowed his heartbeat to regain normalcy. At the moment, the most important matter was to clarify his situation. Why is the prince not residing comfortably in King City, but instead sent to this desolate land? The answer popped up spontaneously and left him a bit flabbergasted. Roland Wimbledon was sent here to contend for the throne. It all started when the King of Grey Castle, Wimbledon III, quizzically proclaimed, "The heirship of this kingdom will not be based on age, but instead, the capability to govern." He then dispatched his grown-up sons and daughters to govern different territories, and after 5 years, he would decide his successor based on their level of governance. Although the ideas of meritocracy and gender equality sounded progressive and futuristic, it was difficult to implement in reality. Who could guarantee that each of the 5 children faced the same initial conditions? After all, this was not a real-time strategy game. According to his new knowledge, the second prince was given a much better territory than Border Town. In fact, among the 5 of them, none had a place as bad as Border Town, and thus he had a huge disadvantage. Furthermore, he wondered how the level of governance would be assessed. By population? Military power? Economic standing? Wimbledon III did not mention his criteria, nor did he put the slightest restriction on their methods of competition. In case someone secretly assassinated the other candidates, what would he do? Would the queen stand by and watch as her children kill one another? Wait. He carefully recalled another memory. That's right, another piece of bad news is that the queen died 5 years ago. Chang Yen sighed. This was obviously a barbaric and dark time during the feudal era. The way that people wanted to kill witches recklessly was enough to give him a few hints. Yet, even if he did not attain heirship, he would forever be a blood prince of Grey Castle, and would be the lord of a realm for as long as he lived. Furthermore, so what if I become the king? There isn't internet or other comforts of modern civilization. Like the locals, the only fun thing I've to do is burning witches. And living in a city where shit is excreted and dumped anywhere and everywhere, won't I eventually die of the Black Death? Shan Yan suppressed his chaotic thoughts and walked up to his bedroom mirror. The man looking back at him in the mirror had light gray hair, which was the royal family's most distinctive feature. Although his facial features were regular, his face lacked a proper shape and seemed devoid of royal disposition. His pale face gave away his lack of physical exercise. He recalled from his new memories that he did not indulge much in wine or women. He did have several sexual relationships while in King City, and all of them were consensual. He had never forced anyone into an affair with him. He also discovered a probable reason for his time travel. Because of his company's urgency to make progress on a project, his boss had arranged consecutive nights of overtime work for him that caused him to die of exhaustion. The victims of such a case were usually coders, mechanical engineers, and programmers. Forget it, no matter what, at least I got the equivalent of an extra life, and therefore I really shouldn't complain too much. He began to wise up to the fact that he would probably adjust to this life in the days to come, but that for now, the most important mission was to act well as the Prince Roland and not let anyone find out. Or else, they may believe that the devil had possessed the real Prince Roland, and immediately burnt him at the stake. So, most importantly, live well. Chang Yen took a deep breath, and whispered towards the mirror, "From now on, I'm Roland." Chapter 2 The Witch Named Anna, Part 1. Chapter 2 The Witch Named Anna, Part 1. For a period of time Roland locked himself in his room as he carefully reviewed the memories of this new world, such that dinner had to be sent directly to him by his servants. Roland suppressed his fear of the unfamiliar environment he found himself in under his strong will to live. He was very clear that if he wanted to blend in and avoid being suspected by the people around him, he needed to get more information as soon as possible. Roland had to say that the fourth prince had, apart from fooling around with some other sons of the nobility, no additional things in his brain. Over and over again, Roland was unable to remember any valuable information such as knowledge of the aristocracy, the political situation in his own country, or the diplomatic situation with his neighbors. As for basic common sense, such as city names, or the years of significant events, they were completely different than the history of Europe he knew. It seemed that based on his memories, the old Roland had had absolutely no chance of obtaining the throne. Perhaps the king of Grey Castle was aware of this, and because of that, the prince had been thrown into this hellish place. Even if he made a mess of things in this border town, it wouldn't result in much damage to the kingdom. The next memories Roland looked at were of his brothers and sisters, and what he found left him unsure whether he should laugh or cry. Roland's eldest brother, the first prince, had an above-average military power, his second brother was scheming and horridly treacherous, his third sister was afraid of death, and his younger sister was brilliant. This was the entirety of the former fourth prince's impressions of his siblings. Roland felt a little awkward. After more than a decade of living with them, the old Roland's knowledge had been summed up in a few words. What forces they developed, who their competent subordinates were, what they were experts at, what their plans were and so on, he knew nothing at all. It was only 3 months ago that the fourth prince had come to this frontier town, but the nobility had already stopped hiding their contempt for him. It was obvious that the fourth prince wasn't cut out to be a leader. Fortunately, when the king had left Roland this territory, he had sent along 2 of his more capable subordinates to provide assistance so the townspeople wouldn't suffer under the old Roland's inept rule. After Roland woke up the next morning, one of his maids, Tyre, repeatedly mentioned that the assistant minister wanted to see him. When it seemed that he could put it off no longer, Roland acted according to his past memories and reached out to cup the maid's ass before sending her to fetch Barav, who had been waiting in the drawing room. Seeing the flushing Tyre exit the room, Roland suddenly realized that, since he had reincarnated, shouldn't he have a system or something like that? At least in many tales that was the standard formula, but the arrival of a system never happened. Sure enough, What Roland had read in those novels was all fiction. In the drawing room, Barav was already restless from waiting. The moment Roland appeared, he asked, "Your Highness, why didn't you order the execution yesterday? 1 day earlier, 1 day later, what's the difference?" Roland said as he clapped his hands, letting the attendants know to bring his breakfast in. "Sit down, Barav." The impressions he had from the old Roland's memories, and also based on his own opinion, was that the Knight Commander liked to confront problems with the fourth prince directly face to face, even in the presence of others, while the assistant minister was more circumspect and liked to discuss issues in private. In any case, the loyalty of the two was likely to be to the king. A day later may lead to other witches appearing, my royal prince. This isn't the same as before with your previous escapades, not during this time of chaos. Barav cautioned. How can you even say that? Roland asked while frowning. I thought you were capable of distinguishing the differences between superstition and fact. Barav looked bewildered. What superstitions? That a witch is evil and the devil's messenger. Roland seemed to not mind as he patiently answered the question. Isn't that what the church teaches us? They won't intervene here. I think it's actually the opposite. Their propaganda states that witches are evil, and while we've chosen not to actively aid their witch hunt, all the people in this territory believe in these shameless superstitions spread by the church. Barav was shocked. Could a witch really be indeed evil? Roland asked, like what? The assistant minister was silent for a moment, trying to decide if the prince was deliberately making fun of him. Your Highness, this problem can be discussed later. I know you don't like the church, but this pursuit of conflict is counterproductive. Roland curled his lips. It seemed that reversing this superstition about witches wasn't something that he could do overnight, but for now he decided to put it out of his mind. When Roland's breakfast of toast, fried eggs and a carafe of milk arrived, he made up 2 plates, one of which he served to the assistant minister. You haven't eaten until now, right? Asked Roland before he started eating. The maid had told him that Barav had arrived outside his chambers at dawn, and had directly requested to see him, so he shouldn't have had time to eat. While he decided to imitate the former prince's way of life, he'd also decided to begin to change the way people perceived him a bit at a time. The assistant minister was a good first target for his plan. Roland thought to himself, if you can make your men feel valued, then they'll be more motivated to work for you. Taking the initiative had always been the most efficient way to win, hadn't it? Barav took the cup of milk Roland handed him but didn't drink as he anxiously said, Your Highness, we still have a problem. The guards reported that 3 days ago a suspected witch camp was found in the western forest. Because they left in a hurry and didn't clean up all of their traces, a guard found this in the camp. He took out a coin from his pocket and put it in front of Roland. This wasn't the common currency of the kingdom, at least according to the memories of the old Roland. He hadn't seen such a coin. It wasn't even like theirs, it wasn't even made of metal. Feeling it in his hands, he was surprised to find that the coin was warm, and the assistant minister definitely wasn't the source of this sweltering heat of at least 40 degrees Celsius, which reminded him of the moment when one took a bath. What is this? Roland asked. I thought it was just some foul trinket that a witch made, but it's actually more serious than that. Barav had to pause to wipe his forehead. The printed pattern is known as the Devil's Eye of the Sacred Mountain, which is the emblem of the Witch Cooperation Association. Roland rubbed the coin's uneven surface. He guessed that it was probably fired ceramic. Indeed, he saw that the center of the coin depicted a mountain-shaped pattern of 3 triangles juxtaposed with one eye in the center triangle. The pattern's contour lines were very rough. He judged that it should have been polished by hand. Roland recalled the 2 terms Devil's Eye of the Sacred Mountain and the Witch Cooperation Association, but wasn't able to discover any details. It seemed that the fourth prince had had no interest in occultism. Roland didn't expect that Barav knew more, but he continued, Your Highness, you haven't seen real witches before, so it's understandable if you think their abilities are exaggerated. Indeed, they can be injured, they'll even bleed and aren't any harder to kill than the rest of us, but that's only for a witch who can't resist. When they receive the devil's power, it can shorten the lifespan of a witch, but it can also give them terrible power. Ordinary people just can't match them. Once a witch grows to adulthood, even an army will have to pay a high price to kill her. Their desires are almost impossible to suppress, ultimately causing them to degenerate into the devil's minions. The church therefore declared a holy inquisition. If a woman is found to have even a chance to be a witch, they're to be immediately seized and executed. The king has also approved of this decree, and in fact, these measures have been highly effective, and the incidents where witches have wreaked havoc have already greatly declined in comparison to 100 years ago. The sacred mountain, or to say the doorway to hell, is only a rumor illustrated in an ancient book from that era. Roland, while gnawing on his bread, sneered again and again as he heard this. Although the histories of this world and the world he knew were very different, their historical trajectories were surprisingly similar. No matter if it was the church in this world or the church he knew from his, he thought that religion itself was the devil's minion, the real source of evil. You don't think sentencing someone to death only because they are different is an evil? Using God's name to kill someone was all kinds of wrong. Unaware of Roland's thoughts, Barav continued with his speech. Recorded in ancient books is that witches can only find real peace at the sacred mountain. They wouldn't have to suffer uncontrollable desires because their magic would have no side effects. There's no doubt that the so-called sacred mountain was certainly the birthplace of evil, an entrance to hell on earth. I think that only hell won't punish those who've fallen for the devil's temptations. The League of Allied Witches, who are they? What's their relationship with the sacred mountain? Roland asked. Barav explained with a sour face. In the past, everything was good because the witches would run away before the Inquisition arrived and were living in seclusion. But in recent years, the League of Allied Witches appeared and made a difference. They want to gather all of the witches and find the sacred mountain. For this purpose, the Witch Cooperation Association will even take the initiative of luring others into becoming a witch. In the last year, many babies disappeared in the port of Clearwater, and the rumor was that it was their doing. Chapter 3: The Witch Named Anna, Part 2. Chapter 3: The Witch Named Anna, Part 2. Roland swallowed the last piece of fried egg from his breakfast, took a napkin and wiped his mouth before saying, "So you are saying that you are worried that the Witch Cooperation Association will hear the news that the witch did not die and hence will try to rescue her?" "It is as your highness has said." Barav stomped angrily as he exclaimed, "If the prisoner had died it would be bad enough, but now she is still alive. If those witches are even crazy enough to steal babies on the chance they might become future comrades, how far do you think they'd go for someone who has already become a minion of the devil? With how recklessly they behave, attempting a rescue wouldn't be surprising." Roland was confused. He had always felt that there was something amiss about this situation. Why were the assistant minister and the knight commander so scared of witches? The woman who should have been hanged was a witch, right? The woman who was so thin it was as if she would fall down when the wind blew? If she really had such a terrible power, why would she need to stand there and wait for death? No, she would not. According to the preaching of the church, she was the devil incarnate, to be executed without trial. Even the army would need to pay a hefty price when going against a witch. However, this devil was caught by the normal townspeople of this border town, was tortured, even fitted with a noose, but until now they had not seen a trace of that supposed terrible power. How did she get caught? Roland queried. I heard that when the North Mine collapsed, in order to escape, she exposed her identity as a witch and was then captured by angry villagers. Barav answered. Roland thought as he listened to Barav, why do I have the impression that this happened the day before my reincarnation? How did she expose herself? The prince asked aloud. Well, I am not sure. The assistant minister shook his head and said, the situation was very confusing. It could be that someone saw her using witchcraft. Roland frowned as he asked, you did not thoroughly investigate the situation? Your Highness, to resume mining was the priority, the assistant minister protested. The revenue from that iron mine accounts for half of the production of this town, and the guards confirmed that someone at the scene was killed by witchcraft. What kind of witchcraft? Roland asked, interested. The head and a large part of the body were spread out on the ground as if they were melted. The corpse looked like a used-up candle, the minister said with a look of disgust. Your Highness, be glad you didn't see such a scene. Roland started playing with a silver fork thoughtfully. Historically, most of the victims of the Inquisition witch hunt were innocent, tools for the church to maintain control over the populace or possibilities for ignorant townspeople to vent their anger. Sure, a small part of the accused caused their own downfall. The kind of people dressed that oddly while mixing together all sorts of strange material, claiming that they could predict the future and knew the conclusion of life and death. The truth was those people did figure out some tricks, such as the use of chemical reactions, but then they used that to claim that they had gained the power of the gods. To modern eyes, these were just some simple chemistry tricks, but in medieval times, those could easily be misrepresented as incredible phenomenon. As for melting people, the first thing Roland thought of was an acid solution. But it would be a hassle to prepare those kinds of things, and you would also need to thoroughly soak the body with it, but it wouldn't look like a burned-down candle. As for other methods, they were out of the question. Then how did she do it? If she relied on alchemy, and that was rare, maybe. Roland thought until there and then said in a determined tone, "Take me to see her." The assistant minister was shocked for a moment before spluttering, "Sir, you want to see the witch?" Berev stood up in panic, knocked over the cup with the milk which he hadn't drunk. "Yes, this is a command." Roland said, looked back and smiled at the assistant minister. He was now really thankful for the fourth prince's unreasonable style. Roland went over to the door but suddenly paused, asking, "Right, I have to ask, why would we use the gallows?" "What?" Berev said. Roland reiterated his question, "Why would she be hanged? Shouldn't witches be burned at the stake?" Berev's face seemed puzzled as he asked, "Isn't it true?" "But she is not afraid of fire." Asterisk. The dungeon was small. This barren land could not afford to have too many prisoners. Most criminals would face trial after a few days and either be released or killed. In addition to Berev, the prince was entering the dungeon with the knight commander, the prison warden, and 2 guards. The dungeon had a total of 4 levels and the walls were built out of hard granite blocks. It was Roland's first time being at this kind of place, and he noted the deeper he got, the narrower the hallway became. The number of cells was also reduced. He thought they dug a pit in the form of an inverted cone first, and then built layer after layer out of stone. This rough project would of course not have a good drainage system. The ground was wet and the muddy sewage was flowing down the stairs, down to the last floor. Obviously, the witch was at the bottom of the dungeon. Each layer they went down, the stench in the air became thicker. "Your Highness, you are risking too much by doing this. Even though she is sealed with God's locket of retribution, it isn't safe." It was Carter who had spoken. As soon as he knew that the prince was planning on visiting the witch, he immediately went after the prince, advising him all along the road to stop going over. But it was all for naught. Even repeating the direct command of the king not to engage in any dangerous situations had no effect. Obviously, he wasn't only a pretty face, he was also a chatterbox. After being subjected to this for some time, Roland only wished that someone would sew his mouth up. "You must look evil in the eye before you face it on the battlefield and stand toe-to-toe. I thought you knew that," he said. In addition to fighting the evil with courage, it is also important to assess one's capabilities and act accordingly. Reckless behavior is not considered courageous. Carter rebutted. "You mean to say that if you ran into an enemy weaker than you hold justice, but if he is stronger than you will turn a blind eye?" Roland challenged. "No, Your Highness, Carter stammered. "Before you were already afraid of a witch raid, and now you are even afraid to see a little girl. My knight commander is indeed fearsome." Although the knight was a good speaker, he didn't excel at debate. Encountering a smooth talker like Roland, he completely lost. Taking advantage of this effort, the group reached the bottom of the dungeon. This floor was many times smaller than the one above, with a total of only 2 cells. The warden lit the torches on the walls, and as the darkness faded, Roland saw the hunched-over witch in a corner of her cell. It was already late autumn and the temperature in the dungeon was low enough to make people see white fog when they took a breath. He wore a fur coat with silk lining inside, so did not feel cold, but the girl only wore coarse linen that couldn't even fully cover her body, with her arms and feet sticking out and turning blue. The suddenly lit up torches made her cringe away with her eyes closed. But soon, she was able to open her eyes and looked straight at them. It was a pair of pale blue eyes, like a calm lake before the onset of heavy rains. There was no fear on the witch's face, and you couldn't see any anger or hatred. Roland saw a vision. It was as if what he saw in front of him was not a weak little girl. Instead, it appeared as if he was in front of a raging flame. He suddenly felt that the torchlight from the walls was a little dim. The girl tried to stand up while leaning against the wall, in slow motion as if afraid to fall. But in the end, she ultimately stood up and hobbled her way out of the corner, allowing the light to cover her. Already such a simple movement, yet it made his men suck in several breaths of cold air as they even retreated 2 steps back. Only the knight commander could resist and stood in front of Roland. "What is your name?" Roland asked the witch and patted the knight on the shoulder, indicating that he did not need to be so nervous. "Anna," she replied. Chapter 4 Flame. Chapter 4 Flame. Can you clearly describe what happened when the mine collapsed? Roland asked. Anna nodded and began talking. Roland was surprised because he expected her to stay silent or to angrily curse at him, but she responded to all of his questions cooperatively. It wasn't a complicated story. Anna's father was a miner and was working when the mine collapsed. Immediately after they heard about the accident, Anna and the other miners' families went to rescue their loved ones. The North Slope mine area was rumored to be an abandoned monster lair with many forked pathways extending in all directions. Since the volunteers were all acting on their own accord, they separated at the mine entryway, and only Anna's neighbors Susan and Ansgar were by her side when she found her father. Her father's leg was crushed under a cart filled with ore, rendering him motionless, but at his side was another miner patting him down for money. When the looter saw them, he rushed at Ansgar with a pick and knocked him to the ground, but as he was about to strike her, Anna killed him first. Anna's neighbors vowed to keep her secret and helped Anna rescue her father. However, early next morning, Anna's father went out on his crutches and reported to the patrolling guards that his daughter was a witch. Why? Roland couldn't help but ask. Barav sighed and answered, probably he could receive a reward. Discovering and reporting a witch can get you 25 gold royals. For a man with a crippled leg, 25 gold royals would take care of him for the rest of his life. After a moment of silence, Roland asked, your opponent was a strong adult man, so how were you able to kill him? Anna laughed, and the flames of the torches began shaking like waves on a lake's surface. Just as you think, I used the power of the devil, Anna said. Shut up! Vile sorceress, shouted the prison warden, but everyone could hear his voice trembling. Is that true? I want to see it, Prince Roland said unwaveringly. Your Highness, this is no laughing matter. The chief knight interjected as he furrowed his brows. Roland stepped out from behind his knight and walked towards the cell. If anyone is afraid of her, I won't ask them to stay here. Don't panic, she has a god's locket of retribution around her neck, shouted Barav to comfort everyone, but probably mostly himself. No matter how powerful the devil is, he cannot overcome God's protection. Roland stood in front of the cell bars, an arm's length away from Anna, and could clearly see her dusty and bruised face. Her soft facial features showed that she still was a minor, but her expression contained no trace of childlike innocence. There wasn't even anger in her face, giving her an unsettling feeling Roland had only seen on TV. It was the face of a wandering orphan who had suffered from poverty and hunger, but it was also not exactly the same. Those children always stood with a bent and broken body and a lowered head in front of cameras, but Anna did not. Up until now, she had tried to stand straight with her vision raised and calmly looked into the prince's eyes. She does not fear death, Roland realized, and she is waiting for death. Is this the first time you have seen a witch, my lord? Your curiosity might get you killed, Anna said. If you really had the devil's power, you would be able to kill with a glance, Roland responded. If that were true, it is not I who should fear death, but your father. The prison torches suddenly dimmed, which was definitely not an illusion, as the flames seemed to be smothered into small sparks. Roland heard the panting and prayers of the men behind him, as well as the thuds of people who had tripped while trying to run away. Roland's heartbeat sped up and he felt that he was at the border between two worlds. On one side was the world of common sense, which was in exact accordance with the laws and constants that he knew. On the other side was an incredible new world, which was full of mystery and the unknown. He was standing in front of this world. Was the thing around her neck God's locket of retribution? What a simple and crude locket, Roland thought. It was a red iron chain with a sparkling and translucent pendant, which seemed easy to destroy if the witch hadn't been handcuffed. Roland glanced at the crowd behind him, who were still mouthing prayers in panic. He quickly reached into the cell, grabbed the pendant, and tugged on the locket, snapping the chain. The move startled even Anna. "Come on," Roland whispered. "Are you actually a liar, some type of alchemist, or a real witch? If you take out bottles and jars and start compounding acids, I will be disappointed," Roland thought. Roland then heard a crackling sound, the noise of water vapor expanding in heat. Their surroundings began to heat up rapidly, and the water on the ground was turning into steam. Roland saw a blazing flame rise from beneath Anna, and the ground she was standing on was set on fire. The torches behind them exploded at once, as if they had received pure oxygen, giving off a blinding light. At that moment, the whole cell was as bright as day, causing the onlookers terrified screams. As the witch moved forward, the flames surrounding her moved with her. When she came to the edge of her cell, the iron bars that made up the wall became pillars of fire. Roland backed up instinctively from the biting and painful heat. In just a few seconds, he felt that he was back in summertime, but this was a different kind of heat, which was solely generated by a flame, rather than an enveloping summer heat. One side of his body was facing the flame's heat, and the other side was still chilly. Roland could even feel cold sweat trickling down his back. She really does not fear fire, Roland thought. Roland remembered the assistant minister's words. Only now did he really understand what he meant. If she is an actual flame, how could she fear herself? Soon, the iron bars turned from crimson to a light yellow and began to melt. This meant that they were being heated to over 1,500 degrees Celsius, a temperature that seemed practically impossible to Roland to achieve without insulating measures. Like the others, he backed away from the cell, holding himself firmly against the furthest wall. If he had not done this, the heat of the melting iron would cause his clothes to combust even without direct contact. Even Anna's clothes were reduced to ashes and replaced with a ball of flames. After what seemed like eternity, the flames disappeared. All that was left were a couple torches quietly burning on the wall as if nothing had happened, but Anna's burned clothes, the hot air, and the twisted prison bars all proved that this wasn't an illusion. Besides Roland and the chief knight, the other men had all collapsed to the ground, and the prison warden was so scared that he soiled his pants. Anna now stood naked outside the cell, and her arm shackles were gone. She did not hide her naked body, her hands hanging naturally at her side and her blue eyes appearing as peaceful as before. "Now that I have satisfied your curiosity, my lord," she said, "can you kill me now?" "No." Roland stepped forward, wrapped his coat around her, and said with a forcefully gentle tone, "Miss Anna, I want to hire you." Chapter 5 Reasons. Chapter 5 Reasons. The second law of thermodynamics: heat can never pass from a colder to a warmer body without causing other effects, or it is impossible to convert heat from a single source into work without causing other effects, or entropy always increases in an irreversible heat reaction. Roland carefully wrote this down using the language of this world. At a glance, the text resembled a moving earthworm, and he really didn't understand how the locals could learn so many complicated characters. If asked which of the physical laws was the most depressing, Roland would definitely choose the second law of thermodynamics. It states that heat will always pass from high to low temperatures, thus adding chaos to order and increasing entropy. Eventually, everything will become nothing and the universe will become morbidly silent. Somehow, this world was exempt from the issue of increasing entropy. It could produce magic power out of nothing, which was much more impressive than a perpetual motion machine. The forces of evil? Roland scoffed to himself. The people here don't see the nature of this power, which could possibly change the entire universe. Of course, he could start by changing this small border town. Roland hummed a tune, tore up the paper he had written, and threw it into the fireplace, where it was reduced to ashes, feeling a sudden joyous freedom. The assistant minister was confused by Prince Roland's actions, but fortunately for Roland the old prince had always acted this strangely, and Barav could see that the prince was in a good mood. "It's been done. The witch was hanged at noon," reported Barav. "Good, could anyone tell?" Roland asked while writing. "All of the condemned wore hoods anyways." In order to prevent trouble with the Holy Church and the Witch Cooperation Association, Roland ordered the prison warden to find a death row criminal with a similar figure and use her to replace Anna at the gallows. Besides the chief knight and assistant minister, everyone who was with him in the dungeon was given 20 gold royals of hush money, which was a huge amount for them. Barav even suggested killing all of the witnesses to ensure total silence, but Roland rejected this. He knew he couldn't prevent this secret from spreading, but this didn't matter because he actually wanted someone to spread the word, just not now. He would clash with the church sooner or later, since he couldn't tolerate those idiots would waste such valuable resources. If other witches heard there was a town where they could live freely and even get special treatment, what would they think? No matter the era, talent and human resources were the most important. "Good," Roland said, "and next I need you to give me a summary of the past year's trade, taxes, and expenditures. I would also like you to record the numbers and sizes of steel, textile, and pottery workshops in the city. I'll need 3 days to prepare these records, but..." Barav first nodded, but then fell short of words. "What is the matter?" Roland asked, knowing that his ability to lie was about to be tested. Barav undoubtedly had questions about what happened yesterday, since although a scoundrel would always be a scoundrel, having a bad character didn't also mean being brainless. In the eyes of the assistant minister, harboring a witch was akin to declaring war on the world. "Your Highness, I don't understand." Barav wrestled with his words. "Although you've caused trouble in the past, it was always harmless, but now, risking so much only to save a witch? It was the church that passed the law to hunt them, but even your father, His Majesty Wimbledon III, supports it." Roland thought for a moment and asked, "Do you believe that this border town is a good place to live in?" This. Barav didn't understand what this question had to do with the problem, but eventually answered truthfully, "Not really. It's awful. Compared to Valencia or the port of Clearwater, what do you feel my chances are against my siblings of gaining the throne?" The assistant minister opened his mouth but didn't answer. "Almost zero. So, I can only choose another path." Roland watched expressionlessly as Barav walked into his trap. "A path that would even impress my father." He did not argue that witches were not inherently evil, because it would be useless. Barav had been the assistant minister of finance for 20 years and was a pretty competent politician. For politicians, personal gain was more important than moral law. Also, if Roland recalled the previous prince's actions correctly, using emotion wasn't typical of him because he wasn't considered as a righteous person. So, he chose to use the eternal conflict between religious and secular authority, as the expanding power of the Holy Church was a constant issue for Wimbledon III. The Church claimed that the world worked under the will of God and that the Pope was the voice of God. If the people found what he said was full of lies, the dominance of the Holy Church would be greatly undermined. It would be hard to convince the assistant minister by saying, "Witches are not evil, so I want to save them," but replaced with "Witches are not evil, and I can use them to attack the church," Barav could easily be persuaded. "No matter how the territories of my brothers and sisters flourish, everything will eventually be in the possession of the church. They had already declared the divine right of kings, which states that rightful rulers must be blessed by the Pope, so are we even the real rulers of this land? Roland paused and said, "My father will see a new hope in me, a leader who isn't suppressed by the church and who holds all the exclusive rights of a royal king, and his choice will be very clear then." Changing the enemy of the entire world into enemy of only the church was easier to accept, especially since Bhairav himself stood on the side of the royal family. Similarly, if he realizes that witches have extraordinary powers that could aid in fighting the church, the execution orders will be nothing more than a joke. While there is no possibility to guarantee success, it's not impossible either. Do you think it's worth the risk? Roland stared at the assistant minister as he said, "Don't doubt me, Bhairav. You've been an assistant minister for 20 years, right? If I can become Wimbledon 4, I could remove the assistant part, or even make you Hand of the King?" Watching Bhairav leave, Roland felt relieved. It was obvious that he didn't think much of this promise, which was normal, since even Roland himself did not believe that this hasty and bold plan could be achieved. However, it was more important to convince Bhairav of his seriousness. This simple plan thought up by a sheltered noble son reflected Prince Roland's hatred towards the church and paved the way for attracting more witches. As for his real thoughts? Even if Bhairav knew, he wouldn't be able to understand them. Roland summoned the maid. "Tell Miss Anna to come to see me." Now back to business, Roland thought happily. Chapter 6 Training, Part 1. Chapter 6 Training, Part 1. In the rear castle gardens stood a single cottage, surrounded by a wooden fence. The cottage was built out of clay bricks and the ground was filled with loess, a mixture of sand, silt, and clay. There was also a pond in front of the cottage with a circumference of roughly 9.5 yards and with the pond filled with an appropriate amount of river water. This environment was not only difficult to burn but also had a certain manufactured feel. It seemed to be taken right out of a dream. Piled atop the ground were several iron ingots. These came from the blacksmith and were placed there by Carter. The pond was very charming. Roland had immediately taken a fancy to this place, but as for a laboratory, this place was still too crude. Roland shook his head, realizing that using some random materials and having them build a perfect lab was not possible. If he could find a suitable place in the future and collected all the resources, he would get Bhairav to start making him a workshop. Calling Anna over, who had been resting in the cottage, Roland asked, "How are you? Did you sleep well?" Looking at the bewildered Anna who emerged, Roland smiled. The witch Roland saw now and the witch he saw yesterday looked like two completely different people. After a thorough cleaning, her long flaxen hair draped over her shoulders like a shawl and had a soft and shiny luster. Although her skin hadn't been maintained due to her rough life as a commoner, her youth made up for it, and the light dusting of freckles which were on the bridge of her nose added a youthful vitality to her face. Her body was still thin and looked as if a strong breeze could push her down, but her cheeks with a rosy color and the bruises and marks on her neck were much faded from yesterday. Roland suspected that witches received an improvement of their physical capabilities in addition to their magic. At least Anna's recovery rate had to be much faster than the average person's. Originally, since you experienced so many terrible things, you should be allowed to rest a few days. However, our need at this time is very urgent, so I'll compensate you later, Roland said before telling the girl to turn around in a circle. "This dress, does it fit well?" Anna now wore clothes he had carefully selected from a variety of styles, all in order to satisfy his lewd tastes. The full protective clothing that the iron workers wore was too thick and not suitable for her, while the robes many mages wore in games appeared to be elegant and classy. In real life they restricted the mobility of the wearer and would quickly be turned to ashes. As for maid dresses, hey, is there any better clothing than this? Even if this world had no modern maid outfits yet, it was not a big problem. The usual maid clothes were what the later generations were based on after all. So Roland directly took a set of clothes from Tyre and cut it to Anna's size, shortened the skirt, changed the long sleeves to short sleeves, made the round neck collar become folded and then tied it into a bow, thereby creating the new witch uniforms. This was matched with a witch hat, customized, black boots, ready, as well as a knee-length cape, ordered. In the past, Roland could only see this type of costume in a movie, but right now, one stood in front of him, looking so much like a witch from Earth lore. "Your Highness, you. What do I need to do for you?" Anna asked. Anna really could not keep up with the ideas of the great man in front of her. She felt that she was losing her ability to judge the situation. Being dragged out of the dungeon with a bag over her head, she believed she would soon be liberated of her cursed life. But after taking off the headgear, Anna found herself not seeing the gallows or the guillotine, but a magnificent room. Then a bunch of people flooded in, undressing and bathing her. From her armpits to toes, nothing was left unpolished. Next, it was the dressing room. Anna did not expect that she would have needed all these dresses to serve someone. She also never knew that clothes could actually be so comfortable. As they lay gently on her body, it was possible to feel the slightest friction. Finally, a white-bearded old man had entered the room, and after he ordered everyone else to step out, he had placed a contract in front of her. At this moment Anna realized, the man who had said he wanted to hire her in the dungeon was actually this kingdom's fourth prince. When he said he wanted to employ her, it was not a joke. The contract clearly stated that if she worked for the prince, she would be paid a gold royal every month. Of course, Anna knew what receiving a gold royal a month meant. Her father, who had worked in the mine all day, had had his pay determined by the amount of ore he was able to mine, but the best haul he ever had was only worth 1 silver royal. 100 silver royals could be converted to a gold royal, and even this depended on the purity of the silver royals. So, was her job to accompany the prince while sleeping? When she was bathing, Anna had heard the maids whispering, but she didn't think she was worth this price. With her blood tainted by the devil, she was a person full of filthiness. After she was exposed, everyone knew her real identity. Even if the prince's curiosity was compelling to this extent, even if he did not fear the devil, he did not need to pay her any remuneration at all. That night, however, no one came, and she fell asleep peacefully. It was the softest bed Anna had ever slept in, so she just laid down and immediately fell asleep. The next day when she opened her eyes it was already noon. Lunch had already been served in her room. Delivered were bread with cheese and meats. Before, she had obviously been ready to die. She had even decided to willingly give up her life to atone for her sins. Those were her original thoughts, but after tasting the luxurious meal, Anna could not help it. Tears started running down. Sauces and seasonings were mixed within her mouth, a strong hint of a spicy flavor mingled with a sweet taste, attacking, again and again, her taste buds. Suddenly, she felt that the world was a little bit brighter. Anna felt that if she could eat this food every day, then even if demons attacked her body, she would have more courage to resist, right? Now standing in this garden which resembled an old temple, nothing like her prison cell, Anna secretly made up her mind. Since the other party needed her, so whether it was to wear strange clothes, or even using the incredible devil's power, she was willing to try. So she repeated her question, but this time, she did not hesitate. "Your Highness, what do you need me for?" "Right now, I want you to learn to control your own strength. Try it over and over until you can send out your flames and receive them back freely." "You mean the devil's dash?" No, Miss Anna," Roland interrupted her, "this is your power." The witch blinked with her eyes, her beautiful, big blue eyes. Most people in the world have the misconception that the powers of the witches belong to the devil, that they are incredibly evil, when, in fact, they are wrong. Roland bent his body down and met her eyes with his own on an equal level. "But you already figured that out, right?" Roland remembered Anna's chuckle in the dungeon. Would a person who felt they were evil have laughed with such self-mockery? "I did not use my power to hurt anyone else," she murmured, "except for that looter." Self-defense is not a sin. You did the right thing. People fear you because they do not understand you. They only know that with training witches can become strong fighters, but they do not know how to become a witch. Unknown power is always scary. "You're not afraid," Anna said. "Because I know your power belongs to you," Roland laughed, "but if that looter had such an incredible strength, I wouldn't calmly stand in front of him." "Well, let's get started," he said. Chapter 7 Training, Part 2. Chapter 7 Training, Part 2. The fire rose up from under her feet but soon faded away. This was already her 23rd attempt. And she had failed again. On Anna's forehead, beads of sweat constantly arose, but she just used the back of her hand to swipe them away, and the crackling sound of rising flames immediately sounded out again. With no stops to rest, the end of an exercise was followed by the start of the next one. The witch uniform lied at the side, neatly folded. If Anna had not insisted on doing so, her new uniform would have already been burned to ashes. Fortunately, with Roland's identity as the fourth prince, getting a few spare robes for her to use was not difficult. He had his maid Tyre deliver a whole bucket of robes, gathered by the maids for Anna to use. The 24th practice had finally been effective. The flame was no longer rising from her feet. Instead, it appeared on her hand. She gingerly moved her arm, to try and have the flame go to her fingertips, but the flame suddenly shook twice and rose up her arm, setting her sleeve on fire, even spreading from the sleeve to engulf the whole robe. Anna dismissed the flame, but her robe was already completely burnt, so she turned to the bucket and got a new one. This wasn't the first time this had happened, but whenever it did, Roland would look away, so that his eyes were staring at other places, even if Anna herself didn't care about it. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for Roland's strong objections, she would probably have taken off all her clothes and practiced in the nude, in broad daylight. But even if Roland were to get a good view of her great figure that way, he wouldn't be able to calmly work with a naked girl, especially when the girl turned into flames and her body gave off an entirely different kind of charm. Roland shook his head, leaving his dirty thoughts behind. For the moment, it seemed that it was not easy to master the power of magic. The actual goal he had set for Anna was that she should control the flame to such a degree that she could release her flames from her palm or her fingers without destroying her own clothes. However, he also wanted the flames to have a high enough temperature to melt the iron ingots that were in the yard. After Anna's 30th attempt had failed, but before she could make the next one, Roland stopped her and told her to take a break. Anna looked at him in a startled fashion, but she gave no other response. Roland had to walk over. He even had to pull the girl by her hand, leading her to the chair and forcing her to sit down. "You are tired. When you are tired, you should rest. Do not be too impatient, we still have some time." He helped her wipe the sweat off of her moist forehead and said, "Let us consume an early afternoon tea." Roland knew that the nobility of the Kingdom of Grey Castle did not have the habit of drinking afternoon tea, and this world's productivity was so poor. For ordinary people, it was hard to have the opportunity to taste such delicate food. The people in this world were not familiar with 3 meals a day, not to mention a 4th meal. As for the noble sons, they generally gathered together around this time to have some fun in bars or casinos. The prince himself had to temporarily take over for the maid and cook if he wanted to create the custom here, since they weren't familiar with it. Since he had to prepare some light refreshments and they didn't have any tea, he was forced to substitute ale. It would be important to get some tea in the future. So in the castle's rear gardens, in a wooden cottage, the first afternoon tea party of the Grey Castle Kingdom was held. Anna looked at the dishes of exquisite snacks, not believing her eyes. Since when could something to eat look so good? Although she did not know the specific name of the cake she ate, it was pure white in appearance, and the bright red collection of fruit could make people feel their appetite increasing. Especially seeing the edges of the pastry decorated in an exquisite pattern, all of this forced her to change her worldview once again. Roland proudly observed Anna's bewildered expression. She looked like a country bumpkin, but also slightly frightened. Although the strawberries on the cream cake were marinated in sugar and didn't even taste fresh, there was nothing left of the cake. Roland found that appreciating the witch's face while she ate was more satisfying than doing so himself. Roland watched Anna, who was carefully placing the cake into her mouth, her blue eyes almost releasing a ray of light, and her hair gently swaying in the wind. Seeing all this, his heart suddenly nearly burst, and he thought to himself, "It's not good to cook anything worse." Well, the cultivation of feelings as well as talent was also very important. Watching Anna while she practiced and accompanying her to enjoy the afternoon tea became Roland's daily life, not showing any interest in the government affairs. Bhairav helped him to take care so that everything was clear and orderly. 3 days later, Bhairav delivered the information of the border town's industry that he had asked for to Roland's office. This was an absolutely unbelievable moment. The former fourth prince actually had never the patience to see such a big pile of complicated reports. As a matter of fact, even now he didn't have it. Roland needed only to read 2 lines of text until he started to feel dizzy, and he directly said to Barav, "You will read it to me." He spent an hour listening to Barav until he found a mistake. Why were the border town's annual winter taxes and trade revenues zero? Since the winter temperatures were low, the decline in the harvest could be understood, but what was the meaning of directly returning to zero? Had the local people the habit of hibernation? Barav coughed. "Sir, did you forget? In the winter months it's the time of the months of the demons. The town has no ability to guard its borders, all the residents must evacuate to Longsong stronghold. But rest assured, your safety is certainly the first priority." Months of the demons? Roland seemed to recall having heard that phrase before. He didn't take the take of ghosts and the legends of wicked witches seriously. He considered it as part of this uncivilized world's nonsense. But now it seems that the monsters are not a fantasy since the witches actually do exist. Then, what about the other famous legends like ghosts? When he got his education as a noble, his history tutor had explained the month of the demons in detail. Every winter, after the first snow fell and the sun had gone behind the mountains, an intense darkness without light would descend. At that moment the gates of hell would open. The evil spirits from hell would corrupt living creatures, and turn them into the slaves of the devil. Some of the animals would change into powerful demon beasts with only one goal, to attack humans. Most witches were born in this season, and their power would be far stronger than usual because of it. Have you seen them? The gates of hell, Roland asked. Your Highness, how can ordinary people go see them? Barav shook his head again and again. Don't say nonsense, the mountains they come from cannot be conquered. Even being close to the mountains you will be affected by the foul miasma, first getting a mild headache, and then in severe cases even losing your mind. Unless what? Unless the person doing it is a witch. Only a witch can go and see the gates of hell because they have fallen from grace and became the devil's minions. Naturally they don't need to fear the touch of evil. Mentioning witches, Barav glanced in the direction of the garden. The demonic monsters, have you ever seen one? Roland knocked on the table to recapture the assistant minister's attention. Well, I haven't seen them. Like your Highness, this is my first time coming to the kingdom's borders. In the center of the country, in the castle, only a few people would have encountered the real demons. If he needed to evacuate once a year, how would he be able to develop this place? He initially thought that the border town was a barren land, but that it still had the potential for development, but now it seemed to be a pipe dream. When we resist the demonic beasts in Longsong stronghold, when they aren't invincible and when they can be killed, then why can't we defeat them in this border town as well? Longsong stronghold has a high wall. Also, the Duke Ryan's elite troops are stationed there. It is nothing like this border town, the small place definitely cannot be compared to it, Barav explained. From the start, the establishment of the border town was to provide an early warning to the stronghold. Therefore the town was set between the slope of the North Mountain and the Chishui River. So, his town was only cannon fodder to block the enemy. The only path they could cross. Roland laughed grimly as he heard this. Chapter 8 Months of the Demons, Part 1. Chapter 8 Months of the Demons, Part 1. If Roland wanted to develop his territory well, he had to build strong roots in this place. Even though this land was a wasteland, it could be easily reclaimed. When the territory was too small, it could be expanded outwards, but all talk was useless if the people weren't willing to stay. If they could be forced to abandon a plot of land at any time, then who would be willing to purchase it? Who would want to improve its production? After the assistant minister left, Roland called in Knight Commander Carter and ordered, "Assemble your men, go and find some of the local guards, hunters and farmers. They must have lived here for more than 5 years, and experienced the months of the demons. If there is someone who can fight, it would be even better." After the knight saluted and left, Roland rubbed his forehead, continuing to look at the data compiled by the assistant minister. The main exports of the border town were from mining and hunting, and the bulk of the imports were food items. Everything would be transported through Longsong Stronghold or directly through the Chishui River in Willow Town. The mining exports contained all kinds of minerals, like iron, copper, sulfur, rock crystal, ruby, sapphire. This was completely against the concept of associated minerals. He thought of what Anna had said to him, that the North Mine had been rumored to be an unknown underground lair. Until now there was no proven bottom to the mine, and it was also unknown how many forks the mine had. The minerals exported by the town weren't paid for with the kingdom's gold royals, instead they were paid for with the foodstuffs that arrived. It stands to reason that, since the gems could be regarded as a high-price luxury, that in these last 5 years the border town could save a surplus of grain, but in the end there was no surplus. In other words, the annual output of the mining of the border town was only enough for 2,000 people's yearly rations. Before the prince arrived here, the border town was governed by the duke, who also took charge of Longsong Stronghold, and he had set up this arrangement. In his point of view, he could save food and had a warning for the monsters. The fur trade was part of the local people's own proceeds. They ventured into the westward forest, hunted some birds and other animals, maybe sold them to the Longsong Stronghold, or to the residents of the small town of Willowleaf. Because of this, no transaction would be made in the border town, and so no tax could be collected. Roland thought, since he came, it couldn't go on in this way. The minerals could no longer be paid for with food. The Chishui River ran through the whole kingdom, and the traffic was not blocked. There was a transportation artery. Even if we would no longer buy food from the Longsong Stronghold, there were still other places to provide them. This was all built on the premise that he could stay here in the border town, blocking those damn monsters. Carter worked quickly. By the next day he had found 2 local guards and a hunter and reported, "These 2 men are from the town patrol. Every year they are responsible for lighting the beacon." The hunter said he and the demons had crossed paths. He returned with a demon beast head, which he cut off with his own hands. The 3 people bowed simultaneously. Roland nodded, permitting them to stand up. One of them stepped forward to speak. "Honor, respected prince. Your Highness," the first guard who was called up, was too nervous to even speak clearly. "Brian and I are the people. When it begins to snows, we will go to the north slope of the mining area, to the beacon tower. There it's first possible. It is the first point to see the demon movements. If they cross over in great numbers, we will conceal ourselves in the forest, ignite the flames, from childhood. The road we will withdraw at, and the boat is prepared previously, then we leave. Since you both were together, let your partner answer it." Roland covered his face to hide his disapproval. "The demon beasts, can they be killed?" The other guard was also very nervous, but at least he did not stammer. "Your Highness, it should be so. They were just ordinary animals in the forest, but through the influence of the evil miasma they become manic and ferocious, but they can still be killed. Every month of the demons in the past, Longsong Stronghold would send cavalry, cleansing the land from the stronghold to border town of the remnants of the demon monsters." "The months of the demon last how long?" Roland asked. "Generally 2 to 3 months. "It depends on the sun," said Brian. "Depends on the sun?" Roland asked doubtfully. "Yes," the guard explained. "Your Highness came to this town not long ago, so you do not know. In this border town, once the snow begins to fall it will not stop, until the sun shines again, then the snow will be gone." "So the snow indicates the end of the months of the demon?" Roland recalled that at least in Grey Castle it was not like this. Basically the next day it would end to snow, also the sun would seem to be different. "It is exactly like this. The longest time I experienced the months of the demon was 2 years ago. That lasted nearly 4 months, many people starved." "Why, shouldn't be the grain reserves in Longsong Stronghold be large enough to support the town?" Roland asked. Brian's face got a little angry. They had enough. But Reynolds, the municipal administrator who is responsible for managing such things, declared that the amount of ore and minerals mined was only enough to buy food for 3 months. For the 4th month we had to deliver a new shipment of ore. But the months of the demons had not ended. We couldn't leave the fortress. So that was what happened. "I got it. They were simply alienating the fool people. If Longsong Stronghold treats these people who were living on the frontier with this kind of warmth like a spring wind, the frontiersmen would most likely want to stay and not leave, but at the moment it seems that the group of people behind Longsong Stronghold were not the good-natured sort. Roland beckoned the last person forward to answer, while putting the name of the administrator into his heart. The third man looked courageous and strong, with a height of over 6 feet making Roland feel great pressure. Fortunately, he came forward on his knees. "You said you killed the beast?" "Yes, sir." His voice was low and hoarse. "A wild boar species and a wolf species." "Species?" Roland repeated. "What do you mean?" "This is the name of the demonic beast, Your Highness." The more fierce the variation of the animals was before, the more difficult it would be to deal with variation after. And they will emphasize the advantages of the body. The wild boar, its back fur would become extremely tough. Even within a range of 50 yards it would be difficult to hurt it with a crossbow. The wolf species becomes more cunning, the running speed becomes amazing. To kill it, you need to set up the trap in advance. Stronger would become stronger and faster, even faster. Roland nodded as he heard this, but they are still animals. They are, but they are not the most terrible kind of enemy, the hunter said until here, and then he had to swallow his saliva before he was able to talk further. The worst ones are the mixed species. They are devils incarnate. Only hell is able to create such a horrible monster. I have seen a hybrid. It had not only beast-like strong limbs, but on his back was even a pair of huge wings, allowing it to fly short distances. And it always knew where I was. No matter how much I tried to hide, it could always detect me. It was not hunting its prey, Your Highness, it was just teasing the prey. The hunter Liehu lifted his clothes, showing a large scar extending from the abdomen to his chest as he said, "I lost my consciousness and fell into the Chishui River. I was lucky to survive." Such a monster exists. Roland felt that the world became more and more like a fantasy. A strong wall can block all ordinary kinds of demonic beasts, but if they could fly, what should he do? Mixed species should be very rare, right? Chapter 9 Months of the Demons, Part 2. Chapter 9 Months of the Demons, Part 2. Not many, Your Highness, the hunter replied. During every months of the demons there will only appear 2 to 3 mixed species demons, otherwise Longsong Stronghold would be in huge trouble. Well, you seem to be very observant. Roland ordered the man to stand up and asked, "What's your name?" "You don't look like a man from my kingdom of Greycastle." "Half of my lineage hails from the Majin clan. The townspeople call me Iron Axe." Majin clan, the people from the Shaman kingdom, located southwest of the Barren Lands. It was said that they were the descendants of giants. Roland searched within his brain for any memories related to the Majin clan and realized that Iron Axe did not use the name his clan called him by, rather using the name given by the people of Border Town, and apparently he did not want to have a relationship with the Shaman kingdom. As for why, since it was obvious that he was from the southwestern border of the Desolate Lands, he estimated that there were a series of sad stories involved. But for the moment those stories weren't important. Everyone was welcome in Border Town, regardless of his or her background. Roland clapped his hands. "That's not why I asked you to be here, Carter. Bestow each of them with 10 silver royals, then they can leave." "Thank you very much for the reward, Your Highness," said the three in unison. Afterwards the people were taken away by Carter. When he had finished his task, Carter returned once again and asked, "Your Highness, why did you ask them these questions? Do you want to stay here?" Roland didn't express any opinion and instead asked, "What do you think?" "This matter is out of question, Your Highness," said the knight loudly. According to the statement from the hunter, even a wild demon bear would be difficult to cope with. Outside of 50 yards a shot with a crossbow would have no effect. We would have to wait until it close to 40 yards, or even until 30 yards before making our shot. Only our elite soldiers can accomplish this. Plus the demons are too numerous, and we can't rely on strong walls, only standing side by side with the local guards to stop them. I'm afraid that the casualties would outstrip the accomplishments. Our defeat would be assured. You already saw what a witch is able to do, so why do you can't think positively? Roland sighed. This The witches are evil, but Anna. Miss Anna does not look so. As your knight commander, I have to seek truths by looking for facts. If I would give you a city wall, would you think it will be possible? What? For a moment Carter suspected that he had heard wrong. If I give you a wall, between the north slope of the mountain and the Chishui River, Roland stressed every word he said, although they would not be like the enormous walls from Grey Castle, but to stop animals, they should still be able to. Sir, do you know what you are saying? The knight didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. Even your nonsense should have a limit. If you don't stop, you will have to excuse my lack of manners. We still have 3 months, don't we? I looked at the past records. The first snow usually falls here at the end of the second month from now. Even if we had 3 years, it would not be enough. Building a wall would require many workers. For setting the foundation, they have to compress the earth, and every 1 or 2 feet would have to be reinforced, otherwise it would have a high risk to collapse. This would be the simplest of the earthen walls. Carter shook his head again and again. Brick and stone walls are even more difficult to build, and it would need hundreds of masons who would first have to cut the stones or bake the clay into bricks. Afterwards they would need to build it block by block. Your Highness, all walls were built this way, without exception. A city being built in the time of a day and a night, that is only the stuff of legends. Roland indicated he had heard enough. I see. You don't need to be so upset. If there is no reliable wall in place, I will evacuate with you to Longsong Stronghold. I'm not going to give away my life in this place. The knight knelt down. I will protect you. Afterwards, in the beautiful castle gardens, Roland nipped at his bitter ale. Looking at Anna, who was intently eating cream cakes, his mood recovered a lot. He had decided to stop the demonic beasts at the border town, joining the elite soldier with the town guards. He would also intensify the farming by expanding the area the guards patrolled. If he wanted to build the wall, connecting the north slope of the mountain and the Chishui River within 3 months, he must use an appropriate technology from the modern times. It was not the case that Roland had suddenly thought of this. Previously he had checked the edges of the border town. Although he didn't go personally, in his memory remained a clear picture. The northern slope of the mountain and the Chishui River were only separated by 600 yards at their closest point. It was a natural bottleneck. And due to the all-year-round mining in the North Mine, it was surrounded by rock gravel mined from the cave. These gravel cast-offs were ash-gray, containing plenty of calcium carbonates, which could be used as limestone after grinding. With the limestone he had his solution. It would be equal to cement. Yes, this would change the history of mankind, to be able to build with a water-hardening material, with raw materials which were easily to obtain, which were simple to prepare. It truly numbered among one of the most efficient tools for tilling the fields. Roland estimated the needed time. Even if he would implement new technology, even with cement he wasn't sure if it was possible. The amount of cement they actually needed was too big. He wasn't sure if they could calcine so much cement powder within 3 months. And concrete toughness would be inferior. In the end they would need to reinforce it with steel, thus the probability to succeed in building a concrete city wall was not that great. They had to maximize the usage of the existing materials and save cement, so building a fieldstone wall would be the most appropriate choice. The so-called fieldstone was a stone which had not undergone any grinding. It was just a natural byproduct of mining. This stone, because of the irregular shape of the edges and corners, there was no way to directly using it to build. Instead it first need to be processed by the stonemason into usable bricks. But building a fieldstone wall while using cement as binder was possible. Regardless of how oddly shaped the stone was, it could be used. The gap between the stones was filled by the cement, saving cement and using leftover materials. With this the big direction was set, but the actual implementation, he was afraid he would have to do it by himself, thought Roland. Regardless of whether it was the calcined cement or fieldstone wall, both were new things. Except for himself, no one had seen these things, and also no one knew how to make them. He was afraid he would be very busy for the next 3 months. You, look here. The sound of Anna's clear voice came from behind him. As Roland turned, he saw a small cluster of flames in her palm quietly burning. There was clearly no wind, but the flame tip was rising up and down, as if it would nod to her. She shook her finger, and the fire was like a toddler. moving slowly towards the tip of the finger. In the end, it stood at the top of the index finger, simmering down. You did it! It was an incredible scene. Roland felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. This was not illusion magic, nor a chemical trick, but it really was a supernatural power. But this was not the most attractive thing to Roland. Many times more dazzling than the flame was Anna's look. While she was intently staring at her fingertips, the lake water limpid eyes were reflecting the vibrant flame, as if an elf sealed within a sapphire. The traces left from the prison torture had already faded, though she rarely smiled, but her face was no longer lifeless. On the young lady's tip of her nose was a speck of sweat. The rosy color on her white checks emitted vitality. Even looked at also can let a person feel cheerful mood. What happened to you? Ah. Nothing. Roland noticed he looked at her for too long. He removed his gaze and coughed. Well, then, try using it to melt the iron. In the past few days, except for eating and sleeping, she always repeated her practice. In front of the hard-working enthusiast, Roland could only endlessly blush in shame. Even in the face of the college entrance examination, he did not work so hard. Apparently she will not need long, until she completely grasps this power, Roland thought. Following that, his ideas of new projects can be set on the agenda. TN, for information about concrete and why it is logical that he was able to invent it. Chapter 10 The Stonemason. Chapter 10 The Stonemason. The weather had been bad all week, and the sky was always gray. Carl Van Bate's mood was just like the weather, gloomy to the extreme. As he walked down the wet stone street, people greeted him from time to time. Carl ran a school in this town. Unlike the kingdom of Grey Castle, where only the children of noble could go to school, here he taught are the children of ordinary people. Therefore, he had a very high reputation in Border Town. Hey, Mr. Van Bate, good morning. Sir, is my son doing all right? When are you free, Carl? Let's go fishing together. Usually, Carl would always smile and respond to them, but today he just nodded, never saying a word. He had just witnessed Anna's hanging, so in his eyes there was a crack in the once perfect world, or this crack had begun to form since his departing from Grey Castle, but he deliberately turned a blind eye. He used his busy work to numb himself, and to a certain extent, he even used the innocent smile of the students to mend this crack. Until Anna died, he thought, the world had not changed. But after the hanging, the crack not only did not disappear but expanded. His memories of Anna stopped at half a year ago. She didn't stand out of her class of more than 30 students with her normal appearance and few words, but there was something about her that impressed Carl deeply. It was her passion for knowledge. No matter what he taught, whether it was characters or history, she could always remember it on her first try. Even if it was the boring history and evolution of the religion, she could read about it all day. He had also seen the young lady help to take care of her neighbor's sheep sitting down in the sun. Anna would carefully brush the sheep's hair, like someone would with a baby. He still remembered her sweet smile very clearly, and no matter how, he could not think of her as a sinister and evil person. Then, after the fire on Anna Street and her mother unfortunately passed away, Anna never came back to school. He never saw her again until a week ago, when she was proved to be a witch and hanged in the town square. Tempted by the devil? An unclean person? Evil? All lies. He began to doubt the Holy Church and the knowledge they imparted for the first time in his life. He didn't know if Anna had been a witch or not, but she was never evil. If a teenage girl, ignorant of the world and full of curiosity, could be called evil, and then the administrative officials of the kingdom of Grey Castle were from hell and possessed by the devil too. In order to save several hundred gold royals, they deliberately switched out the stone material used to build a theater, leading to its collapse and the death of more than 30 stonemasons. But were they hanged? Not even one. The judge finally ruled that the leader of the stonemasons was unsuitable for his job, and he was punished into exile, while the Mason Guild was forced to disband. Carl, who knew the true story, fled the kingdom of Grey Castle, followed the road to the west, and eventually arrived in Border Town. He managed to establish a school with a lot of students, got to know his new neighbors, and find new friends, but the Grey Castle officer's crime was always engraved in his mind. Now, he felt the world was mocking him once again. Could the gods in heaven really recognize what was evil? The last straw for Carl was Nana. Nana and Anna were so different that one could even say they were the complete opposite. After class you could always see her playing with birds or rolling around in the grass. If you asked what she was doing, she would giggle for a while before answering that she was looking at a fight between a grasshopper and ants. Nana was always smiling, it seemed to be in her nature. She was completely oblivious of the world's sorrows, and at least at school, she could continue smiling without a care. Carl was even curious if she had ever cried since she was born. 2 days ago, Nana suddenly came to him with tears in her eyes and asked, "Teacher, will I be hanged like Anna?" This told him that his student, Nana Pine, had become a witch. "Ah, isn't that Mr. Van Bate? Come over here and help us read what it says." Carl felt someone pull his sleeve and looked up to find that he had arrived at the town square. Many people stood around the bulletin board, and when they heard Van Bate's name, they all made a path for him. "You came just in time, sir. Please help us read it." "Yeah, Meg was supposed to read this to us, but he got a stomachache and had to go to the toilet, but he still isn't back yet." Usually, he would have nodded with a smile and explained in detail the contents of the bulletin board to everybody who listened. However, Carl found this impossible. The smiles and enthusiasm of these people were earnest, but this made it even more difficult to bear than if they were all pretending. The notice about Anna's hanging had also been placed here, and everyone had also discussed it this cheerily. In a sense, you were all her murderer, he thought, and your ignorance and fear had killed her. Carl suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath and walked in front of the announcement list. "The prince calls for hands to help with the construction of new buildings for Border Town, and a variety of different kinds of jobs are available," he said. "But I'm also one of her killers, so why do I deserve to blame them? Wasn't I the one who taught them that witches were evil?" Carl had a bitter taste in his mouth. "Look at what I've taught these children. I followed every word of the church's doctrine, and I thought I was teaching them well, damn it. Stone grinder, male, 20 years to 40 years old, strong and healthy, salary is 25 bronze royals per day. Mud craftsman, no gender limitations, over 18 years old, must have experience in masonry, salary is 45 bronze royals per day. Handyman, male, over 18 years old, salary is 12 bronze royals per day." No, he had to do something. If Anna's death was irreversible, at least he couldn't let Nana die. Carl heard his inner voice shout, "When the Mason Guild collapsed, you didn't do anything. When Anna was hanged, you didn't do anything. Are you also not going to do anything and watch this lovely child being dragged up to the gallows?" But what could he do? Could he escape with Nana out of Border Town? He had his own family, a family who traveled with him from Grey Castle. Would he make them leave again just when their lives were getting better? Would Nana herself, who was born into a rich family, be able to leave her comfortable life? Stonemason, no gender limitations, no age limitations, long-term position for anyone who has participated in construction for the government, salary is 1 gold royal per month. Additional term, people with rich experience and excellent performance may be granted an official position. After hearing the notice, the people became even noisier. 1 gold royal per month is even better than the salary for the stronghold cavalry. But can you do it? If you can't even build a mud pile, can you build a fortress? Don't just stare at it. Even the first few positions aren't bad. If you get paid every day, you'll earn the same amount as a hunter. Indeed, hunting is a life-threatening job, and the Misty Forest is a really dangerous place. Carl Van Bate did not pay attention to this chatter and only concentrated on the seal and signature at the foot of the notice. It was the autograph of Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince. Did the prince not know that the months of the demons were already coming? Whatever he wanted to build, it was not a good time to start now. It seemed His Highness knew nothing about constructions, so if he could become a stonemason and catch his attention. Carl had suddenly an idea. Perhaps through this recruitment, he could meet the prince himself, Border Town's highest ruler. Carl gulped in fear. Could he convince the prince that witches were not evil? There were rumors of His Highness' unique ideas, so he should be different from ordinary people, and he also hated the church deeply. Maybe I can do it, he thought. Although Anna's hanging was ordered by Prince Roland, everyone could tell that he was not willing to do it. The prince himself was still in his early 20s, which should make it easier to understand that these young girls were incapable of being evil. Of course, there was a possibility that Carl would be branded as a witch helper and have to go to the gallows with the witches. The church's law stipulated that anyone who protected a witch or begged for leniency should be regarded as the devil's minion. He could only hope that the prince's hate for the church also extended to its laws. Carl prayed in his heart. Even though he did not know which god to pray to, he closed his eyes and prayed for a blessing. For the sake of the dead Anna, for the sake of Nana, who was still alive, and for the sake of his own heart to stop breaking, he decided to take the risk. Chapter 11 Third Princess. Chapter 11 Third Princess. The sea breeze has become so cold. While gazing at the boundless ocean surface, Garcia Wimbledon said while stroking out her wind-tangled hair with a feeling of regret in her voice. Because the winter is coming, she said, looking back at the handsome man standing behind her and giving him a reply. Although this is the South, it is not the deep South. There, people don't understand what winter means. During the winter our fleet cannot be in the port, the ocean current will hold them down, we will be unable to move a single step. So at this time, they should be at the last voyage. The woman turned around. Ryan, how much time has passed since the Black Sail fleet has set sail? 2 months and 4 days, the man answered without hesitation. If nothing else happens, within 3 days they will arrive at the port of Clearwater. She laughed. I hope they can give me a sufficient surprise. Ryan looked at the woman in front of him, his heart was filled with emotion. When reflected by the autumn sun, her gray hair had traces of silver in it, her long and narrow eyes were a receded green. While looking at her, you would feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Due to staying at the coast for a long time, her skin had gotten slightly rough, it was not longer as white as all the other women of the royal family were, but Ryan did not complain. In his eyes, Garcia had the temperament that cast any other beauty into the shade. Compared with those inbred idiots from the Grey Castle flock, she appeared to be different. Rather, the daughter of King Wimbledon III was a true genius. She possessed the wisdom and pride of a noblewoman, however unlike the other nobility, who would scrupulously abide by common sense. On that point, she was even a bit like the civilians, breaking away from the ordinary, filled with expectations, with an extremely rich spirit for adventure. Of course, no civilian would have this kind of ability and vision. To join the rank of a duke right away, compared to her even the other aristocracy appeared to be lacking in foresight. All of the trade income of the port of Clearwater was to be reinvested into the fleet construction, no coin was to be left in their treasury, the light of a miser would not shine very far. Hiding a gold royal in the cupboard would be without any meaning. When you don't use it, it will be like a stone. Only when you take it out, can it reflect its own value. The point is to spend it wasn't equal to losing it. As long as the investment is on the spot, the reward you gain will go far beyond your own investment. This auspicious method, Ryan could still deeply remember her telling it to him. It was almost like she was anointing his head with the purest balm. It easily broke through all the inherited concept of his former teachings. Compared to those nobles who spent their whole day saving and trying to increasing the amount of their gold royals, Ryan had the feeling that this was the true method of a ruler. So he has boldly placed his life under Garcia's command, vowing to follow her to the port of Clearwater. After they had arrived here, Ryan had found out that the third princess was far more than her philosophy. Not only was she a person of philosophy, furthermore she was also a person of action. At the center of her plan was her Black Sail fleet, and on the path to her ambitions, there was no hindrance that was allowed. Already 5 years had gone by. Garcia's forces have infiltrated the port of Clearwater, organized and prepared her Black Sail fleet, and then, her father, Wimbledon III, started the strive for the position of the king. In other words, even from the beginning, she had already walked in front of all the other heirs. "Let's go back inside the room, the wind is becoming more and more powerful," Garcia said. Her palace was located at the Blue Water Port, above the natural harbor. The tower-like building seemed to be a protector stationed above the shore. On the top of the tower was a circular terrace. With an unobstructed field of view, it was possible to have a bird's-eye view from the entire harbor, seeing the coming and going of the merchant ships. Today, after her 5-year operation, the business plan in the port of Clearwater had already begun to take shape. Every 6 months a bark would be launched. Furthermore, she had already obtained the people's trust. While the third princess seemed to be in good mood, Ryan hesitantly raised his biggest doubt, which has haunted him for months. "Your Highness, there is one thing I do not understand," he said as he shut the door, leaving the roar of the sea breeze outside. "You may speak," she nodded while smiling. "How could you have foreseen all of this, even before the king has announced the king's order?" He had also thought that it would be impossible that her father Wimbledon III would mention it to her in advance, but even after having carefully thought this matter over he still hadn't come to a conclusion. Everyone knew that the second prince was the heir that the king valued the most. The king's order had been set up for him. This point could be seen by everyone, since the second prince had gotten Valencia as fiefdom. Could she have guessed all of this on her own, furthermore already having started 5 years ago laying out her plan? God, she was only 18 years old. Foreseen? She showed a funny look. "Do you take me for a witch? I don't have that kind of ability." But... Furthermore, I did not know that my father would declare the strive for the king order, paving the way for his treasured second son. In fact, there exists no connection between the strive for the king order and my plan. There was no relationship? When Ryan suddenly became aware of this aspect, his mouth became wider and wider. Seeing the expression of disbelief on Ryan's face, Garcia smiled. "Don't tell me I should have waited for my father to first tell me that I should fight for the throne. Would I have then have had the ability to fight for the throne? Similarly, would it really in the end have been the one who governed his town the best be the one to sit on the throne of Grey Castle? I thought you understood my plan when you had seen the Black Sail fleet." "So that's the reason," Ryan murmured. "Her fleet is not only for the Battle of the Throne. This fleet belonging to the third princes could change the sails after leaving the port, robbing the ships from other cities and countries. Similarly, the third princes encouraged the people to go out to the sea, to participate in her Black Sail fleet. She promised all the loot would become the property of the ship's captain. The port of Clearwater would never collect any tax toward this profit. This move would bring her huge wealth, so this time she had simply ordered the Black Sail fleet to sail straight south, to plunder any ship which passed the Endless Cape, as well as the people of the southern Shaman. And these measures were not just for money. She did not take the plundered wealth to build cities or expand the land trade, she just invested it back into the yard and continued to build more ships. In the past few years, she had gained a large number of experienced sailors and fierce warriors, and also embraced the people's hearts and minds. If she couldn't continue to govern, all those who had participated in the plundering of the ships and villages would also be sent to the gallows. The best in governance of his territory would end on the throne of Grey Castle? No, Ryan now knew, to be able to sit on the throne, she would need to posse numerous warships and soldiers, then she could follow the San Juan River, even reaching out to pressure the city of Golden Harvest. You knew that you would be assigned to the port of Clearwater? This, contrary to what one might think, was unexpected, a deal to increase the business value of this place. Garcia shrugged. Originally it was a payback to the church who tried to fool me. Related to the church? Seeing his counterpart haven't said anything more, Ryan also did not dare to question further. But he knew, even if Garcia had not come to port of Clearwater, this place would still have followed her will, and moved according to her desired direction. Putting those matters aside, she poured herself a cup of black tea. The little trick from before seems to have failed. Ah, yes, Ryan, who hurriedly recovered his thoughts, replied, there is only news coming from Border Town. They reported that the pills have failed. There is no news from the other places. No news should mean they were killed by my brothers, nothing to be surprised about. Originally they were chess pieces who had been easily arranged, only to be used in the meanwhile. However, she changed the subject, for other pieces to fail is normal, but I would not think even my fourth brother would still be safe and sound. To tell the truth, I'm a little disappointed. Kingfisher said in the secret message that the prince certainly ate it, but a failure is still a failure. I don't want to hear any excuses, Garcia interrupted. Soon it will be the time of the months of the demons. Our lovely brother will have to go searching for refuge in Lonsong's stronghold, right? When the moment arrives that the demon beasts invade, I am afraid that he will need to stay for a long while inside of the stronghold. Write to her, tell her to take hold of this opportunity. I would like to see whether the goddess of fortune will stay by the side of fourth brother once again. Yes, Your Highness. You go ahead, Garcia waved her hand. When Ryan was about to leave, the princess called to him once more. Ah, yes. I seem to recall that the pill had been bought from an alchemist master, wasn't it? Ryan nodded. What did he say back then? The pill will be colorless, tasteless, and will melt inside water. If it enters the mouth it will be incurable, a guaranteed death. It was his latest alchemical achievements, right? Garcia yawned. Hang him. Chapter 12 Firing. Chapter 12 Firing the Cement. Roland stood by the kiln, waiting for the first batch of cement. The brick structure was designed for cement production, about 15 meters long and 4 meters wide. It had a front and a back door. The front door was designed wide enough to allow the transport of materials and people coming in and out of the room. The back door, on the other hand, was only large enough for one person and functioned as Anna's secret entrance. To this end, he also built a wall surrounding half of the kiln and stationed guards at the entrance and exit. They were all Carter's men and he had no doubt about their loyalty. The cement production process was easy to explain. First, limestone was crushed into powder, and then mixed with clay or iron powder. It would result in a paste whether they used the wet or dry method. After combining it with gypsum, the cement would be ready for use. Raw materials were readily available and no iron powder was included, for it was difficult to produce. The key was in the calcination temperature. Roland could not remember the specific temperature required to melt the cement. Thanks to the fact that he did not have the necessary tools like an infrared thermometer or a thermocoupling temperature gun needed to measure the said temperature, the process was made incredibly difficult. He only knew that the melting point of cement was similar to that of iron, and that the calcination process was also a tricky factor when it came to making cement. For such an era of undeveloped technology, it was a huge problem to simply maintain the temperature of the blast furnace. The common open furnace would result in great heat loss and it was difficult to keep it burning above 1200 degrees Celsius. As for the reverberation furnace, it required an inner capable of sustaining higher temperatures, but he did not know how to create the refractory bricks. The traditional blast furnace used for iron was even worse. The temperature may suffice, with only a narrow furnace cavity available to calcite the cement, but they could not produce enough cement before the end of months of demons. With this in mind, Roland designed a kiln that needed no heating and relied on Anna instead. Broken particles of limestone and clay were mixed with water to form a paste, which was spread evenly throughout the firing room. Then the knights locked the door and cleared out the laborers. Anna then entered through the back door and heated the ground beneath the paste until the iron bar placed inside the room also melted. Roland was becoming restless. This was his first step in guarding Border Town. If he could not produce any cement, his plan of building a city wall in 3 months would just be empty words. Without a wall to protect the town, he worried that no one would be willing to stay in this godforsaken place. Whether in history or fictional literature, a stable base was necessary for agriculture. Your Highness, you're saying that this material can hold stones together? Asked Carter Lannis, who stood near Prince Roland. Even though the prince had said this was the result of the latest research by the alchemical workshop in Kingdom of Grey Castle, he was nonetheless skeptical. After all, that group of people was never famous for being useful. Who knows? That's what they said, Roland replied. In this world, alchemy and astrology were known as the sage arts, and were very popular in the mainland. The royal family would generally keep their own alchemists and astrologers to predict and improve their fate. For ordinary folks, however, such knowledge was beyond their comprehension and thus had little enthusiasm for them. Keeping this in mind, it was only natural for Roland to claim that the cement was a product of the alchemical workshop. He did not care about whether the chief knight believed it or not. The flame in the window eventually died down. The firing of the cement seemed to be complete. Roland stood up at once. Sending Carter away to the yard, he waited alone in front of the brick house. The iron door creaked as it opened and Anna stepped out, naked. Roland draped a robe over her at once and handed her a glass of water. How was it? The witch's face was painted a dusty gray. Even though wet cement would not produce much dust, it would still appear when the cement was burning. Since she could not wear a mask, it was uncomfortable for her to stay inside for tens of minutes. She coughed twice and nodded. The mud has turned gray. Roland was too impatient to wait for the temperature to be lowered. Wetting a towel, he wrapped it around his head and grabbed a shovel. He then went in through the back door. Hot air instantly engulfed him and he found it difficult to breathe. The skin on his hands was burnt raw. Fortunately, shoveling the ashes took only a short moment. Otherwise, he might really experience thermal shock had he stayed any longer. Is this what you want? Anna asked, staring at the material. She had already put on her witch's robes. Looks like it. Roland flattened the powder and tested the temperature with his fingers. I wouldn't know for sure until we use it. What's the use of this thing? To build houses and bridges and to repair roads. There are too many uses for this thing. If it succeeds, people won't have to worry about the cold or the rain and snow damaging their houses. Using his other hand, he patted the girl on the head. It's all thanks to you. Anna lowered her head. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but the girl's breathing seemed to have sped up a notch. In theory, the fired material should be grinded with gypsum as to adjust its hardening time. But there was no need to think about so much right now. After a short break, Roland picked up 2 shovels and called for Carter, who was standing outside the courtyard. Roland told him to mix the gray ash proportionally with the river sand in a ratio of 3:1 to prepare cement mortar. The chief knight did not mind doing menial work. In his opinion, it was much better than fighting or chasing after the noble ladies for His Highness in the kingdom of Grey Castle. As there was no iron powder in the raw mixture, the resulting paste looked off-white. Roland piled the paste on a brick and placed another brick on top of it. It would usually take around 4 hours for the cement to become solid. As this was merely a trial run, he decided that it would be best to wait until tomorrow to test the mixture. The next morning, Roland hurried to the kiln room, bringing Carter and Anna with him. When he opened the door, he noticed that the cement appeared solid and the bricks seemed to have stuck together. The surface of the material seemed rugged and part of it was covered in white frost. Roland squatted down. It was natural for the alkalization process to result in some white frost. He pressed onto the hardened cement and his heart leaped. The cement was rock solid, completely different from the texture of the solid clay. Even when he pushed into the cement firmly, there was no mark on its surface. After getting the signal from Prince Roland, Carter first tried to lift the bricks. He then attempted to kick the bricks until they gave way. The cement dislodged from the ground, yet the bricks remained stuck firmly together. He ended up using the hilt of his sword to knock them apart, but he succeeded in only knocking off a small corner of the bricks. So this is the effect of the so-called cement. The purpose of the material dawned on Carter. It's simply incredible. It flowed like wax from a melting candle yesterday, but in just one night it had become as strong as a rock. With this, we can build the wall as fast as we want. As long as we have enough bricks, we could even build a wall around Border Town in less than 5 years. What's the use of that? Roland asked. A tall wall would not be able to stop enemies from within. I'd rather turn the old wooden huts in border town into solid cement houses, so my subjects would no longer have to worry about losing their homes in natural disasters. The chief knight was stunned. He did not expect Prince Roland, who was known for his many aristocratic vices, would suggest such a thing. You'll understand it in the future. Roland reaffirmed the path he was taking. For many people who travel through time, technology was the gate leading to productivity. But here, the witches were their path to the future. Chapter 13 City Wall. Chapter 13 City Wall. Soon the cement production got on the right track. In order to permit Anna a sufficient amount of rest, the kiln was only used 2 to 3 times a day. To obtain the most out of each calcining process, they had to get more raw materials. For this, Roland once again issued orders to recruit more workers, until their current numbers were doubled. But he also knew that he could not rely on only Anna to do the firing. People who were working long-term in a dusty environment would eventually become sick. Furthermore, once future production scale increased, Anna alone would not be enough to satisfy the demand. The witches should not be used as consumables. Instead, they should serve as an engine to promote the development of civilization. Although Roland was already aware of this fact, at the moment, he could only invest all of his energy and manpower in building the city wall. After all, if they couldn't stop the demon beasts, everything else would become unimportant. Digging out the foundation for laying the city wall had already started. In order to connect the northern slope with the Chishui River to increase the production speed, he personally took charge of the overall project. He dug out the first shovel of earth with his own hands in front of the shocked masses of surrounding onlookers. Roland thought after the problem with the cement was solved, building the city wall would be easy and relaxing. But he soon found out that his prior experience in engineering wasn't enough to understand a word from the project. How deep and wide did the foundation have to be? How to resolve the different heights of the sections? How to ensure that the more than 600 yards long wall would be built in a straight line? He had previously seen the construction of a road by a group of young men. They were looking at a scale on their measure instruments. It was called a theodolite in level, right? But both of those tools didn't exist here. As an unfortunate mechanical engineer, although Roland and the civil engineer next door were called the two engineering dogs, the content they were actually learning was poles apart. Of the mud artisans who he'd hired, no one had ever been involved in the construction of major projects. It could even be said that his own understanding was better than theirs. Therefore, building the wall started very slowly. It took an entire week to dig out barely half of the foundation they needed. Once a project got out of control, it would be difficult to say how the final product would look like. For example, this dugout foundation, which was hard to dig, came out as shallow groove, rather than the foundation of the wall. It more suited to be called a drainage ditch. Despite Roland's descriptions, the width they dug out was more or less individualized. Thus, the width got clearly out of shape, becoming more and more narrow. While standing at a distance, the foundation practically resembled a curving and twisting snake. Even so, Roland was unwilling to stop the project. With little else than the digging on his mind, as long as it was not the time of the firing, which was Anna's job, he would stay at the northern slope for the rest of the day. Adjusting the direction of the pit's extension with the naked eye, slowly moving forward. Simultaneously, he also doubled the reward for enlisting stone craftsmen. Fortunately, this predicament did not last long. When Roland was preparing the 6th cement calcining, Barav, the assistant minister, reported that a stonemason responded to the recruitment. It was said he was a former member of the Mason Guild. The people who were waiting for an audience had been already taken to the outside of the hall. When he got this information, he nearly burst for joy. In his memories, the Greycastle Mason Guild was a famous organization. Even the 4th prince had heard their name. But in the end, because of a construction error, they were ordered to disband. But how can we finish this without help from stonemasons? Take him in. Roland put on a calm expression and nodded. He originally wanted to tell Anna she should leave, but then he thought it wouldn't be a problem. Border Town had more than 2,000 people, very few had seen the true face of the witch. Moreover, her look now, in a bizarre new dress, and her appearance before, when she wholeheartedly courted death, when she was not her usual self, was worlds apart. He estimated that even if she was seen, she wouldn't be recognized. Karl van Bart felt restless when he was led into the courtyard by the knight. He intended to inform His Highness that this time of year was unsuitable to carry out a large-scale project. After acquiring His Highness' trust, he could slowly change the prince's view on witches. In the rumors His Highness always acted wild. What should he do when it seemed he would get the contrary result of his advice? With his thoughts in a whirl as he bowed down, when he lifted up his head again, he suddenly stopped and stared blankly. The girl at the side of His Highness looked so familiar, he had felt that he was dreaming. Karl rubbed his eyes, then looked once again. He could not help but cry out, "Anna!" Roland's heart stopped for a beat. How was that possible? He just wanted to hire a craftsman, but who could know that the craftsman was also the witch's neighbor? He could tell that the other was absolutely familiar with Anna. If not, it would be impossible to recognize her immediately. He looked at Carter. The chief knight got the hint. He immediately pulled the latch, blocking the only exit. Venerable teacher? Anna's reaction let Roland's spirit circle for a while before he came back to complete consciousness. What, teacher? It's really you, Anna. Karl only felt his eye socket warming up, and then there was something flowing down. He knelt powerlessly on the ground, constantly repeating, I'm sorry. Very good, too. Well. After Karl van Bart was able to calm his mood, he slowly stood up and then bent over once more to pay tribute to Roland again. I'm very sorry, Your Highness, I forgot my manners. This, in the end, what is going on? Aren't you a mason? I used to be. When Karl had regained a calm mood, his speech became very fluent. His Highness had not killed Anna. The one who was hanged on the execution ground was substitute. Being aware of this point, he already knew how to progress further. Although it was unclear why the other party rescued a witch, but regardless, even if His Highness wanted to take her as his concubine, even that would be much better than being crucified. This showed that the prince wasn't afraid that the witches were the evil incarnation described in the rumors. He described his experiences of living in this border town, since the time he fled out of Grey Castle. Including, that he had opened a college here, and that he had found out that Nana Payan, one of his students, had also become a witch. Finally, he pleaded to His Royal Highness that he would also take Nana into his palace, so that she would be safe from exposure. Anna, who stood at the side, had a caring expression on her face while listening to the plea for Nana, but from the beginning to the end she never said a word. Yet another new witch. This truly was important and good news, but he seemed to remember the name Payan. When Roland quietly asked the assistant minister, he got to know that this was in fact a small aristocratic family of Border Town. You can take her to see me. If she is a witch, I will make sure that she doesn't get hurt, Roland promised, but I cannot take her away from the Payan family, especially when she had not suffered any threat from her material family. Also, me rescuing Anna is not what you think. He considered, telling the truth would be better. I need her help. The idea that they are the devil's force is absolutely nonsense. I believe that the power of the witch, regardless if it is good or evil, can be controlled. So Anna, Nana, or any other witch, as long as they do not break any other law, I won't condemn them to death. Next, we will turn to the town business. You participated in the construction of the Grey Castle city walls? The prince quickly changed the topic back to the construction matters. Yes. Karl nodded. Although His Highness the Fourth Prince did not resemble his prior knowledge of the prince, he did not expect that the prince would need a witch's assistance. However, his wish to protect Nana was accepted. That was enough. Well, I'm going to build a wall from the Chishui River to the foot of the northern slope. The goal is to ward off the demon beast invasion. From now on, this project is your responsibility. Chapter 14 Ability. Chapter 14 Ability. Your Highness, how tall and wide should the city wall that you're planning to build be? It should be at least 15 feet high, 6 feet wide, allowing 4 men to advance side by side. Roland had to nod inwardly. Professionals truly weren't the same. They would first ask about the technical parameters and then determine the construction program. So it would require us to dig a trench 1 man deep to stabilize the upper part of the wall. In addition, for a 6-foot wide top of a 15-foot high wall, the width at the base needs to be at least doubled. Carl replied quickly, thus just digging the trench will consume a lot of manpower. Your Highness, if you give me 150 people, I should be able to dig this trench in the months prior to the demon's arrival. A trench cannot stop the evil beasts, Roland answered noncommittally. That's true, but if we build the upper section of the city wall with stone masonry, it would take 3 years. In order to only stop the evil beasts, you needn't build the wall so high, approximately 12 feet high should be enough. The width can also be reduced by a third, resulting in a 6-foot wide foundation. With the simultaneous digging of the trenches and building of the wall, as well as an increase of the workers to 200. That way, I could finish it by January next year, before the arrival of the demons. Carl paused, then said, Please forgive me, Your Highness, this really isn't a good time to start. In case the construction of the wall is not on time, even if the trenches were dug well, they will lose their original form after the soaking rain and snow throughout the winter. When you return, instead of finishing it, you would need to spend more time and manpower just to clean up the softening trench, excavating and deepening it one more time. Say, in case we only build the wall 12 feet high and 4 feet wide, how long would you need to dig the trenches? It should be finished within 1.5 months, Carl replied. Then do it according to this plan, trenching and masoning at the same time, so that we succeed a month prior to the arrival of the demonic beasts. Roland waved his hand, interrupting Carl, I know what concerns you, but take a look at this. This is the latest work from the Grey Castle Alchemical Workshop. Naturally, he had no time to allow the stonemason to see the gluing process. Instead, he showed him 2 bricks, glued together from before. Fortunately, when the prince spoke, almost no one dared to question him. When Carl heard that this alchemical adhesive cement can turn from a liquid into a solid form overnight, furthermore, it came with a sky-high adhesion effect, his face exposed his incredible shock. As a stonemason who had dedicated half a lifetime into his work, he could naturally recognize how great this invention was. Apart from stone binding, the most important fact was that it was possible to freely shape its figure. Wouldn't that be equivalent to no longer needing a second cutting and polishing process, being suitable for any loosely shaped stone? The time-consuming processing stage could be abandoned, and the construction rate of any building would be raised to a whole new level. This alone was exciting enough. Roland looked at the expression on Carl's face with satisfaction, and once again asked, What do you think, will 3 months be enough? Carl van Bart's voice somewhat shivered, If you're right, no, I mean. If the alchemical workshop described this matter correctly, I'm willing to try. Very good, I will let people summarize the detailed information of cement for you. If there are still other needs to discuss it, then feel free to talk with my assistant minister, Roland laughed, Mr. Carl, from now on you'll be the chief of the employee's office. On the next day Roland saw Nana in the afternoon. The little girl stared blankly at Anna, clutching her clothes for a long time, before saying, I'm all ready. Dad? The first time Roland saw her, he had to admit that the power of the witch did not only give them the ability to use magic. To some extent, it also changed their appearance and temperament. She and Anna were very different types, but both of them had a unique charm. This feeling had nothing to do with age, and it was also unrelated to their situation. Even when Anna was in jail, waiting for her death sentence, the radiance she emitted still continued unabated. He searched through his entire memory, whether it was a noble lady with a very good upbringing or a streetwalker in Grey Castle, neither gave off such an aura. If one insisted on describing it, them compared with a witch, it was like the witches were the colors in a black and white photograph. She was brought over by Carl van Bart, who afterward retired tactfully, leaving only Roland, Anna, and Nana in the backyard. You're not dead, Anna too is alive and well. Roland had to hold back a smile. I'm the fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon, and you're dash dot. I'm Nana Payan. When the little girl heard that she herself did not die, her expression turned lively again. She ran straight to Anna's side, beginning to chatter with her, unconcerned, disregarding the identity of Prince Roland Wimbledon. Roland naturally didn't care what a 14 to 15-year-old girl had to say. Instead, he leaned on the round table and poured himself some ale, appreciating the day-to-day behavior from the side. Anna was clearly a little bit calmer. In the time Nana would say more than 10 sentences, Anna would say one. Having said that, while Anna was only 17, she already exuded a big sister feeling. Roland couldn't help but think, when she grows up, how outstanding will she become? When Nana's speaking slowed down, he coughed, opened his mouth, and asked, Miss Payan, I heard from your teacher that you have awakened as a witch? Compared to the vast majority of people who used the word fallen when becoming a witch, Roland preferred the term awaken. He was not naive enough to think that all witches were immaculate white. People who already had a malevolent personality would only create greater destruction. This is the same with weapons. They could produce violence, but they could also be used to resist violence. The crucial point is the person who holds the weapon. Perhaps the church's propaganda of the massacres caused by witches was based on the facts, but using this as proof that the whole witch community was guilty was the greatest of injustices. Nana's face once again stiffened. She whispered, Will you hang me? No, of course not. The gallows are for heinous criminals. You're not one and Miss Anna is not one either, so don't worry about that. She took a breath and nodded, I'm not sure. The teacher said witches were coerced by the devil and afterward got some evil powers. See, can I be possessed? Moreover, I have never seen the devil. When did you find out that you, yourself, had become different? Roughly a week ago, Nana muttered, I saw a bird with a broken leg and wanted to help it. And suddenly, I felt something flowing out of my hands. There were things flowing out? Roland asked, What happened then? Ah! It suddenly enclosed the bird like a sticky bubble of water. Nana's head tilted when recalling this, then the bird's leg was healed. Does she have the power of healing? Roland's heart began to race. He was very clear what this ability would mean. With the absence of antibiotics, there was no modern medicine there. People with a traumas or infection would likely encounter death in these ages. As such, rapid wound healing was almost the equivalent of saving many lives. This ability is very limited in promoting the progress of civilization as a whole, but it has amazing significance for an individual life. He immediately went to the door, looking for a knight to bring a living chicken. If it could be proved that what she said was true, he might be able to use this as a source to change the border town's view of the witches, ending the current situation of ruthless persecution. Chapter 15 Flattering Oneself. After seeing the knight leave with his orders, Roland returned to the table. If you can heal small animals, why would you still think that witches are evil? The teacher said that witches can do things ordinary people can't. Sometimes it does not look bad, but this is the devil's ruse in order to lure more people. The girl's voice lowered, I've never seen the devil, I swear. Of course you haven't. That is just one of the church's lies, and your teacher was deceived as well, Roland comforted. The church lies? Nana exclaimed, Why? Roland shook his head and did not explain. Even if he tried to explain, they would still not understand. When civilization had not yet developed to a certain extent, these sort of strange things would always happen. Even without personal gain, people would automatically attribute man-made, natural disasters or any unexplainable phenomenon to the invented culprit behind the scenes. Historically speaking, the blame always fell on the women. And in this world, if witches possessed powers of unknown origin, it was even easier to become the target of the church. The church could allow for the witches to be ordained as saints by saying they were the gifts of God, or the witches could be hunted, proclaiming they were the demon's advocates. However, once the former was chosen, monotheism would greatly lose its power because the appearance of the witches had nothing to do with the church. If churches that believe in other deities also recognized the witches as saints, and everyone was the chosen one, which church's God was the true God? The prerequisite for the coexistence of polytheism was that the gods were real and could restrict each other. Since gods did not exist and were only hearsay icons, why should the other party share the world? So any faith would claim that they believed in the true God, and the infidels would have to be eliminated. So they could only choose the latter, to spare no effort in destroying the witches. This was irrelevant to preference, it was all about gain. There was a living chicken in the castle's kitchen. It was still kicking and fluttering when the knight carried it by its wings. The next thing left Nana stunned. Roland pulled out the silver knife, and stabbed the chicken once. The knight held it in place firmly, and he let Nana treat it before he tried a different method and continued. He did this repeatedly. When the chicken finally died, Roland had a better understanding of Nana's ability. She could restore the damaged parts, including splits, fractures and bruises. But if the body part was completely missing, for example, after the chicken feet were cut off, she could not regenerate claws. But the broken claws could be connected if she used her ability to make the fracture intact. Finally, she could not reverse life and death. Once the chicken died, her treatment became useless. Throughout the whole treatment, Roland did not see the sticky water that she described. She simply put her hand on the chicken's wound, and then it was healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several experiments, Nana did not deplete much energy, at least she did not sweat profusely like Anna. Only Nana was dissatisfied, as she felt it was too much to treat the chicken like this, so she kept staring at Roland even after the experiments. Come on, stop staring and eat something. Roland had to resort to summon afternoon tea so as to divert her attention. This move had worked several times on Anna, so he assumed that many girls her age could not resist the temptation of delicious dessert. And truth be told, Nana did not fare any better than the one before her. After eating the pastries, Roland sent Nana away. Anna asked in confusion, "Why didn't you make her stay? She's like me, we're both witches, right? She still has family members, and they have not realized she is a witch." Anna whispered, "It's just a matter of time." "Yes, sooner or later," Roland sighed. "So anyway, the later the better. Do you miss your father?" She shook her head, and her eyes were like a calm lake with no ripples. It seemed that the betrayal by her father had left her completely disappointed. But even without any relatives, she still had friends. "Nana will come often. In fact, I intend to let her come every 2 days to train her ability." Hearing this, she blinked her eyes and nodded quickly. "Do you want to go back to Carl's college with her, and learn from the other kids?" Anna did not answer, but he felt he heard her thoughts. "This situation won't last too long. As long as I'm here, you'll eventually live like ordinary people, and not be hunted wherever you are or sent to the gallows." "This day will come, I promise," said Roland firmly. Since Karl van Bay took over the project, Prince Roland immediately became idle. He stayed in the castle garden every afternoon, practicing with Anna or Nana. Now Anna's training no longer required additional clothing. Even if each finger was in flames, she could skillfully operate them without lighting up her witch hat by accident. Nana also put on a set of witch uniform. Although she was reluctant to practice, for the sake of afternoon tea, she still poutingly did so. Watching the two witches dangling in the yard, Roland's wicked humor was greatly satisfied. Occasionally he would go to the foot of North Slope Mountain to check on the progress of the project. After more than 2 weeks of construction, about 100 meters of the city wall had been built. In the absence of the theodolite distance measurement, Karl asked the craftsman to use a piece of wood at the same time every day, according to the shadow of the sun, to determine the distance and flatness. At a distance of every 10 wood markers, a viewing tower was set up to play a role in stabilizing the city wall. Such large-scale employment naturally caught the attention of the town's nobility. However, other than getting some information from Barav, they made no further movement, as if the situation had nothing to do with them. Roland did not mind this. These people's family businesses were in Longsong Stronghold and would certainly not stay here to help him guard border town. He could even imagine the gang of people ridiculing his attempts in private. Not just the nobility, but businessmen were the same. In previous years in border town, once animal fur traders realized nothing could be purchased, they also returned to Stronghold. They naturally vented their discontent about returning empty-handed on the ruler Roland. The news about Kingdom of Greycastle's Prince Roland Wimbledon's construction before the arrival of months of demons was deemed as simply stupid and ignorant. News of this spread along the Redwater River. At this point, no one thought he could protect the town, and in fact, most people simply did not consider this a remote possibility. After all, Prince Roland did not give the impression of being a courageous fighter. Whatever he was contemplating, he would eventually have to obediently retreat to Stronghold. And just like this, amidst discussion by the masses, Roland ushered in the first winter. Chapter 16 Future Route. Chapter 16 Future Route. The flames in the fireplace were in full bloom, dispersing the chill which penetrated through the doors and windows. Above the huge fireplace hung the skull of a deer with long horns. In the glow of the fire, the shadows reflections of the horns on the back wall appeared to be huge claws and teeth companions of skull. Opposite of Roland stood a long deep red wooden table laden with parchments and books. Most of the documents only needed his signature to execute the order. Usually, Roland would only be here to handle official work, but since he had transformed the castle room into a 3-room office, he had grown to love working here. Through the windows at the end of the floor he could see the town spreading out beneath his gaze, and in the horizon were the endless mountains. The mountains were almost impassable, they separated the Kingdom of Greycastle and the wildlands in two. The northern mountain slope was just a branching pass of the mountain range. At the foot of the window he could see the wood-fenced garden, which Anna used to train. In order to provide a convenient place for afternoon tea, the brick pool was already transformed into a long table. If the weather was good he could go down and lie underneath the sun, or maybe even take a nap on top of the custom-made rocking chair. Although it was small, it was nice to have your own personal garden as well. In his former life, if you wanted to sit on the stone steps of a real castle, it would be almost impossible. Just to look around, you had to spend money to buy a ticket. But now, he not only had his own castle, but a whole town as well. Your Highness, recently we spent a considerable amount of money from your treasury to recruit tradesmen and handymen. If this continues, I'm afraid our treasury won't last until next year's spring. Barav handed the parchment with the recent reports of the financial situation to Roland. Originally, Border Town had a very simple chart of income and expenditure. Their line of income came from ore mining and trade with precious stones. This line of income was in the hands of the Longsong Stronghold. The output of the North Slope mine was directly exchanged for wheat or bread, without any taxes, and the exchange of resources was presided over by the Stronghold. Described in simpler terms, the North Slope mine was a joint stock item of the Longsong Stronghold nobility. Those nobles stationed in the border town could be seen as the custodians of the shareholders. Their fiefs were mostly in the east of the Stronghold. They came here only for a limited time, and there would be different people each year. In fact, Border Town had less than 30 years of history. Compared with the nearly 200 years of Longsong Stronghold, it was simply a newborn baby. Duke Ryan had only intended to establish an outpost here to get an early warning in case an evil beast invasion began. He had never expected that the pioneers who discovered a mine rich with mineral resources in the northern mountain slope would just settle there, practically making a small municipality named Border Town. In order to prevent stealing, the Duke did not accept manpower sent by the other nobles. Instead, he employed the local residents. Even criminals became miners, and food was prorated based on the output of ore each home provided. The Stronghold would just provide some food and commission employers throughout the year. The Stronghold only paid a fixed amount of money, it wasn't based on the mining output. Of the 2,000 inhabitants of Border Town, more than half of them were in the mining services. Another line was the town's other industries, the blacksmith's shop, tavern, textile shop, and so on. From them, border town usually received a modest amount of revenue throughout the year, but it was quite difficult to have money left over by the end of it. The appointed lord didn't govern border town seriously, since Roland was sent there from Grey Castle. Instead, he had decided to stay in the stronghold, without returning to border town. As a result, when Roland wanted to hire someone to repair the walls, he could only pay them from his own pocket. If it was the fourth prince from before, he would have certainly never done it. But the current Roland, as long as he gained a firm foothold in this border town, even if he had to spend all his property, it would still be worth it. Anyway, after the ore trade would no longer be settled with food, the town's income would still be no more than a drizzle. The only question was if Longsong Stronghold was willing to give up their monopoly of trade with border town. This would be similar to entering a tiger's den to seize food, but the inventory data provided by Barav indicated that the mining efficiency was low and the transportation of ore was inefficient and inconvenient. In fact, the value of the annual output of ore mining was more than 1,000 gold royals, but for the entire stronghold that was only a drop of water in the bucket. The only ones benefiting from this were the partners of the investing aristocracy. In consideration of the long-term development of border town, this line of income must be recovered. Roland's mind was clear on the fact that even if these people could fully recover their investment from the last 10 years and longer, they would still not easily let it go. While mosquitoes were small, they were still meat. Besides, this was a seedling that could be useful to make money by reprehensible means. Previously, he was willing to give the investors certain benefits and compensation such as purchasing for half the price and such. However, the case of selling a full ship of ore for only half a ship of cereal, this kind of incident was not allowed to happen again. While Roland was focused on pondering over the list of items, Barav was attentively watching him. In these 3 months, or to be more exact, in the most recent month, some inexplicable changes had occurred to the fourth prince. Perhaps outsiders were still uncertain, but he was by the prince's side every day, so this kind of change could at most keep him for a short time in the dark. During his time in Grey Castle, fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon was only known for his bad reputation. He would insist on his own way, behave unscrupulously, without any aristocratic demeanor, things like that. In short, no big mistakes were made, only unceasing small ones. Compared to his two brothers, his position differed greatly. When His Majesty sent him to border town, he was filled with disappointment. If His Majesty hadn't promised him the position of an official finance minister after the fight for the throne, he would have quit and walked away long ago. Early on, in his first 2 months in border town, the fourth prince always showed an extremely childish behavior. He managed to offend the local nobility over and over again. Fortunately, the town itself was of a very small scale, so even if all administrative positions were vacated and he had to fill those positions with a dozen civilians, they would still be able to go on. But from now on, it would become something different. When had the change occurred, he thought, it was probably. It was after he saved the witch that the changes appeared. Barav didn't doubt that the devil had the power to enter a body, or that the prince could be manipulated by a hidden witch. But this was extremely unlikely. If the devil and witches had the capability to control someone, why would they choose the fourth prince? Wouldn't it be better to directly control His Majesty or the Pope? Another point which dispelled his doubts was that he had witnessed the prince holding the God punishment lock. This was the church's trump card to handle the witches. The power of any demon would collapse in front of the God punishment lock, but Roland could hold it directly. In other words, in the case that he wasn't the fourth prince, when even God had no power about him, it was needless to fear the Devil King, so was it necessary to expose him? To preserve one's own life was most important. The prince's style still continued in his own way, behaving unscrupulously, yet the feeling Barav got was that both styles were not at all the same. No, Barav thought, it should be the opposite. The biggest difference would be the purpose. He was aware of what Roland was planning to do. In order to achieve the goal, he had to employ some methods which were difficult to understand for ordinary people, like the time when he tried to persuade him to save the witch. Perhaps the planning was not very wise, but the prince really had planned in advance, and believed in the results firmly without any doubt. This ability was the one that caused anyone to feel most puzzled. The title of king might be possible for any of Roland's brothers and sisters, but certainly not for the fourth prince himself. This thing was very clear, because how could he develop such a small place like Border Town? Even the gods couldn't do it. In the end, Roland came up with a crazy plan, the crazy plan to set up a defensive line outside of Border Town, so that they can develop better than the city of Golden Harvest. Was he really thoroughly convinced that this project would be successful? If he was merely a madman, it would be bad enough. But for Roland, who vigorously built the city wall, that did not seem to be the case. He really planned to defend this place, merely with the help of the alchemical product cement, to build a wall, which is for the common sense, almost impossible. Within Barev's family there was also an alchemist, but he had never heard of an alchemical workshop refining such a thing. The solution for the construction of the wall was based on something no one had seen before. In the end, was he only confident in himself, or was it just his reckless behavior? To what extent did Roland's plan go, and in the end how much do I know of Roland's scheme? Barev found himself interested in the approaching days. Chapter 17 Ambassador, Part 1. Chapter 17 Ambassador, Part 1. This is such a rotten place. When Stronghold emissary Petrov stepped out of his cabin, the smell of decayed wood hit him in the face. The surrounding air was damp and oppressive, causing people to feel entirely uncomfortable. He lifted his head up and inhaled through the nose. The sky was completely overcast, and it seemed that heavy rain was incoming. "The last time you came here was a year ago," said the assistant to the ambassador while he graciously put a wool coat on the ambassador's shoulders. "There is nothing here, except stone." "It was a year and a half," Petrov corrected. "Every season the Duke chose a different person to come around. The last time I was in Border Town, it was summer. But in addition to, or they have more, like a good variety of furs, and..." "What?" His assistant had a blank look on his face. Petrov shook his head and did not answer. He crossed over the side of the ship, stepping on the pier covered with moss, and a plank gave off a creaking sound from under his foot. The wood would probably continue to support the dock for a few years, but then it would break down, he thought. Border Town not only had stone and fur, but even land. But speaking about this hadn't any meaning. The assistant was only an unknown city hall officer. He was unable to see this point. Between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town was a large area of wildland, which still needed to be cleared for cultivation. On one side was the impassable mountain range, while on the other side was the Chishui River, long and narrow like a corridor. As an outpost for the stronghold, if they assumed responsibility of the defensive line, it would also bring the wide expanse of land into the possession of the stronghold. The land had not been cultivated, so it didn't require any recuperation before plowing. Instead, many circles of crops could be planted, and on top of that, it had a natural line of defense on both sides. In the end, to produce enough for everyone to eat, it was not required to expend much effort. The food shortage in Border Town was just a way to relieve the stronghold of the problems caused by a growing population. In the future, Border Town and the stronghold should become one territory, rather than the two separated territories they are now. The only drawback was that it would need a 3 to 5 year long operation, as well as large sums of money in advance. Unfortunately, when talking about the foresight of investment, most of the nobility were bad businessmen. "Hey, how can it be that the yard is empty?" The assistant pointed to a distant piece of land. "Shouldn't they have the ore ready?" Petrov sighed softly. "We will go to the castle, and have an audience with His Royal Highness." "Wait. Mr. Ambassador, do you know if he will receive you?" He didn't know if His Majesty would, but in his heart he didn't want to say it. "Let's go, the stables are just in front." Trouble came now that the stronghold and Border Town were divided into two separate territories. Because of the king's order to fight for the throne, the fourth prince was left in solitude. How would a normal aristocratic or royal member ever be here? Of course they would take all of this land for themselves. Selling minerals and jewelry in exchange for food and bread? I am afraid that the prince's eyes only can see gold royals. If it was himself, he would do it. To helplessly watch as one's own territory output is exchanged for only food. The ambassador was afraid that nobody would accept this situation. In addition, the products didn't have to go to the stronghold. Most of the nobility forgets the fact that the Chishui River didn't end at the Longsong stronghold. He could sell the ore at market price in Willowtown, in Dragon Mountain, or even in Red City, then take people from their cities as new refugees. It was nothing more than a little further down the river. What could the Longsong stronghold do then? Block the river, and cut off the prince and his party? It would simply be a defiance of the royal family of Greycastle. Everyone knew that the fourth prince was least likely to become the king, but without a doubt, it would still not be good to defy him because he was still of the king's blood. The ambassador and his assistant rode on rented horses, coming slowly forward on the stone road along the river. The stables only had old horses of mixed colors. Even if they rode slowly, the horses would still tremble. And for these two stupid horses, he had still to pay a deposit of 2 gold royals. "You see, sir, is that a boat from Willowtown?" Hearing his aide shout, he looked in the direction he pointed, only to see a ship with a willow leaf on their green banner, hanging on their single pole, slowly sailing down the river. The hull waterline was very high, indicating that it was loaded with cargo. Petrov blankly nodded, but his heart sank. The prince moved faster than he had expected. If the prince had begun to contact those towns and cities downstream, the bargaining chips in his own hands lost value. He originally intended to acquire the ore for 30% lower than the normal price, so that he would still earn something. Not to mention, after the stones were turned into polished jewelry, the price of luxury goods were several times higher. Unfortunately, this was not a monopoly, nor was it only his family who had the final say. Participating in the mining project in Border Town were 6 noble families. If they lacked majority consent, then there would be no resolution. However, they were slow in reacting, thinking that the situation was the same as before. Or, they thought the mining project was not worth that much attention. Anyway, the remaining 5 were indifferent. Even his own father confidently rejected him. In fact, they were wrong. The low reward of the mining output was mainly due to few other trading possibilities. If they transitioned to the normal trade, they could earn more. And if you earn more, you will be likely to produce more ore next year. Could they achieve the monopoly scheme they thought out before? In all likelihood, no, it certainly couldn't be realized. Petrov thought, since he could see the empty yard, the prince did not intend to let these minerals be exchanged for poor quality wheat. He had to contact the other buyers. If they still wanted to hold this line of business, a 30% discount was his best bargaining chip. Since the distance between Willowtown and Border Town was further, this would end in an increase of the transportation costs, but Willowtown had more than one source of ore. The first price they would offer would likely be lower than the market price by half. As for Dragon Mountain and Red Town, the price would be even lower, so the fourth prince would agree to Longsong stronghold monopoly, especially for the gem trade. But the problem was, if he signed a contract, would his father agree with it? The other 5 families believed that it would be a simple matter to let Border Town surrender. Should he dismiss the interests of the family to get the contract? After all, in their eyes, Border Town was still controlled by their own Longsong stronghold, and everything could be given or taken away by them. They slowly crossed the town, heading toward the castle located in the southeast corner. It was not Petrov's first time here, but this time the owner had changed. When the guards saw the ambassador, they immediately went in and informed the lord. Fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon quickly summoned Petrov, and when the two were guided into the hall, the prince was already sitting at the main seat waiting. "Mr. Ambassador, please sit down." Roland clapped his hands and let the maid bring hearty meals. Grilled whole chicken, a wild boar leg with mushroom stew, butter bread, and a large bowl of vegetable soup. Obviously, in this borderland, the royal children hadn't the slightest impairment of personal enjoyment. Petrov naturally didn't hesitate. He traveled by ship from Longsong stronghold to border town, and even with favorable wind it took 2 days. If it was a multi-masted cargo ship, it would have been even slower, maybe 3 to 5 days. There was no kitchen on board, so it usually came with eating dried meat strips or wheat bread. Seeing the billowing hot dishes, he felt saliva surging in his throat. But thanks to years of training in aristocratic culture, he could maintain perfect dining etiquette. On the contrary, His Highness' eating habits were a lot worse, in particular his use of the knife and fork. Petrov noted that in addition to the carving knife, the fourth prince used a pair of small sticks. When the slicing was completed, he used the sticks for all the other moves. And it looked like 2 sticks were much more convenient than a fork. What do you think? At the end of the meal, Roland suddenly questioned the ambassador. What? For a moment the ambassador lost his spirit. Roland shook the hands with the sticks, before answering Petrov, the iron fork. For most people it is a luxury, not to mention a silver fork. When you are eating directly with your hand, it is very easy to put dirty things together with the normal food in the belly. Disease enters by the mouth, you know? The ambassador didn't know how to answer. He didn't understand the meaning of diseases enters by the mouth, but according to his understanding of the previous sentence, Roland was probably referring to the dirt stuck on food, and it would be easy to get sick when eating it. But when someone tried to diagnose the sickness, no one knew the reason why they died. How many sticks do you think you can get by cutting down one oak tree in the forest? These sticks are clean and easy to get. I'm going to promote this in the town. The prince sipped his wine and continued, of course, now my people don't get much meat to eat, but I will slowly change that. Petrov felt relieved. He now knew how to answer. Routinely, he expressed his support and blessing, but in his heart he did not agree. Let all the people have meat? That would simply be whimsical. Even Greycastle could not do this, and this border town was in this desolate land. Chapter 18 Ambassador, Part 2. Chapter 18 Ambassador, Part 2. The banquet went on. There was a fairly harmonious atmosphere during the dinner. The fourth prince didn't talk about or trade as he found it inconvenient to say anything. When the prince told the maid to deliver the dessert, Petrov tentatively mentioned the trade. Your Highness, according to the previous procedure, today should be the day when you deliver the ore, but I don't see any ore in the terminal yard. Roland put down his small wood sticks and nodded. Unfortunately, the northern slope mine collapsed a while back. This month my people can only try to resume production. However, the gravel from the collapse has not been cleared yet. According to the schedule, we will be able to start mining again at the beginning of next year. The mine collapsed? For a moment, Petrov was stunned. Was that a coincidence? However, he quickly realized that the prince did not have the need to lie. Otherwise, if he himself went to the North Slope mine, everything would be clear, so it was obvious that with a lie Roland would only be his own face. Then, what happened to the ore from before the collapse? That wasn't much. The amount mined was according to the convention. My people were unable to mine more than the amount set by the convention. Roland emphasized the words in a practiced manner. Mr. Ambassador, you should also remember what happened during the months of the demons 2 years ago, right? Of course Petrov remembered it. The cold lasted for 4 months and in border town nearly 1 out of every 2 people starved to death. The cause of this was Municipal Administrative Governor Reynolds' avaricious and insatiable greed. Between the aristocracy there was naturally internal opposition. Some nobles even wanted to punish Governor Reynolds afterwards. But at the end of this incident nothing happened, only because he was the husband of the Duke's second daughter. Now when this was mentioned by the prince, Petrov got a bad feeling. This time it will be even worse, Roland sighed. With what we could mine before, it was probably only enough for 2 months of food. I will try to support my people, but I'm afraid they won't survive the winter, sir. The old ways of trade must be abolished. Petrov opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to refute. He wasn't a professional diplomat. In face of such a good reason, he really couldn't point out any problems, so he could only delay the matter for the time being. Your Highness, I have to express my regret. This time will not be a repeat of the tragedy before. I can afford to loan you a month of food, and when your people are able to resume production next year, they can slowly repay the debt. I already sold the ore to Willow Town. We can slowly repay you with their money. But there is no but, however. Roland immediately interrupted him. They are willing to buy the ore with gold royals, and at the same time they sell wheat, cheese, bread, honey and more at market price, which we can buy with the royals we got from the former transaction. But Mr. Ambassador, even if you are willing to lend us a month of food, would the other 5 factions agree with your decision? As far as I know, it isn't even easy for Duke Ryan to reach an agreement with the other families. Petrov kept silent. The 4th prince had put it right. Not just the remaining 5, he even feared his own father wouldn't agree. If they wanted to maintain the monopoly, it would be necessary to modify the trading scheme, but he did not know how he could have the last word. He was called an ambassador, but in reality, he was just the spokesperson. Perhaps the Duke did not want someone to come to any private agreements with Border Town, right? Whether it was during the time of the former governor or now with the 4th prince, he assigned a different candidate every season, and these people were never the rulers of their families. Regardless of the outcome, he had to try, so when he thought up to this point, Petrov spread out his last cards. 30. He held up 3 fingers. Longsong Stronghold will buy the ore and rough gems for less than 30% of the market price. I think this price should be higher than the price of Willow Town, Your Highness. Roland responded, indeed it is higher, but there is still the old question, can you guarantee the agreement of all 6 families? I will immediately go back to Longsong Stronghold tomorrow. After I get an agreement, I will come back with a new contract. But my people are unable to wait that long. You should know that if you want to reach an agreement between the aristocracy, it is usually very time-consuming. Your Highness, the cooperation with Longsong Stronghold would be a better choice for you and your people. Willow Town is too far away, so you and your people can also escape to them during the months of the demons. When speaking up to this point, Petrov felt that his throat became dry, but the road isn't easy, it is quite dangerous. Good God, what the hell am I doing? Petrov's heart pounded madly. Did he really threaten the prince? Ha ha ha! Surprisingly, Roland did not fly into a rage, but instead laughed. Mr. Ambassador, you seem to have mistaken something. I never thought of retreating to Willow Town. What do you mean? Of course, I didn't intend to go to Longsong Stronghold either. Roland watched the ambassador's expression with interest. I'm not going anywhere. Petrov momentarily doubted whether his ears got it right or wrong. Fortunately, the prince didn't let this awkward silence continue for long, and he then explained, this winter, I will always stay in Border Town. Border Town will become the new border of our kingdom. Do not be so surprised, my friend, I'm not spouting nonsense. I can show you the new masonry walls at the northern mountain slope. City wall? Yes, connecting the North Slope Mountain and Chinshui River is a 12-foot high and 4-foot wide stone wall. With this, we can defeat the demonic beasts here at Border Town. Petrov felt his brainpower wasn't enough. When the former ambassador got back last season, he did not mention any city walls. No, at that time the Lord of Border Town and the people were at Longsong Stronghold. How could they build the wall with the limited manpower they had? In other words, when the 4th prince arrived, he immediately began to build the city walls? Even so, until now it had been only 3 months, so how could they have built something in this short amount of time? Also, what was it His Highness just said? 12 feet high and 4 feet wide, connecting the North Slope Mountain and Chinshui River? Petrov estimated this in his heart. Building a wall of this size wasn't something possible to be done in less than 3 to 5 years, and first of all he did not even have enough stone masons for cutting and grinding so many stones. Even more, Border Town was only a mining town. Most of the people living here were only common people. When he hadn't even digested this news, Roland's next sentence also shocked him incomparably. As for the ore sales, starting next year, I will be willing to reduce the price by half, sir. but we will not only sell to Longsong Stronghold, because you don't really need that much ore. I think compared to the low profits of ore, you would prefer some more metal products, such as spades, shovels, and the like. Here again he paused, waiting until it seemed like Petrov understood the meaning of his words. As for rough gems, we will sell them in the form of an auction. The businessman with the highest bid will be able to buy them. I would prefer to polish the stones myself, but unfortunately in the current border town there is no one with such an ability. But you're saying you have the ability to build the wall in this few months? Petrov's heart nearly burst from anger. And what does he mean, that Longsong Stronghold doesn't require so much ore? It's a mere output of 1,000 gold royals. Even if the production would be increased, Longsong Stronghold could double it. 2,000 gold royals cannot be handled by Longsong Stronghold? That is a bit too arrogant. He forced back the grievances of his heart, and tried to maintain a composed look. Everything you said I have remembered, Your Highness. I will immediately go back and negotiate with the 6 families. But, the city walls you mentioned before. I first want to have a look. Of course, Roland smiled, but do not be into too much of a rush. Let us first enjoy and finish these kingly flavored pastries. After that, it wouldn't be too late to start, right, Mr. Ambassador? Chapter 19 Lessons. Chapter 19 Lessons. After entering winter, the first rain finally fell. The rain had already lasted for 2 days without stopping. Roland leaned over his desk and looked out of the window. The rain was blown upwards by the wind, hitting against the glass again and again, creating bursts of ripples. Under the refraction of the ripples, the image of the small town became distorted. The houses in the streets were bent in deformation, without any regular form. Due to the lack of any effective drainage measures, the stone roads were interlocked with streams of flowing water. From afar, it resembled many brooks of clear and crystalline water. The distant mountains and forests were obscured by mist, and were faintly discernible, just like the border to the human world. If such a landscape was placed into modern times, it would certainly be a tourist attraction, but what Roland wanted to see was a jungle made of concrete and steel. Because of the rain, the city wall construction also had to stop. This let his feeling of success, which he got on the day before yesterday when he discouraged the stronghold messenger, fade away. You just said that the air around us is made up of many different kinds of gases, is that true? Anna's clear voice had interrupted Roland's thoughts, and when he looked towards her, Anna blinked her beautiful blue eyes questionably. Ahem, Miss Anna, you should address His Highness with honorifics, warned Carter from the side. Don't be so particular about it. Roland turned around. She is now my student. During the rain, he had called for Carter and the 2 witches to attend their own class. Yes, he had decided to open a course of natural science. He was inspired by stonemason Carl's college. If even a mason can open a school, then could a mechanical engineer open one too? Why did discrimination exist? Wasn't it because of ignorance? Universal education was at any age the most effective measure to promote the development of civilization. He originally also wanted to call the assistant minister, but since he was busy with other government tasks, he declined. Roland didn't know why, but since the beginning of winter Roland felt that Berev seemed to be filled with special enthusiasm, even almost supervising border town all alone. When hearing of the possibility to learn new knowledge, Anna's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Nana, who didn't need to treat wounded animals during the lessons, also became very happy. Carter, who was idle at the moment, attended the class to see what new nonsense the prince had thought of. But not long after the class had begun, the knight's eyes became lax. Nana's look also became distant, staring only at the 2 words natural science in a daze. Although it seemed that Anna could not completely understand it, she still tried hard to remember everything. Roland had to pause his lecture for a moment to let the 3 people digest his teaching. Hearing Anna's question, he smiled and nodded, of course, even though they look alike. Your Highness, I do not understand, since every gas looks the same, how can you know that there are different gases? Carter expressed his doubts. I can even prove it to you. Roland knew that even with these easy-to-understand words, most of the people would be confused by the theories. He decided to use a simple experiment to arouse everyone's interest. A candle, a glass, a basin, a bowl of lime water, these were the things he had prepared in advance. Although at this time they had only pale brown glass, far less transparent than the glass of his former time, it was still transparent enough to be used. After all, this simple test didn't need someone to observe the changing process. Roland had done this test before once. The test results showed that although there was magic in this world, the rules of nature were still the same as on Earth. He asked Anna to light the candles, and then he put it in the basin. When something is burning, it needs to consume gas. This gas is also closely linked with every living organism. If we stop breathing, we will be like this candle. Watch. Roland put the glass on the candle, and after the flame shook 2 times, it soon went out. It exhausts the air, sir. This is not surprising. The chief knight spoke in a disapproving way. Of course we will die without air. For example, if we fall into water. Nana also nodded. So, do you think that there in the glass is nothing at all? Roland asked. Then he poured the lime water into the basin. The lime water soon flooded into the glass, but it finally stopped when only half was filled. This experiment was so classic that most elementary school teachers liked to use it as an experiment to increase the interest of the children in natural science. Roland could still remember the shock he felt when his own teacher had demonstrated it. From then on he embarked on the road of science and engineering, with no way to return. He gently lifted a corner of the glass, and after a few moments bubbles of air could be seen rising out of the lime water. Then, the clear lime water appeared to be a little bit cloudy, and a little white cloud slowly spread within the glass. If there was nothing in the glass, we wouldn't have seen the changes in the lime water and the air bubbles. This shows that the air contains at least 2 different kinds of gases. In fact, burning a candle consumes only a part of the air, while the other part is unable to burn. Though it is colorless and odorless, like the former gas, its nature is the complete opposite. Well, that seems to be the case. Carter thought for a long time to figure out the relationship between the two, but to know this, what is the use of it? If you can get the former gas, you can let the flame burn longer, and when you obtain the other gas, you can quickly extinguish the flames. Anna suddenly said. She was simply a genius. Roland praised her in his heart. Even though there was a small fallacy, when hearing of the different properties of the gases, she could immediately think of several uses. This idea was definitely genius level. Roland knew that she did not receive any modern education, but even without it, she could quickly think of this point, showing her extraordinary logic ability. At least she was far better than this chief knight. Right, it is possible to say that since humans learned to use fire, they were separated from the animals, even though obtaining fire was just a coincidence. Perhaps the lightning hit the trees and lit them, perhaps a rock hit another rock and released a spark. But if no one had noticed it, no one could have tried using it. We would still be the same as the animals. Roland guided them patiently and systematically in the direction he wanted. The goal of this experiment was to show you that curiosity and thinking were the driving forces of human progress. There are many of similar potential forces in nature, only waiting for us to discover and use them. After his speech, Carter still had a doubtful look. Nana was one of those types where it was unknown if they were asleep or awake, and she only looked at Roland with open, unfocused eyes. Only Anna bowed her head, as if she was thinking about something. Well, Roland sighed. Indeed, teaching too far ahead of the ideas that they understand will not bring enlightenment, it will only make people feel perplexed. The height of their knowledge determined that they couldn't understand the powerful force of nature unless it was physically in front of them. Then they would understand how amazing the nature of the hidden forces in the world were. At this moment, the kettle hanging from the mantel gave off a clanging sound. It was the sound of a steam pinging against the lid. Ah, the water is boiling. Carter walked over to remove the kettle with a fork, and soon the sound stopped. He took a piece of cloth and wrapped it around the handle, then filled everyone's cups with water. For example, when Roland reached out with his hand to hold the cup, he could feel the temperature of the cup wall. From the first day of using fire, the principle of boiling water was known. Boiling water, hundreds of thousands of people had witnessed this and used it, but no one thought that the gently curling and rising water vapor could also contain such a tremendous amount of energy. In a few hundred years, this would become the driving force behind humankind's development. In a very short period of time, it would change the history of mankind. Although the principle was simple, the problem was not the limited technology. No, the problem was that the first choice for most people was to farm. But Roland was different from them, he thought. This world also had witches. Using magic to fight in a battle? That was only the way of barbarians. With magic someone could create, it could replace some of the key technologies to hasten the process of human development. This was the correct way to use magic. They talked until the sun went down, and after they had eaten dinner together, Roland went to his bedroom. There was no nightlife to speak of in this day and age. People didn't even have a word for it, and everyone went to sleep early. He also considered using his right as the prince to recruit a maid to do the sport, but in the end he couldn't because he was too thin-skinned to speak out. Just as he had lit the candle in his room, he could hear behind himself the sound of applause. Then someone spoke to Roland. It was a spectacular lecture. I did not expect that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was actually a learned man. It was the voice of an unknown woman. Instantly Roland could feel cold sweat. Only God knew how a stranger could get into his room without his knowledge. If not an assassin, what could she be? He immediately ran towards the door. Even before he had the time to put his hand on the doorknob, he could feel a cold wind blow near his ear. He discovered that a silver dagger was firmly inserted into the door. The distance from the dagger to his cheek was only 1 finger wide. If you want to see the experiment, here is a more technical video and here is a school experiment. Chapter 20 Nightingale. Chapter 20 Nightingale. Please don't be impulsive, Your Highness. I don't mean to hurt you, I just came here to talk with you. Heck, was this a way to tell people you want to talk with them? Roland swallowed his fear and slowly turned around. Under the threat of a dagger, he could only give way to the pressure and do what the other side wanted. In the light of the dim candlelight, Roland could see the other. She was sitting on his bed, her body hidden under a robe and her head covered with a hood, so he could not see her real appearance. Her shadow, which was thrown by the candlelight, occupied more than half of the wall behind her. Who are you? I do not have a name, but my sisters call me Nightingale. She stood up and straightened out her robe, then she squatted down on one knee, and unexpectedly gave a standard noble bow. First of all, I'm here to express my gratitude to you, Roland Wimbledon, Your Highness. Show your gratitude? Roland noticed that some lines of her gown, due to the firelight, gave off a unique flash. They formed a pattern of 3 parallel triangles with an eye in the middle triangle. It seemed he had already seen it. The pattern on top of the coin. It is the eye of the Holy Mountain, which is the insignia of the Witch Cooperation Association. In his mind, Barev's words appeared once again. You're a witch. Ha ha ha, she issued a series of light laughter. Your Highness is really knowledgeable. Hearing the other side reveal their identity, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. She was not an assassin sent by his brothers and sisters. Why has a witch like you come to this remote town in the northern mountain area? I do not know where you heard the news from, but your ability to arrive is too slow. If I really wanted to hang her, she would have been dead long ago. I know. And if you had really done it, I would never talk with you. Nightingale sat back on his bed. The Witch Cooperation Association does not like to intervene in world affairs, especially with things related to the kingship. Honestly, for a witch to kill a prince, it would not be such hard work, but I want to honor the Witch Cooperation Association. However, if you leave a bad second impression, I can still kill you. This was a hanging threat. Roland tried to ease the mood. The witch, she is alive and well. I know that, and in addition to her, there is another little girl. She nodded. I came to this place a week ago, but I did not show myself to you. But I have seen everything you have done. Although I do not quite understand why you are not showing the usual malice against witches, no matter what, on behalf of the Witch Cooperation Association I have to thank you. Since a week ago, Roland rubbed his forehead, but also everything he had done was seen by her? This implied that she was always following him, but he and his guards were completely unaware of her? Well, stop. Saying that you wanted to talk with me wasn't only for saying thank you, right? Are you already tired of talking with me? Asked Nightingale while taking off her hood. See, I do not look that awful. I will not scare you away, Your Highness. She was far more than not that awful, you could simply only call her beautiful. As her hood fell, her golden hair instantly cascaded down like a waterfall. The candlelight reflected by her hair made him feel dizzy. With her aquiline nose and her sparkling eyes, instead of Anna's and Nana's slightly childlike look, her features revealed a more mature charm. In this dim light, he could not take a close look, but her well-proportioned facial features were sufficient proof of her beauty. Step by step Roland slowly went over to her, and in the end they were sitting on the bed side by side. Not because he was attracted to her, that would be even dangerous, no, he just simply felt that the other side had no malicious intent. Now you can talk. Sure enough, you're not afraid of me. Nightingale's voice sounded a little happy. You and I have already seen those people who react differently. They hate us because they are afraid of us. I can see the fear in their eyes, but in you. She couldn't help herself, she had to reach out and gently stroke his cheek. Roland, I only see curiosity. Roland embarrassedly coughed twice, and then moved his head away from her hand. Hey, don't change the atmosphere so much. Just a moment ago you were still an assassin. How can you so suddenly completely change your style? Fortunately, the other quickly restrained her emotions. I came here to tell you that I want to take Anna and Nana with me. No. Roland became frightened, and impulsively responded. Then he was worried that if he refused her altogether, she would be annoyed, so he added, they have a very good life here, no one can hurt them. Besides, where do you want to take them? There is no other place safer than here. I will take them to the Witch Cooperation Association. After all, their home is there. Despite Roland's denial, Nightingale didn't get angry. Instead, she still continued to talk with him in a calm tone. The other members of the Witch Cooperation Association are their companions, and there will be no discrimination or persecution, and they no longer need to disguise themselves. You and the Witch Cooperation Association don't have a fixed home. A month ago, my guards discovered your hiding camp in the forest. They found footprints leading to the north. But in the north, there are only the endless mountains. You're right, the Witch Cooperation Association is hiding somewhere in the mountains. For us witches it is absolutely safe there. Like a wild man living in the mountains during the winter, in the end where would you be safe? Do you have clean water? Do you have enough food? Is there a warm shelter? And the months of the demons is coming. The entire Northwest will become a dangerous place. In the end what? Here Roland suddenly paused. What was it again? What had Barav said? Only at the Holy Mountain can a witch obtain real peace. The purpose of the Witch Cooperation Association is to find the Holy Mountain together. To hell with it, don't do that. Are you going into the impassable mountain range in search of the Holy Mountain? I am afraid that I can't give you an answer. Nightingale smiled, but her look clearly told Roland that he had guessed correctly. If so, I will never agree. Roland flatly overruled their plan. It is only 2 months until the entire outside world is full of demonic beasts. Even when you can avoid the humans in the mountains, you cannot hide yourself from the demonic beasts. How about this idea? Instead of looking for the Holy Mountain during the winter, you all come to Border Town to get through the winter, and when winter has ended you all can try to find Holy Mountain again. This time it was Nightingale's turn to be stunned. The Witch Cooperation Association should be moved here. You really are an interesting person. For a moment she thought over it, but in the end, she still shook her head. Your Highness, even if you are not afraid of us witches, you can't guarantee it for your people. I'm afraid once we are exposed to the eyes of everyone, the church's minions will soon come to knock on your door. As long as the witches can help us smoothly get through the months of the demons, they will realize that the witches are not the evil ones. Just before Roland could open his mouth to speak, he was stopped by Nightingale. In addition, there is another reason why I want to take the girls away. Anna will soon turn into an adult. Adulthood? Yes, it seemed that she could see the doubt in Roland's mind. so Nightingale calmly explained, adulthood is the first hurdle all witches need to cross. The later they cross this hurdle, the harder it becomes to bear. Generally, people usually turn into witches at a younger age than Anna. Your Highness, do you know why we can be regarded as the devil incarnate? Chapter 21 What do you actually desire? Chapter 21 I'm not going anywhere. When Nightingale finished, the room returned to silence, only with the occasional crackle of candle flame. Roland had a serious look on his face, for he finally understood what the witches were. Most of the witches' awakenings occurred during the months of demons, and it was on that day that the gates of hell were opened. Generally, the time when witches reached adulthood was a dividing line. If a girl had not yet awakened by her 18th birthday, then it was unlikely she would become a witch. However, the one who awoke before her 18th birthday would suffer the demonic torture on her awakening day every year thenceforth. It seemed that the pain was hard to understand by normal people. As Nightingale spoke about this part, her voice trembled. According to her personal experience, it was like something was trying to escape from you. Each blood vessel and tendon was in distending pain. In the end, blood would seep through your skin and eyeballs would protrude out. If you could survive, the body would slowly recover after 4 or 5 days of rest, or you would die in this torture miserably. Nightingale had witnessed the deaths of many companions. Their body lost the energy to support the power and turned into a mass of bulging meatball. Blood mixed with viscera burst out of the body's holes, and then the air turned into black mist. Spray after spray would continue until nothing was left but sections of scarred flesh. It was why witches were regarded as the embodiment of demons. Ordinary people were terrified when seeing it, and who would care what caused the death? Plus the church added fuel to the fire, claiming that this was what would happen to demons. Over time, the witches became the spokespeople of evil. No matter how outsiders saw it, this torture was real, and it was for this reason that the lives of witches were generally short. As time went on, it got more and more difficult, and as such, many of the witches chose to end their own life. The demonic torture when a witch hit adulthood at the age of 18 was the most difficult hurdle to pass. In fact, prior to this point, the magic within them was incomplete. It was only after reaching adulthood that their power was stabilized. After the magic had stabilized, it would also see an increase, and new branches of the abilities could even be created. Unfortunately, the process of stabilization was extremely painful. The torture of the magical power was so strong that the ordinary adult could not take it, and many witches would die on that day. Hearing that, Roland was silent for a long time before he whispered, according to the ancient books, the witches have to find Holy Mountain where they will receive eternal peace and save them from demonic torture. Is that true? No one knows. Holy Mountain only appeared in the legend. However, if we bring them to the Witches Cooperation Association camp, they'll have a better chance to survive. Over there, they would not have to hide themselves and could live freely. The physical suffering will be much less than that of the past. Roland was vexed because Anna and Nana played an important role in his plan, but he could not bear that they would take tremendous risk for the sake of his plan. Anna is downstairs. I'll call her over, and if she is willing to go, you can take her with you. As for Nana, I won't see her until tomorrow, he said in a weak voice. Thank you for your understanding. It seems I didn't misjudge you, Nightingale said as she stood up to give her regards. At this time, Anna had not yet slept, and when Roland called her, she was copying something at a desk. Seeing Roland, she looked surprised. When she was asked to go to his chamber, she followed him without saying a word. When she found there was another person in his room, the girl was shocked. Roland took her hand and introduced them briefly, and then the three sat down around a round table. Nightingale repeated what she had said before. In the camp, there are many people like you, and they'll be your sisters. This seems to be the case, Miss Anna. Although I signed a contract of employment with you, in the event of life-threatening circumstances, I must respect your opinion. If you agree. I'm not going. Roland was stunned. What did you say? I said I'm not going. Anna quickly interrupted. I want to stay here. Anna, I'm not lying to you. Nightingale frowned. I can feel the soaring magic powering your body is close to maturity. Your day of adulthood will come 2 months into the months of demons. The earlier you come to the camp, the safer you'll be. She paid no attention to Nightingale, but turned her head and looked at Roland. Your Highness, do you remember when you asked me if I'd like to go back to Carl's college with Nana and learn with the other children? Roland nodded. At that time I did not respond. But what you said after? I don't care whether to live like a normal person. Anna's voice was smooth and natural. I just want to stay with His Royal Highness, nothing more. Roland had thought he had understood Anna's mind, but now he realized that he did not understand it at all. He could not see any emotions in her eyes. It was neither dependency nor love. There was nothing to see, only deep, bottomless tranquility. He remembered the first time they met. Back then her eyes also looked as calm as they were now. The difference was that at this moment her face was full of life, like a blooming flower. Still, she did not fear death, nor did she await it. The demonic torture won't kill me, said Anna, and I'll beat it. Nightingale closed her eyes and took a deep breath. All right, I understand. So then, will you leave us alone? Asked Roland. No, I'll stay here, she said, pulling on her hood and standing up. Regardless, the camp won't move until the end of the months of demons. Why? Roland was shocked. Did she actually plan to watch them throughout the whole winter? I don't think that the chicks who haven't yet seen adulthood will understand its danger. I've hung over the edge of death and witnessed the loss of my companions. When that day comes, I'll help her. If? Nightingale shrugged. If she should not survive, I have experience in dealing with the funeral. She went to the door, unsheathed her dagger, and kneeled once again in front of Roland. Then I shall take my leave, she said, and her body gradually disappeared into the dark. The mist did not even leave the slightest trace. Is this Nightingale's ability? Roland pondered. Her silent voice simply makes her a natural assassin. And from how she threw that dagger, she had obviously had the relevant training. Apart from being a group of the same type of people, did the Witch Cooperation Association also assist her with the training? Or was it that she had possessed the skills from her life prior to joining them? The information available about the group was simply too little, and Roland could find nothing useful in his memories. However, Roland had a feeling that he would meet yet again with the group, as long as he continued searching for witches. It's late. Go back to bed, Roland said as he patted the girl's head. To his surprise, Anna pushed away his hand, and left without saying a word. As she shut the door, the lights were cut off behind her and she was left wrapped in shadow. She gently leaned against the door, and the calmness left her as her eyes filled with tears. She raised her head with her arms in front of her face, and whispered with a voice that no one could hear. Fool. Chapter 22 Declaration. Chapter 22 Declaration. The next day the rain finally stopped, and Border Town became lively once again. Many villagers gathered on the square, talking while awaiting the fourth prince's speech. The day before, Roland had posted a notice regarding this presentation on the bulletin board. Anyone who came to the square and listened to his speech would receive a bowl of wheat porridge and half a loaf of bread. For the townspeople, this was equivalent to a free lunch, thus there were much more people here to watch than the time when the witch was hanged. When it was close to noon, Roland ascended onto a previously prepared stage. Faced with the dense mass of people before him, he would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Most of the time in his former life he only dealt with computer monitors. Even if he attended a meeting he was always sitting in the audience to applaud, so facing such a kind of battle was a first. But he had to step on stage. If he wanted most of the people to stay in Border Town, they would need a greater defense, and without motivation they would all leave. Roland waved with his arm, and everyone quieted down. He had practiced this scene many times, but when he stepped on the stage, his mouth was still a little dry. People of my territory, good afternoon. I'm the fourth Prince of Greycastle, Roland Wimbledon. At this moment we gather together, because there is an important message I have to tell you. 4 days ago the ambassador of Longsong Stronghold arrived. His mission was to receive the mined ore. We all know that a month ago, we suffered from a disastrous accident, the collapse of the mine in the northern mountain slope. Even today, the mining area isn't fully restored, so we can't produce as much as we used to. The result of the accident was that we only output the equivalent of 2 months in the last quarter. I explained the situation to the messenger, since I hoped he would loan us 3 months' worth of food, and we would pay the missing ore at the end of winter, but he refused. There was no room for negotiation. He refused to set aside any more food, just like they did 2 years ago. The crowd burst in alarm. Clearly everyone suffering from 2 years ago was still remembered. This time it will be even worse. The Longsong Stronghold astrologer told me that this time the months of the demons will be even longer, most likely lasting more than 4 months. That means, this time all of us will face 2 months of a food gap. 2 years ago, we lost 20% of the population. Someone lost a brother, someone lost a child, but this time, how much will we lose? No! Your Highness, you have to save us. Someone shouted from underneath, then more people shouted, Your Highness, I beg you to help us. It seemed that planting some people in the crowd, who would speak in his interest, was the right choice. Roland raised his hand again, suppressing the voices of the people. Of course, I will not leave my entrusted people, I will never do that. You may not know, but Longsong Stronghold annually ships wheat and bread to us, and they carried away the ore we mine, but it isn't equivalent to the normal market price. According to the market price, 2 months of ore should be enough for half a year of food. I have sold the ore to Willow Town. Their cargo ship full of food will soon arrive at Border Town. In addition to bread, there will be cheese, honey and meat. For a whole winter, everyone can eat one's fill. The square burst into cheers. However, this is equivalent to breaking off relations with Longsong Stronghold, so they will not accept any person during the winter. As a result, this winter, we will all have to stay in Border Town. Most people have been at the west border of our town. There we are currently establishing a strong wall. I know many people are anxious of the invasion from the demonic beasts, but we can block them. I want to tell you that the demonic beasts are not much more powerful than normal forest beasts. Although they have rough skin and thick meat, they cannot climb walls and they also cannot eat stones. They have a thick skin, but they are just a group of easy-to-aim-at targets. Tell me, my beloved people, are you willing to hide in Longsong Stronghold, living in shacks and starving to a useless death? Or under my leadership will you protect your loved ones and children, guarding Border Town until the last minute? I promise, everyone who stays until the end of the months of the demons and protects the other townspeople on the city wall will get a reward of 25 silver royals. If someone sacrifices himself while defending the town, his family will receive a compensation of 5 gold royals. Your Highness, we want to fight with you. Under the guidance of his own people placed in the crowd, more and more people swore to wage war. Seeing the atmosphere surge up, Roland timely ordered to issue lunch. He did not expect that everyone would stay in Border Town. As long as half of the people were willing to stay, he would have a chance to obstruct the demonic beasts from moving forward. Asterisk. While Petrov was bringing back the message to the 6 noble families only to be met with laughter, he naturally did not know that the 4th prince was inciting the townspeople. You said that the incompetent prince actually wants to throw off the demonic beasts alone? Daring to build walls before winter, I don't know, should I praise him for his courage or mock him for overestimating himself? His Royal Highness' lack of courage is a known fact. When did the 4th prince find his guts? He is just stupid, and nothing more. Yes, he did not even have a stonemason, he is only leaning on piling up unpolished stones and pasting wet mud between it. I'm afraid this piled up stone wall will collapse immediately. Anyway, it's a good thing. If he flees to Longsong Stronghold, we will be at the mercy of nature. But if he dies in the Border Town, we can soon end this farce. After he had meditated about the problem, the Duke suddenly spoke. Petrov, what do you think? Petrov was startled. He did not think that the Duke of Longsong's stronghold would ask for his opinion. Well, I originally wanted to maintain a monopoly. As long as we could get the ore for 30% below the market price, it would still be a deal worthy for us. But his mind calculated some ideas. But His Highness does not intend to sell all the ore to Longsong's stronghold. He is even selling the ore for a 50% lower than the market price, which means he has plans to make a substantial increase in the ore production next year. As long as they are able to increase the production to the double of the former years, we may earn more than ever before. But he also intends to sell their own production of iron. Iron production is hot in demand, and resale would also be very easy. But these are not the important points. Oh? What is important? If he can hold Border Town, it would also be very good news for us. We wouldn't have to focus on dealing with demonic beasts every year, which can save us a huge amount of expenditure. A second advantage would be that the vast amount of land between the stronghold and the border town will be open for all of us. Whether it be cultivating the land or using it to settle new people, both choices would be good. This could greatly ease the current status of the overcrowded stronghold population. Petrov recited his ideas one by one, and the fourth prince will not always stay in border town. The fight for the throne will only last for 5 years. After 5 years we would get a more prosperous border town, and then we could include border town into the stronghold. Then the territory of the stronghold would become the third largest territory of the whole kingdom. So my advice is, he glanced at the Duke, and said carefully, the stronghold should send staff to help His Highness, and we should collaborate in the defense of border town. That's right, said the Duke, but those are the thoughts of a merchant, only interested in gains and losses. When he came to this point, he straightened his body, his eyes slowly swept to each of the participants and his tone became awe-inspiring. However, I didn't get my status of today by weighing all the benefits with the losses. Why do I have to do business with a person who is out of my control? Some rules must be obeyed, and if they are broken the trespasser must be punished. Whether border town is prosperous or broken is not important. What is important is that no one should ever think about taking the control away from me. Even if he is a prince, he is no exception. Chapter 23 New Source of Power. Chapter 23 New Source of Power. Come on, try to join these two iron plates together, Roland said. Anna's finger pressed on the iron seams. A flame was ejected from her finger, melting the interface at a speed visible to the eyes. Reduce the firepower and start again with the reverse side. Anna nodded her head and did it once more. The two iron plates were firmly welded together at a 90-degree angle. Roland carefully examined the interface and found that the effect was just as he had imagined, a perfect weld without any flaws. With a little polishing, the fluid traces of molten iron could rub off. There was no difference with a modern welding technique. Very good, Miss Anna, simply excellent. Roland excitedly exclaimed, next, we should also weld these two iron panels together. What is it? An iron bucket? No, it is a cylinder, corrected Roland. Cylinder, repeated Anna, puzzled. Yes, the cylinder can be filled with air. Roland pointed to another square piece of iron. Do you see the small hole above it? The air can enter the cylinder through that small hole, and push the piston. Well, and since the piston diameter is slightly smaller than the cylinder's diameter, it can move freely inside. Even the genius Anna, in front of so many unknown words, had question marks above her head. These, cylinder, piston and so on, what do they do? They are needed for the purpose of manufacturing a machine that can move automatically. The steam engine brought the first industrial revolution. It was the driving force behind human development, completely replacing humans and animals in the workforce. It was a schematic diagram that each mechanic engineer was familiar with. To describe it in simple words, it was a larger version of a kettle. After boiling the water, the produced steam would be induced into the cylinder. There, it would push a piston that is connected to a pole. Like this, thermal energy was turned into mechanical energy. The principle was very simple. but it did not mean that it was easy to manufacture. Its difficulty laid in the sealing of the cylinder and piston, as well as the production of the gas pipeline. Without proper metal processing skills and only relying on manual forging, manufacturing a usable cylinder would only be a dream. However, with the help of Anna's ability, he could make up for the lack of their manufacturing skills. After much advanced planning, Roland came up with a design using 4 iron plates of the same size, like this, so the smithy could easily grind it. Then the iron plates would be welded together at a 90-degree angle by Anna. Like this, it was possible to get a highly stiff square cylinder. With the help of Anna, he didn't need to use the traditional production process. They created first a tubular boring machine, and then post-processed it to create a circular cylinder. The other big parts, too, could be divided into small pieces and then welded together. In this way, it was even possible to produce them in a small workshop. In this way, they were able to produce all of the components required for the steam engine. In fact, prior to the invention of welding, people could only rely on connecting small pieces by bolting or riveting. Since the internal cylinder must be smooth, normal connection methods obviously couldn't do this. The only problem was the gas pipeline. Its production process was nothing special. It needed to be heated up until it was red, and then the groove could be hammered into the right shape. This was also the method to produce a front-loading flintlock gun barrel. Later the barrel just needed straightening and counterboard rifling, etc., nothing that was too complicated. The problem was that it was impossible for Roland to call the blacksmith into the castle's back garden, since it was still not known that Anna hadn't been executed. Blacksmithing was not one of their strengths, but in a desperate attempt, they had to let the chief knight do it, under Roland's own command. After waiting for 3 days, Roland finally had the first steam engine ever standing in his back garden. "This is the powerful machine you were talking about?" Carter frowned while looking at the strange machine, but he had affirmed firsthand that this machine had nothing to do with magic. Each of the iron plates were personally molded by himself, and to him, it only looked like a sealed furnace. It was impossible for the devil to have any interest in it. But how could it move a pile of lump iron upwards? It looked very clumsy and had no feet. Was it possible that it could fly? But in Roland's eyes, this seemingly simple machine exuded the beauty of the modern industry. Standing on the shoulders of giants, he naturally did not need to invent the Newcomen steam engine or the Watt steam engine. Instead, he built an improved steam engine. His first prototype was already a high-pressure steam engine with a dual connecting rod and a slide valve. To make it better than most of the original steam engines, the key laid in some of newer innovative ideas. Soon you will understand it. Roland poured a bucket of water into the steam room and told Anna to ignite the firewood. 10 minutes later, the water was at a rolling boil. Soon, a creaking sound could be heard from the cylinder. Roland knew it was the sound of the thermal expansion of the cylinder. The thin iron piston's expansion was far greater than the cylinder's, and it would eventually press firmly against the cylinder wall. "Isn't this a water boiler?" "I did not think it would really be a furnace," Carter muttered. When the cylinder was full of steam, an excited scene appeared. The piston rod began to push outwards, and when the motion was at its apex, another rod would pull the slide valves, allowing the steam to push the piston inwards again. The wheel connected to the 2 poles would rotate very quickly through this motion, and with increased power, the speed very quickly reached its peak. The machine made an ear-piercing humming sound, and white gas was ejected, producing a kind of unstoppable and imposing aura. "That's what you called hidden forces in nature?" asked Anna, dumbfounded. The chief knight's face was full of wonder. The great iron wheel that he needed to spend a good deal of strength to install was now rotating like it was as light as a feather. Standing next to the wheel, he could even feel a new breeze. This only showed the astounding power of the steam engine. In his heart, a trace of anxiety gradually arose. His Highness had said that it could replace the power of humans and animals, and it seemed he hadn't lied. When placed on a horse-drawn chariot, it would be very hard for 10 knights to resist its brute force. Training a qualified knight needed 15 years, but the manufacturing of such a machine only needed 3 days. If the blacksmith only worked part-time, it would still only need a week. It didn't require feeding and wasn't afraid of cold or hunger. It also wasn't afraid of arrows and swords. Just install a ram in front of it, and it could bring rampage on the battlefield. As a traditional knight, was his existence still necessary? Asterisk. In the evening, when Roland returned to the bedroom, Nightingale was once again waiting for him. This time, she did not wear her hood, and she was smiling and sitting at the table. Her hands fiddled with a few parchments. It seems that the outside rumors really cannot be believed. They say the fourth prince is ignorant and has a bad character. In fact, he shouldn't have any learning or skills. In fact, compared with a court great master, he would not have time for civilities. This drawing on this paper, are these the plans for the steam stove? You call it steam engine, right? Shoot. Can't I even get a little privacy? Coming and going like you want, do you think this is your home? In his heart, Roland cursed her endlessly, but he still replied with a calm face, yes, those are the plans, but without Anna's help, they would forever be drawings only. What can it do? A lot. It can help with her transportation, drainage, metal fabrication, forging, everywhere where strength is required it can play a role. Then I will take it. With this words, Nightingale took the parchment and placed it in her robe. The Witch Cooperation Association has witches with the power of fire too. Hey! She shook her head to stop Roland's protest. Of course, I'm not only taking your stuff. Take a look at this first before complaining. She put a small amount of white stuff on the table. When Roland went over to the table, he found out that it was actually a roll of paper. He gently expands the roll, and swept through its content. This is a secret letter delivered by pigeons, Nightingale explained to him in a happy tone. The recipient was your maid Tyre, TSK. It looks like your harem isn't loyal. I have not touched her, Roland frowned. Tyre, he could remember that she seemed to follow him from a very early age, and the former fourth prince appeared to be interested in her, but unfortunately he failed to succeed in conquering her. He could only lightly harass her several times. Here in Border Town, to prevent the long wait for his own personal maid, she got the room next door to him. He did not expect that this was actually an arrangement made by one of his siblings. Although this letter was not signed, according to the content, he could judge that it was sent by one of his siblings. In the letter it revealed that the author was very unhappy with the last failure, but the plans for the riot in Longsong Stronghold were not allowed to fail again. Well, in fact, the first plan must have succeeded, he thought, or else he would have never become Roland Wimbledon. It was unlikely that this letter was forged by Nightingale, because only the people who were involved in this conspiracy could have been aware of the first assassination plan. And if Nightingale wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be a problem for her. How could you steal this from her? Your maid Tyre isn't stupid. Her intention was to burn the letter after reading it. Unfortunately, she looked away when I was just behind her. She made an act of sweeping something. So, how do you want to handle this? Do you need my help to deal with her? Roland naturally understood what she meant by deal, so he hesitated for a moment, then he finally nodded. I have to trouble you. He did not have the confidence to do this kind of thing himself. If you can, ask her who the person in the dark is. As you wish, Your Highness. Nightingale smiled while giving a salute. Well, this will be the reward for the drawing of the steam engine. Chapter 24 Development Plan. Chapter 24 The Development Plan. Waking up in the morning, Roland was not attended to by Tyre, but an old maid. Walking out of the bedroom, Chief Knight Carter was waiting outside for him. Your Highness, I have to tell you a piece of unfortunate news, he said. Your head maid was found dead last night. What? Roland's eyelids jumped. Although he already expected this result, his heart still felt uneasy. After all, she died because of him. She fell from the balcony of the room, and there were no traces of fighting. The guard did not see outsiders come in. So, she must have accidentally fallen. It was an accident. The knight reported the results of the investigation, while looking at Roland a little weirdly. Roland knew what he was thinking, of course. In the kingdom of Grey Castle, everyone knew that Prince Roland wanted to possess Tyre. In that era, the prince and the maids having relationships was very normal. There was hardly any entertainment, much less nightlife, so there was literally nothing else to do except fornication. Besides, the prince and the noble would also exchange women among themselves, and even organized orgies. So to say that the circle of noble was chaotic was more than a harmless joke. Prince Roland was already considered tame in this aspect, and after Chang Yen woke up as Roland, he did not touch a single woman. Other than Tyre, the rest of the maids were considered quite shabby. Plus after the time travel, he had to face the months of demons, so his brain was full of the farming project. He did not have the time to enjoy the decadence of noble life yet. "It's a pity," said Roland, with a feigned look of remorse. "About Tyre's funeral, ask the old maid who served me this morning to handle it. And she'll now be the new head maid." Carter nodded, bowed, and left. As soon as Roland entered the office, he saw Nightingale sitting on the mahogany table. "Did you manage to find out anything?" "Nothing, she committed suicide when she saw me," Nightingale said, with some frustration. "It was too fast, she didn't hesitate at all." "You didn't try to stop her?" Roland went round the other side of the desk, and sat back on the chair. "I had tied her up," said Nightingale, leaning over, "but I didn't know she had poison in her teeth. So I had to set it up like an accidental fall." "I thought you were very experienced, and you expect to be rewarded for this?" Hey, don't put it like that. Although I didn't get any information from her, that does not mean I have nothing to report." Nightingale chuckled and put a folded paper in front of Roland. "Found in her room." Roland spread out the paper. It was a letter, from someone who called Tyre elder sister, and the content was just ordinary chit-chat. But he noticed that the writer mentioned the sea several times, such as how beautiful the seaside scenery was, and how she liked to stay on the beach to watch the sunset and the like. Finally the writer asked Tyre when she would come back, as she deeply missed her. Recalling the domains of his siblings, Roland asked uncertainly, "Garcia of the port of Clearwater?" "That's probably the case, as the sea can't be seen in the domains of your two brothers. I guess Princess Garcia Wimbledon must have taken Tyre's sister as a hostage, and used Tyre as a hidden pawn. From Tyre's decisive style of suicide, it's unlikely to be a coincidence. That means before she was arranged to be by your side, she had received at least 2 to 3 years of professional training." Roland sighed softly, and reiterated that the royal decree on the selection of crown prince would not end so easily. Even if he did not fight for the throne, it did not mean he could stay out of it. To get the throne, his brothers and sisters had no scruples, therefore it was likely something similar would happen again later. "Ah, somebody is here. I'd better make my move, Your Highness." Nightingale blew a flirtatious kiss through the air towards Roland, and disappeared with the blink of an eye. Even if this was not the first time he saw this, it was still shocking to see this in bright daylight. He hesitated, and stretched out his fingers towards the empty space now beside the table, but was stopped halfway by a soft hand. "Your Highness, you'd make Anna sad in this way." Well, it seems her ability was invisibility and not disappearance, Roland thought. That would have been too scary. There was a knock at the door. "Your Highness, I'm Barav." Roland took back his fingers and became expressionless. "Come in." With a large bundle of files in his arms, the assistant minister began to report nearly a week of government affairs right after he came in. Roland also cleared his thoughts, and concentrated on his report. After more than a month of contact, he found himself familiar with Barav's working style, rather than being completely confused and puzzled like in the beginning. In general, the finance of Border Town had a certain degree of improvement. This was mainly due to the ore and gemstones being sold to Willow Town in exchange for nearly 200 gold royals. After being used to purchase food and pay wages, there were still 90 royals remaining. Barav was also in a good mood. Now that there was some extra money, surviving this winter would not be too difficult. But Roland was determined to not let him be idle. I want to pick a group of people from the subjects to fight demonic beasts. And from now on they must be gathered to receive training. The instructor will be my chief knight, and I'll give him the specifics later on. You need to make a purchase plan, as these people must have solid leather armor and a gun, but also 2 sets of winter clothes. Your Highness, this, according to the convention, isn't this a temporary recruitment of subjects for war? Fighting on the battlefield without proper training makes them but a group of mobs. Can we scare off demonic beasts by relying on sheer masses? It's more troublesome if they break up. Don't tell me you really want to stand by Border Town? Barav hesitantly asked. If we really can't protect it, of course, I'll retreat. But I don't think we can't defeat even a few mutated beasts. If we go according to your plan, you'll need more money. Barav's miserly face made Roland laugh. These are necessary expenses, go take care of it. There were still more than 300 pieces of gold royals in his own vault, mainly used to pay for the cost of building the city wall. He also paid the blacksmith shop for the steam engine materials and components. The first machine cost him almost 20 gold royals, and he needed at least 3 more. The steam engine triggered the first industrial revolution, but it did not mean that the steam engine was equal to the industrial revolution. At that time, the United Kingdom urgently needed a new power to replace people and livestock in order to satisfy mine production. After what improved the steam engine, massive orders were immediately received from overseas, and the new power quickly spread to various industries. At this time, Border Town did not have the foundation for the Industrial Revolution, and industrialization did not even exist. So Roland did not expect to sell steam engines to make the first pot of gold. He just wanted to invest the machine in the Northern Slope mine area for mining and gravel. When the mine production increased, then he would expand the steam engine's scale of usage. This was the equivalent of promoting industrial development from top to bottom. Chapter 25 Militia. Chapter 25 Militia. These are the people you selected. When Roland looked at the group of civilians dressed in shabby clothes, all his courage flew away immediately. Your Highness, these are the people who fulfilled your requirements, said Carter. He began to count them with his fingers: male, no criminal records, between 18 to 40 years of age, no disabilities. I carefully inspected all of them. Well, he knew he shouldn't have expected too much. After all, this world's productivity was much too low. Having enough to eat was already a difficult task, so wearing shabby clothes was just normal. As a prince, he had ignored such things. Just leaving his castle, he could see many people who only wore clothes that did not cover the whole body, begging for something to eat. In fact, in the capital of the Kingdom of Grey Castle there existed a job as a corpse carrier. The only thing they would do was to collect the people who starved to death and then burn their bodies every day. So what was the general fighting power in this world? Roland closed his eyes and reviewed his plan carefully again. Probably a little stronger than a high-level street fighter. Generally, when the lords decided to wage war, or more precisely fight, Roland thought naming their little fights as war would be overstating it. They would summon all the aristocracy placed under their jurisdiction in their territory. A lord would always split his territory into many smaller territories and select lower ranks of nobility to govern them, like a duke would select earls, the earls would select viscounts, and they again would select barons, and so on. These nobles usually had a group of knights and mercenaries as their personal army. They were the main force in combats, equipped with a complete suit of armor and sophisticated weapons. At the same time, they would recruit civilians and farmers who worked on their territory to help out during combat. In fact, they were used to deliver food supplies to the troops, and when needed they would even fill up the holes in the front lines as cannon fodder. The most people who died on the battlefield were the people used as cannon fodder. Fighting between nobles would rarely result in someone's death. They generally would be caught and later exchanged for ransom. Roland did not expect help from the several other nobles in Border Town to fight against the demonic beasts. In fact, they had no relationship with Border Town. Most of the local barons were living in Longsong Stronghold. The stronghold was also under the jurisdiction of the regional aristocracy. An all-civilian force was in this day and age a very imaginative thing. After all, they were stupid and ignorant, failed to understand strategies, nor could they understand the commanding structure, and they also hadn't received professional combat training. How could they compare to a knight who was trained in the art of the sword from when he was 10 years old? Carter, who stood near Roland, whispered some advice to him. "Your Highness, this project is not feasible. You look at them and tell me, which of them can hold and balance a sword? I'm afraid that when they encounter the demonic beasts, many of them will desert us, and at that time it will affect the stability of our defense. I suggest that we hire professional mercenaries from Willowtown or elsewhere to guard the walls and let these people do their normal chores." "No, I'll use them," Roland refused Carter's suggestion. He didn't have a good opinion of the mercenaries who worked for money and did not love the land, and besides, he didn't form his army to only deal with the demonic beasts. Throughout history it was seen that only a force whose member came from their own civilities would be strong and full of vitality. Whether it was the feudal forces, the forces from the not very distant past, or modern army troops, there were countless examples which verified this rule. "Well, you have the final say," said Carter while shrugging with his shoulders. "Then I will start to train them from tomorrow onwards? Although I don't know how useful that will be. With a sword? No, you will first take them all for long-distance running." Roland suddenly thought of the fact that his chief knight never had experienced these kinds of training exercises. Without any better options, he had to change his plan. "Try to find the hunter from last time and bring him to me. You both will be the first to look at how I will handle the training." Asterisk. Today's experience may be even more inconceivable than what happened in the last 2 decades combined. He actually saw His Highness, the 4th Prince Roland Wimbledon, from close range. He passed directly by himself and even smiled to him. My God, was the prince drunk? 3 days ago, when he heard the speech of the 4th Prince on the square, he knew that this winter would be different from the past. This time, they would not go to Longsong Stronghold. Instead, they would spend the long winter here. The truth was that he didn't understand most of the reasons mentioned by the prince, but he supported from the bottom of his heart the result of this decision. His own brother died 2 years ago in the slums of Longsong Stronghold after a whole month without any food supply. They could only rely on the hard-earned coppers he got from unloading goods at the docks. With them, he was able to buy some black bread and share it with his brother. But the winter was too cold. The wind would blow through the many holes in their slum shack. Without enough to eat and with no possibility to maintain their body temperature, they couldn't survive. When his brother got sick, he fell into a coma and never woke up again. Here in Border Town, he at least had a house built out of soil brick. There was no fear of the falling temperature or the many days with snowfall. He also saw many ships filled with wheat docking at the pier, and then the wheat was moved in batches into the castle. Therefore, when he heard that the 4th Prince was recruiting a militia force, he directly registered himself. Of course, he had to give up his job as a gravel producer. But the temptation was too big. After all, they would get a monthly salary of 10 silver royals. This was comparable to a skilled mud artisan. He was no longer a young boy. He was only waiting until the spring of next year to marry his future wife Cheryl, a tavern maid. Now he had no problem to save some money. As for the requirements and the future tasks of the militia shown on the notice, he did not pay any attention to them. Anyway, it was to carry the burden of protecting the civilians on behalf of the Lord. They had to patrol along the city wall and keep the beasts from climbing up the wall, and withstand the crazy attacks of the demonic beasts. He had to go through a very strict screening process. Alone, the sight of some knights was enough to make people feel afraid. Fortunately, he had a sturdy physique and got through the review, but many scrawny guys were carried away by the knights. In the end, only 100 men were recruited. But he had never expected that the person who would train them would be His Royal Highness the Prince himself. For their training, they were brought to a grass field west of Border Town. In the background, the city wall was being built, and in front of them was an unceasingly and continuously extending forest. The prince ordered everyone to line up, and then he went to the site to rest. Just a few days ago they had heavy rain, so the ground was still damp and muddy. The water infiltrated his shoes along the seam of the soles, which made his whole body feel uncomfortable. The stance they were ordered to take was not a normal one. Their hands needed to be aligned vertically, attached to the sides of their thighs, while their backs were required to be perfectly straight. Only a quarter of an hour later they already felt terribly fatigued. This was even harder than breaking stone with a hammer. But he gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. After all, His Royal Highness had said before that those who moved would get no egg for lunch. God, it had been so long since he had eaten an egg. Apparently, all the people around him felt the same way. Although they staggered, most of them still endured. When the prince declared it was time to rest, he found out that his back was already drenched in sweat and the whole standing time wasn't even long, at most it was 3/4 of an hour. Those who couldn't persevere till the final moment were annoyed. It seemed as if they could see the eggs rolling away from them. He just didn't understand. Why did they have to practice this strange stance? Only standing was enough to get several bags of food? If it wasn't for His Royal Highness training them, he would have already stood up and begun to argue noisily. Unexpectedly, after a short break, the second command His Highness gave was even more eccentric. He asked all the people to continue standing in a line. This time, as long as all of them persevered till the end, they would all get another egg added for lunch. As long as there was a person who gave up, everyone would lose the opportunity to get an additional egg. He heard many people beside him swallowing their saliva. Hell, was this a popular game in the ranks of the nobility? Leading them all around with a carrot on a stick? Damn it, he was not a stupid donkey. But in the case that everyone was able to do it, wouldn't there be 2 eggs to eat? This was simply the devil's temptation. Wiping his overflowing saliva away, he decided to fight for the 2 eggs. TN. 1 egg to rule them all. 1 egg to train them. 1 egg to bring them all. And in the world of tomorrow bind them. Chapter 26 The Lessons Learnt from History. Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? Carter thought Prince Roland was arbitrary before, but now he thought the prince had become divorced from reality. With regard to how to train a soldier, the chief knight thought that no one would be more professional than himself. His family had a complete set of training method, where a boy of 10 years old could be trained as a soldier, and would master all kinds of weapons in 5 years. If the soldier was further trained for 5 years, he would then be a top soldier, a knight who knew all rituals of upper class. Of course, the trainees could not come from a civilian family. Look at these idiots. They only think of eating eggs. Carter thought, besides, the eggs are so expensive. Roland responded casually, just watch them, and remember they must be trained in this way for the next few days. Of course, I'll make some changes, and I'll list down the details on paper. During the Cold War era, it was impossible to train a group of qualified soldiers in 2 or 3 months. And Roland had never thought of that, as he did not need that kind of Spartan warriors who were strong enough to tear a beast apart with bare arms. The individual soldiers did not have to be strong, but they had to be disciplined and execute every order without fail. The power of a unit was usually much stronger than individual strength. This was decided by social norm and acceptance. So he needed to form them into a unit quickly. The modern military training, with some modifications to suit the current situation, was a good choice. In his personal experience of military training, it took only half a month to integrate students from all over the country into a cohesive unit. The effect was very obvious regardless of the process. Only when this group of people completely understood the importance of discipline, could Roland implement the next step of his plan. Vanner still failed to get the second egg at the end. They had to stand twice as long as the previous round, and it did not end until someone's legs went weak and trembled. Just then, Prince Roland announced to have a rest and ordered the attendants to serve lunch. People's anger at the weakling was successfully transmuted into the eagerness toward food. Of course, Vanner began to suspect that His Highness probably had never intended to let them get a second reward. Lunch was packed in 4 large pots, which was transported by carriages to the outside of the town. In addition to food, they also brought a lot of wooden bowls and spoons. Vanner licked his lips, ready to rush to the carriages with the others, but was held back by the chief knight. His Royal Highness ordered all the people to line up in 4 rows and come forward one by one for bowls and spoons. Whoever dared to disturb the order would be forced to be the last one to get his food. The crowd hustled and squeezed, and lined up into 4 rows. Vanner was lucky enough to stand in the forefront of the outermost row. Of course, some people were not satisfied with their positions. The sound of quarrels and fighting was heard in the rows. Soon the knights and several guards rushed into the crowd and kicked the troublemakers out. "Fool," thought Vanner when he glanced at the man who started the riot. That was Insane Fist, the most aggressive street fighter in the town. He used to stir up trouble everywhere with his brute force, but now he had to squat in the corner with swords pointed at him. Look how pitiful he was now. He felt that he had already figured out what His Royal Highness liked. He liked order. They had to stand upright in a straight line up to get food, and always follow orders. Vanner had heard from some knowledgeable businessmen that some of the noble had a strange habit. They could not tolerate disorder, and once something was out of place, they could not help rearranging things. In Vanner's mind, this kind of person was purely bored and had nothing better to do. So they would deliberately create some trouble to occupy their mind. He did not expect that His Royal Highness was such a person. When the lids of the pots were opened, Vanner smelled the strong flavor of food. When the flavor spread in the wind, he almost lost himself in it. The crowd also became restless, but soon the knight roared to keep them quiet. "We probably have to line up again," Vanner thought. Sure enough, Prince Roland required them to line up for their portions of food just like before. Their mouths were watering and their stomachs were growling. But thinking of what happened to Insane Fist, they had to line up and wait patiently. The pots were filled with hot oatmeal. To Vanner's surprise, there was even dried meat in the porridge. Even if he only got 1 thin slice, but that was meat. In addition, he even got an extra egg like he wished for. Vanner gobbled down the porridge, even licking the bottom of the bowl once. He swallowed the entire egg without biting. Since he ate so fast and carelessly, his tongue blistered quickly. After putting down the pot, Vanner patted his belly and made a satisfied hiccup. He had not enjoyed such delicious food for a long time. And what was even more incredible was that he even felt a sense of satiety. Compared with brown bread, the sweetmeat porridge tasted like heaven. He even thought, if he could eat such food every day, what would it matter if he had to fight against the demonic beasts in the front? After lunch, they had a long period of rest. They were brought back within the city wall, walking all the way to the camp of the battalion. A burly man of foreign nation came out and began to teach everyone how to set up tents. Vanner knew him. Nearly everyone in the town knew Iron Axe. With regards to his superb archery skill, he even far surpassed the most experienced old hunters in the town. Wait a moment, so now Iron Axe is serving Prince Roland? It seemed that I saw him by the side of the knights before. Vanner frowned and thought, what's His Highness planning? Iron Axe is a man of Sand Nation. Do you really intend to appoint a man of Sand Nation as captain? Carter had the same question. He doesn't belong to Kingdom of Grey Castle. And he isn't even from our continent. The witches don't belong to the Kingdom of Grey Castle either, Roland said, but they all belong to Border Town. Besides, aren't you watching them for me? But, Your Highness. Don't worry. Roland patted the knight's shoulder. The origin of a person doesn't matter in Border Town. As long as they don't violate the law of the kingdom, they're still my subjects. If you're really worried, you can choose 2 more excellent captains. Anyway, the team will continue to expand in the future, and you can cultivate some promising ones now. I have written down the training regulations. Compared to the people of San Nation, I think you'd better be more concerned about this. Carter took the parchment roll from Roland's hands. Skimming through the contents from beginning to end, he got a nasty shock. The training contents were almost unheard of. For example, they needed to run laps around Border Town in the afternoon from 2 p.m. till sunset. The regulations emphasized that everyone had to complete this, and they were allowed to help each other on the way. If they persevered and no one gave up, they would get an extra egg for dinner. Another example, when the whistles were blown at night, everyone had to get dressed and fall in as soon as possible. With these kinds of training exercises, Carter was afraid that most people would quit in a few days. The first few rules were already hard to understand, and the last one completely confused him. Every day after dinner, they're required to go to Mr. Carl's college for cultural training. Your Highness, what do you mean by cultural training? Do you want to teach them to read and write? I hope so, but the time is too limited. Carl could only teach them some simple words and numbers so that they can read and write orders. I'll personally explain this part to Carl. You just need to send them over. But, why do you want to do this? It's of no use in fighting against the demonic beasts. Who said so? Roland yawned. A unit good at fighting must also be well educated. That's the experience learned from history. Chapter 27A Friendly Banter. Chapter 27A Friendly Banter. Every day the weather was getting colder and colder, and every day Roland woke up later and later. As a member of the ruling class, he certainly had the right to lie longer in bed, until late morning. In particular, every time he slept on his 3-velvet cushion blanket bed, he felt like he was falling into soft clouds. Dawdling in this kind of a feeling could help him to boost his mood. After Roland washed his face and rinsed his mouth, he stepped into his office, where Nightingale had already been waiting for him for a long time. Well, here is your breakfast. I already ate half of it while it was still hot. But now, it's cold, said Nightingale as she pouted and pointed toward the table on which less than half of the bread was left. Looking at this scene, it seemed as if she was the owner of this place and not Roland. Did no one teach you to be humble in the presence of a prince? Roland reached over to take the plates as he sat down at his desk. I still remember that in the beginning you took etiquette quite seriously. He sighed within his heart. He really had not thought that Nightingale would always be around him instead of accompanying Anna. It seemed as if she wasn't on a mission but taking a stroll in the sun instead. Before, she had always hid her figure. But now, as long as there were no outsiders around, she would openly show herself in the office without even wearing her hood. Like this? She jumped off the table and gave a perfect noble bow. Recently you've started to get up late. So, I thought eating your breakfast would help you solve this little problem, Your Highness. She leaned herself towards Roland. Anyway, you don't care, right? I can see that you do not like these tedious rituals. Her remark was spot on. Roland silently cursed her. Was there anything she didn't see? He sighed. Take the breakfast with you. After you begin to eat something, you have to finish it. I'll get another one if I want to eat. As you say, Your Highness. She gently smiled and went to put the plate at her side. Roland rolled out a blank parchment and began to finish the compliment design he had drawn partway. If he wanted to hold Border Town, it wouldn't be that easy after having a tragic victory in their first fight, so he had to do something. On top of that, his new troops had never seen blood. So Roland was worried that once large losses occurred, his newly trained troops wouldn't be able to bring up the courage to stand on the walls. He needed the weapons of his era to gain an absolute advantage over the demonic beasts. Without a doubt, guns would help. In fact, this era had all the conditions for guns to appear. Alchemists often created a powder, which was called snow powder, and was used for court celebrations. But this snow powder had the wrong recipe to be used as gunpowder. It was slow burning and its explosion was more exaggerated than the damage it did. In the next 100 years, the prototype of guns, usable for war, will probably appear. Such firearms, because of their complicated operation, would require the collaboration of two people to shoot. Under normal circumstances, they were only used as a single-shot weapon. But in terms of rate of fire and power, they were still not comparable with those of a well-trained archer. Roland was certainly not interested in a repeat of history. With the help of the steam engine and the ability of the witches, he could create guns which had real value. I saw the purchasing order on the table when you were asleep. Nightingale swallowed the last piece of bread, and then casually asked, "What do you plan to do with so much ice?" "It's winter. If you want to drink frozen ale, you only need to put it outside the house, so why would you buy extra ice?" The upper nobility liked to use ice in the summer. They used it together with saltpeter to enjoy cooled milk, fruit juice, or wine. Since now was the time of the cold season, the price for the acquisition of saltpeter was very low. "To make iced cheese, the current temperature isn't low enough," answered Roland. Although the woman in front of him wasn't an enemy, he could not tell her everything like he did to Anna. The steam engine was something different, but things like firearms didn't require such a high level of technological understanding. Once spread out, their distribution could no longer be controlled. As long as he didn't know what kind of a person she was, it would be better to keep some things a secret from her. When he thought till here, he said imploringly to Nightingale, "Does the Witch Cooperation Association not only search for the Holy Mountain but also train witches as assassins?" "No, they just swarm together in order to find the cure to end their pitiful life." Nightingale waved her hand dismissively. "I joined the Witch Cooperation Association, but that was only 2 years ago." "In other words, you were working for someone else before?" Her excellent knife-throwing skills were a product of years of hard training and good instruction, so Roland could confirm that. "So apart from me, there are also other people who are willing to shelter witches?" "Shelter?" Nightingale's face became a little strange. How could? If he had known that I was a witch, he wouldn't even let me through his door. I'm afraid he would have killed me in secret if I had stayed with him after exposing it to him. "Oh? Can you tell me more?" Nightingale smiled and shook her head, but this time the smile contained many unknown emotions. "Your Highness, you have to wait until the time is right before I tell you. I know what you are anxious about, but please rest assured. 5 years ago I got my freedom, and now I no longer need to work for anyone else." His verification test failed. It seemed that his charm points were not high enough. But her answers confirmed at least one of his presumptions. At least 5 years ago, she was a person who was involved in some shady business. Fortunately, it seemed that teaching and using Nightingale was apparently a coincidence, and her former employer was not like himself, who intended to employ a large number of witches. Roland did not pursue this point any further as he bent over his drawing to finish it instead. After some time he was a little bit surprised that the usually talkative Nightingale had now become quiet, and the only sound in the room was that of the fire burning. By the time Roland raised his head to stretch his sore neck, he could not detect any sign of her in the office. "To walk out without saying anything," he muttered, as he folded the parchment in his hands and put it into his personal pocket. The next days he was busy with drawing the weapons designs or testing the already finished designs. His intention was to make the famous flintlock firearm. This kind of weapon was already tested through history. The difficulty was to make a gun similar to a harquebus. First the gunpowder had to be inserted and then the lead ball was to be loaded. The firing rate was close to 3 rounds per minute, so it really didn't require much skill in order to deal with the demonic beasts. Most of the demonic beasts couldn't climb the walls, so the shooting distance was approximately equal to the height of the walls, which was 12 feet. At this distance, even with a bad aim it should be possible to hit the beasts, and the lead ball would also not lose much of its power. If only the skin of the demonic beasts evolved to be as hard as steel, then they could be easily shot and killed. The disadvantage laid in the production time of a flintlock. It started with the matchlock. The smith had to slowly hammer it into form from the barrel to the trigger. The entire production of a gun would take about 3 months, wherein the barrel needed the largest part of it. First it had to be beaten into a thin and cylindrical shape, and then the spiral grooves could be engraved. Although without the right equipment it was quite sophisticated, but it should still be possible for a well-learned blacksmith to make a good barrel. This was also one of the reasons that Roland created the steam engine first. With the steam engine, he could use a steel drill to bore the drill directly into the solid iron, so with this the production speed could significantly be increased. He didn't need a master blacksmith to do the work, he only needed one table on which he could affix the barrel. Chapter 28 Fierce Scar. Chapter 28 Fierce Scar. When Roland tried to change the theory into practice, he discovered that it wasn't as easy as he imagined. In the backyard after 4 or 5 days, the production of a harder drill was successful. It was easily quiet since he could use the high-temperature flame from Anna, which could easily get above 1,500 degrees, and was enough to melt iron. Without needing to think about temperature control, and using the conventional method of producing steel, it was easy and quickly possible to make a small quantity of steel bars, namely the high-speed stirring of iron clubs with molten iron. The excess carbon and other impurities in the pig iron would oxidize when coming into contact with the air. By repeating this several times before letting the molten iron cool down, it was possible to get high-quality steel. The problem laid within the steam engine. The worked-up noise and vibration by his prototype of the steam engine was very impressive. Even when stabilizing the drill it was impossible to complete a pipe. When doing heavy work or menial jobs, this degree of tremor didn't matter, but processing a gun barrel was clearly not possible. If he wanted to improve the steam engine, he would have to create a centrifugal mechanics governor to control the output power of the steam engine, and then he could reduce the tremor by using gears to adjust the rotation speed of the drill. And he need a simple lathe machining gear. With all this in mind, Roland simply found no way to achieve this goal while preparing for the coming months of the demons. In the end, he could only use the old-fashioned way, and let a blacksmith hammer the drill into the barrel. But the plan to mass-produce firearms was impossible. According to the number of smithies in Border Town, it was only possible to produce 3 to 4 root barrels each month, but only in the case that he stopped the production of the second steam engine. The only good news was that didn't have to worry about the quality of the barrels. The blacksmith only had to knock out a rough pipe, and then Anna could do the unifying commissure. Her work was seamless and so good that it basically eliminated the risk of a barrel explosion. So Roland had no choice but to change his former plan. He had intended to recruit hunters from Border Town, who would then form a rifle team. Most of them were proficient in archery with either a bow or crossbow, both were handy weapons. In addition, they only need a short amount of time to train with the firearms, so they could be quickly sent into combat. But now with only 4 guns produced before the months of the demons, he could only pick the most outstanding hunters and had no manpower to build up an elite group. Roland decided to let Iron Axe handle this matter. He already spent 15 years in Border Town, so he should know who the best hunters are. Asterisk. For the last month, Brian was unhappy. Especially when he met the militia in the street, his unsatisfied feeling would be doubled. He even felt a trace of loathing. He felt His Highness had forgotten him. A month ago when he was called by the chief knight, he was full of excitement. He would have close contact with the 4th prince, and get orders directly from His Royal Highness. How fortunate and glorious would that be? He grew up in Border Town, and although he born from a common hunting family, by virtue of his ability he was able to get a place as town patrol. He knew he could not rely on his family background to become a knight, but instead could only wait for the opportunity to get enough merits to receive the honor of becoming a knight. His Highness asked him what he knew about the demonic beasts, so he was apparently unwilling to give up his own territory during the winter. He was trying to find ways to fight the demonic beasts. Later the wantonly built walls also proved that there was no doubt that this year they would spend the months of the demons in Border Town. If he wanted to stop the invasion of the demonic beasts here, we would have to set up a front fighting team. Brian thought that he himself was a good candidate. He was proficient in investigating, fencing, and riding, and in the last year he was even the last person in Border Town who ignited the flames, proving that he did not lack courage. But he had never expected that His Highness intended to elect a team from the civilian population to fight against the demonic beasts. Yes, a purely civilian team, and not just him, but the entire patrol team of 10 people were not accepted during the review by the chief knight. This was simply incredible. Did His Highness think that these people, who had never held a sword, would be better at fighting than his own town patrol? He was afraid that when they got to see the evil beast's fierce appearance they would instantly collapse. But His Highness seemed to be serious. He not only trained the mob, but even gave them a uniform and many other clothes. Every afternoon Brian could see this group of people dressed up in a brown and gray leather armor. They were arranged in 2 columns running down the street. In the beginning, they were lacking any order, but recently they had become neater and neater. While he himself still had to perform his boring task every day, he couldn't see any possibility of promotion now. When he was tossing and turning at night, he could hear a sound at his door, then the door opened and someone came in quietly. "Hey, we are up," whispered a person in a low voice. Brian could tell to whom this voice belonged. It belonged to a member of his own patrol, nicknamed Fierce Scar. In his room slept 5 people. In addition to himself and Greyhound, the other 3 quickly stood up, and they seemed well prepared. They hadn't even taken off their coats. "Captain, get up. I have something important to tell you." In Longsong's stronghold, Fierce Scar had a noble relative who had not heard of his great noble uncle. So thanks to this he had a high status within the team. It was not good for Brian to ignore him, so he had to climb up and ask, "What happened?" Greyhound also woke up. "It's so late, why don't you sleep? Aren't you sleepy? I have the greatest job in your lives to introduce to you. You want to be canonized as a knight, right?" What? Knight?" Greyhound was surprised. Brian's heart jumped wildly and he quickly asked, "In the end, what is the job?" "You all know my Uncle Hill. He isn't only the herald of Duke Ryan, even more, he is one of his confidants. This is news he himself personally confessed to me." Fierce Scar spoke with a low voice. The 4th prince preparing to shake off the shackles from Longsong's stronghold made Duke Ryan very unhappy. He has decided to let the prince know who the true owner of the western border is. Difficult, don't, your plan, assassination. Greyhound was so nervous he even begun to stammer, and he didn't even speak a complete sentence. "How would that be possible?" Fierce Scar laughed maniacally. "After all, he is a prince. If we kill him, not even Duke Ryan could shelter us. I said this is your biggest chance in your life." Brain felt subconsciously that the deal was certainly not as simple as he claimed it to be, but the temptation to be canonized as a knight was too great. He could not help himself and opened his mouth. "Begin to talk, we are listening." "Food." If he has no food, he can only humble himself and go back to Longsong's stronghold where Duke Ryan already promised him a place. As long as we can successfully burn the food, which the 4th prince had previously bought, Duke Ryan will organize the canonization ceremony for us, and will give each of us fiefdom east of Longsong's stronghold. This is a golden opportunity, Captain. What do you think? Why, you are crazy. Now, hadn't His Royal Highness astrologer said that this year months of the demons would likely hold on for more than 4 months? If we set the food on fire, if we burn it all, what would we eat? Greyhound again and again shook his head. 2 years ago, there was a great famine. Has everyone forgotten it? What does it have to do with us? Asked another person disdainfully. Anyway, I do not intend to stay here. If we do the job for Duke Ryan, we can live a comfortable life in the stronghold. Yes, do you want to eat this hell of slag for a lifetime, do you? Other people begun to chime in. Hell, they already colluded at an earlier time. Brian's heart became cold, and in addition, except Greyhound, most of them were from outside of border town. They came from all over the kingdom and they don't have any nostalgia with this town. Feeling powerless to stop them, Brian had to change the subject, but the purchased wheat was transferred to His Royal Highness Castle, and all the doors are guarded by His Highness Knights. How could you go through with your plan? That's why I need your help. Fierce Scar smiled proudly. From an early age you have stayed in this broken place, so no one is more familiar with the environment here than you. I remember that you once said that there is a ravine in an abandoned well, and its end is connected with the castle's water supply. Through it, we can silently enter the castle garden. Didn't you find it when you were still a child? How is it? With this easy task, you can become a knight in the future, a knight personally canonized by Duke Ryan. A knight should not do any injustice, instead, he should have the courage to fight against it, and he should not be afraid of any danger, and should always be ready to protect the weak. For Duke Ryan's personal gains, the residents of his hometown would face the threat of hunger and death? Becoming a knight like this, there was no glory at all. He refused to open his mouth, but Greyhound began to shout. You are a group of maniacs. You're actually thinking about the idea of burning the food. I would never let you leave this place. I will report to, Greyhound only spoke until here. His voice suddenly became weaker. With an incredible look he turned around, looking at a former teammate standing behind him and sneering at him. A black dagger was inserted in Greyhound's waist. The dagger was totally inserted into the body. Greyhound shivered twice. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but he could only emit a hoarse breathing sound. The other guard stirred his dagger twice, and then he abruptly withdrew it. Greyhound, like a doll who suddenly lost its support, softly crumbled to the ground. How? Fierce Scar was suddenly so close to Brian that the latter could even feel the foul breath exhale from his mouth. I think you have made a decision, right, Captain Brian? TN. If you are interested into the centrifugal mechanics governor, here are more informations and a video. Chapter 29 Fury. Chapter 29 Fury. The castle in Border Town hadn't always stood in the place it stood now. When they laid the foundation for the first castle, the ground collapsed due to an underground cave. Because of this, the castle position had been moved. The already excavated sewers were mostly destroyed in the collapse, and some parts were still intact, but these parts were also discarded because of the relocation and redevelopment of the castle. When Brian was still young, he often played in these underground tunnels, and one day he accidentally found a route from an abandoned well outside the castle wall that directly led to a well in the castle garden. Brian told the news of this discovery to his father, but he got a severely beating in return. His father also warned him that trespassing into the Lord's castle was a capital offense. In the case that he was found, it could only end with a journey to the gallows. Through this, Brian was frightened for his life and never went into the old sewers again. However, when people get together they will start to drink and chat, and during such occasions he had repeatedly boasted about his own ability to have direct access to the castle. Now he was extremely regretting it. The entire town's patrol apart from Greyhound were 9 men. In other words, Fierce Scar had convinced the entire town's patrol, and they were now working for Duke Ryan, who was in control of the western part of the kingdom. Furthermore, the rewards were so good that presumably only very few people could withstand this temptation. The abandoned well was in the part of the place which collapsed in the beginning, and it was still a wasteland even today. Fierce Scar ordered Brian with his sword to lead the way, and during the whole time on their way to the well, Brian was caught in the middle of the group. The fairly spacious waterways he could remember from his childhood had now become very narrow. Because nobody went through this way, the water diversion had dug many holes in which have grown many vines. The guy who stabbed Greyhound was leading the way at the forefront and holding a torch. In the other hand he held a hatchet to clear the way of all obstacles. While Brian pretended to recall the road, in the bottom of his heart, he secretly thought on a way to escape. But for such actions this was clearly a very inconvenient place. Here he had no possibility of escaping. Only in the castle there was the possible to obtain a slim chance. But how should he do it? Should he cry out loud to lead his highness guards to them? No, that was a bad idea. Fierce Scar only had to raise his hand and he would be able to take Brian's own life. He had to get away from him, otherwise his fate would be like that of Greyhound. When thinking about Greyhound, Brian's eyes became somewhat gloomy. Before Border Town had been established, he and Brian himself were already living here. They grew up and played many times together, and even joined the town's patrol together, which was Brian's idea. Greyhound had never expected that he himself would be elected as captain of the patrol. Brian had been happy for him for a long time, but because of his stuttering, Greyhound had suffered much contempt. But today, he finally had the chance to be recognized. At last an opportunity arrived, thought Brian. But when Greyhound went down and Fierce Scar snarled towards Brian, Fierce Scar sarcastically told him directly to his face the true reason why everyone elected Greyhound as captain. Fool, he was elected because an important job of the captain is to stay behind during the months of the demons and take care of things, like igniting the flames to ring the alarm. We let you do this, because why should I do such a dangerous task? This sentence was like a sharp knife, directly stabbing into Brian's ear. So those who modestly declined when they got the offer for promotion. Those congratulations words were so false, their true reason was so ugly. He showed a look of shock and despair across his face, to cover up the raging anger within his heart. This was simply inexcusable, Brian secretly raged. Someone must pay the price for this. After walking for half an hour through the dried sewer, the crowd finally could hear the sound of flowing water. This meant that they weren't far away from their destination. After they turned around a corner, the front was suddenly a lot more open and bright. The open place could accommodate 2 people standing side by side. The person moving in front of the group said, "There is no road ahead, it's the mouth of the shaft." "What now?" asked Fierce Scar while poking Brain with the sword. "Tell him to look up," Brian narrated, "we have finally arrived." This abandoned channel was just in the middle of the castle sewer. At the time of the repairs, maybe due to negligence, they didn't seal this interface. Fierce Scar stuck close to the wall and took a probing look. At his feet the rushing water was 3 feet deep, and when he looked upwards he was able to see the night sky through a small hole. He let other people of him to look at Brian, and he took his backpack and pulled out a bundle of rope, fastened a hook to it and gently tossed it up, only to hear the sound of the hook firmly sticking to edge of the wellhead. Fierce Scar followed the rope, cautiously climbing out. Soon, he tugged at the rope from above and the other people schematically went up. After a long wait, it was finally Brian's turn to climb up the well. Originally they could only see the cast far into the distance but now stood right in front of them. Fierce Scar grabbed Brian and ordered silently, "You're coming with us to the warehouse." Brian had only been here once. Although in his memory the look of the castle had become blurred, he still knew where they were. If they forced open the nearest door to the well, they would directly enter the castle. At this time most of the people in the castle had already gone to sleep, and the oil lamp hanging at the wall of the corridor had already been extinguished, too. In the darkness, someone had to light a fire. The weak fire illuminated only a radius of a few feet, but Brian was waiting for his chance, which would certainly come. When the team came to a fork in the road leading to the basement, he aimed for the stairway leading downwards, and suddenly rushed past his guards. The guards at Brian's side were caught off guard. Despite paying attention to every movement he did, Brian just jumped too fast, so they had not a chance to respond, but soon they reacted and jumped down after him. He fell down the stairs, out of the range of the light and disappeared into the darkness. "Oh shit, damn it!" Fierce Scar immediately pulled out his dagger and jumped down to catch up. He thought that Brian would take advantage of the darkness and would play hide and seek with him, so he was caught off guard when Brian didn't escape. He instead stood patiently at the end of the stairs as if he was waiting for him. Fierce Scar noted that his other accomplices were already lying motionless on the ground, and in Brian's hands were the men's weapon. "Idiot, do you think you have a chance of winning against me?" Fierce Scar took on an alert posture, and he could also hear his other men coming down the steps. "We have 7 people, and you are alone." Brian did not answer. It was already needless to constrain his own fury any longer. He brought up his sword and quickly slashed diagonally downwards, hitting Fierce Scar's sword, instantly creating sparks. Before Fierce Scar could even take his next defense posture, Brian's sword tip had already pierced his shoulder. Fierce Scar gave off a pained roar, and took a step back to let another man step forward, blocking Brian's pursuit. This was an excellent place for Brian to fight. With narrow aisles his opponents could simply not take advantage of their superior numbers. He just stood in the center of the corridor and had only the enemies in front of him. He would be able to hold off 2 people, who had to fight with their swords side by side. In fencing, Brian would not lose confidence against anyone in the patrol. When these group of lazy scumbags were gambling and indulging in a bar, he was still honing his combat skills, regardless of wind, frost, rain, and snow, unbroken through the whole years. this was his choice and the reason why he didn't shout for help immediately. He wanted to personally avenge Greyhound. Chapter 30 Out of the Fog. Chapter 30 Out of the Fog. The substitute for Fierce Scar came forward to merely receive 2 fast attacks from Brian before getting his sword swept away. They were not much of a town patrol, it would be more correct to call them a group of bullies. Thinking this fueled Brian's anger even more. In addition to extortion and blackmail, what else did these people do? Greyhound and Brian had carried out the tasks given by the Lord without any loose threads, but the ranks beneath them were a completely different category. But it was this group of trash who would be the group taking refuge in the stronghold. This scum, the scourge of the 2 who even dared to kill Greyhound by employing an extremely despicable method. This was unforgivable. His sword slashed towards his frightened opponent and cut his neck off, but just in this moment, a shadow which stuck behind his former target's back attacked Brian's heart in the blink of an eye. The blow was too subtle, so when Brian noticed it, it was already too late to parry. In a desperate act, he violently threw himself backwards to the ground, and at the same time while he was falling backwards, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest region. After 2 rolls backwards, he immediately stood up again and took a defensive posture. Brian was lucky that the sneak attack just now had only pierced his coat and skin, and didn't cause any heavy injury. The key was to stab at a man's weak point with the sword. From the impression he had of his own patrol members, he was sure that none of them had fencing skills. "Ha! You actually escaped." The man kicked the lost weapons of his dead teammates away, and step by step came forward towards Brian. "What the hell?" Brian found himself unable to recognize the other one. He was not a tall man, but his hands were too big in comparison to his body. When his arms were hanging down from his sides, his hands almost reached his knees. His eyes were so strange, Brian could swear that he had never seen this pair of eyes. "You are not a member of the town patrol. Who the hell are you?" Although 5 of the 10 members from the town patrol were living next door and he rarely dealt with them, he could still always recognize these people. So this guy obviously replaced one of them and followed the team on their way into the castle. The fact that he didn't previously see him on their way into the castle was not surprising. After all, the night was pitch black. However, there was no reaction from the group of Fierce Scar. Since they regarded him without surprise, there was only one possibility: this guy was previously arranged for by Fierce Scar. "You can guess the answer." "Why do you need to ask me?" he replied while smiling indifferently. "Anyway, you are going to die soon." "Damn, he hurt me." Fierce Scar bitterly flamed. "Viper, quickly chop off his hands and feet. I want to slowly bathe in his blood." "Unfortunately, Mr. Hill, I must give priority to the completion of the task given to me by my lord." Just like his name, this guy was really the incarnation of a serpent. He would always attack from a strange and tricky angle, in addition to his extremely long arm span. He directly forced Brian into a bitter struggle. Brian was forced back again and again, and he could never find an opportunity to counterattack. He was just too careless. In his heart, Brian could feel some anxiety welling up. He had already fought so long in this underground walkway, so the guards above should have already noticed the fight, right? He had originally intended to personally avenge Greyhound, but now he could only hope to live a little bit longer, waiting for the night guards of His Highness to come break the siege of these villains. "You seem to be waiting for something." Viper suddenly suspended his attacks. "I guess you're waiting for the prince's knights to come rescue you?" Unfortunately, this stone castle is differently built from the common pubs and brothels. It's only a matter of time before those wooden shacks break down. But this door here, even if you tear out your throat while shouting, the people behind would never hear any sound. When Brain heard the reason, he could not help himself and hesitated for a moment. This was exactly the opportunity Viper had been waiting for. He slashed with his sword downwards, pressing Brian's sword down, and paralyzing him in his movements. Then he slightly raised his other hand and triggered the hidden hand crossbow in his sleeve. A one-finger-long bolt shot from the cuff, and when Brian heard the humming sound of the mechanism, the bolt had already pierced into his lungs. Suddenly an unbearable pain exploded within his chest. Brian threw his sword in Viper's direction and then turned back and ran. However, his pulmonary blood was seeping quickly into his trachea and made it difficult for him to breathe. He really couldn't run far. He tripped over a threshold, took some staggering steps and fell heavily to the ground. Viper soon caught up. He wanted to end this fight quickly, but was held back by Fierce Scar. "Let me do it," hissed Fierce Scar through his gritted teeth. "I want to kill this guy. After all, he stabbed me." A cold look flashed through Viper's eyes, but in the end, he still stepped aside. "But do it fast, and do not forget that we still have other business down here." Fierce Scar grabbed Brian's hair and growled at him, "Believe me, you will die slowly and very painfully." Brian wanted to spit into Fierce Scar's face, but his body's strength flowed away like water into a bottomless hole. He did not know how much longer he could live on. The regrets of his life came into his mind, such as not yet meeting his wife and not fulfilling his dream to become a knight. But what he regretted the most was that he didn't avenge Greyhound. Wait, what was that? He blinked once and suddenly there was a woman sitting on the lid of a box. Although within this dark light, he couldn't see her appearance clearly, but with such an exquisite body there was no doubt that she was a woman. Hell, was this an illusion? It has to be. He fell into this room at midnight, and there was definitely not anyone inside. Could it be that God in heaven had heard his complaints and specially made this fantasy to comfort him? "Hey, you're playing so lively in someone else's place and even intend to kill someone in front of my face. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right?" Fierce Scar saw something flickering at the edge of his view, so he abruptly let go of Brian's hair. He took his sword out of its scabbard and turned to her while hearing that several other members of his team were doing the same. "Who are you? Why would they too respond to her?" Wait, with his dim consciousness Brian began to think, what if what he was seeing wasn't an illusion? "Of course, I'm here." The woman jumped from the box, bent over and patted the dust off her gown. In the dim firelight, Brian could see strange patterns embroidered on her robe, 3 juxtaposed triangles, and set in the center was a huge eye. The contour of the eye, when illuminated by the fire, seemed a bit golden. "Why are you here? Sneaking through the sewers like rats?" Her voice was clear and sweet, but her face showed no emotions. This was an anomaly. Anyone seeing such a murder scene shouldn't be so calm. Viper was aware of this point. He looked solemn as he slowly turned around to face the new opponent and suddenly attacked with a piercing strike. The woman didn't look concerned as she casually waved her hand. But Viper didn't even see her arms moving, he only felt a cold wind blowing through his body. Seeing such an unbelievable sight, Fierce Scar could only stare in disbelief. He rushed forward to help Viper, but he could see that he came too late for Viper because the place where his arm normally was already empty. Along with his falling arm and sword, Viper dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Fierce Scar was overwhelmed by fright and could feel a strangling pressure in his throat. Others did not know, but he knew very well the ins and outs of Viper. Vicious, cunning, and very dangerous. This was his uncle's evaluation of Viper. He could recruit other people, he held absolute strength, and should never be underestimated. It was even difficult for Brian to hold off Viper's attacks for half a quarter of an hour. But now, he had been casually blown away by a woman, and even got his whole arm cut off. "Everyone don't stupidly stand around. Go and kill her," shouted Viper while pressing on his wounds. Due to his excessive bleeding, Brian's vision began to blur. He could only hear chaotic footsteps, sounds from weapons clashing, as well as the sound of bodies hitting the ground everywhere around him. Then, everything became muffled. In the end, what happened? He tried to turn his head, and looked in the direction of the fight. What he saw then was a picture which was too difficult to understand. The woman was just like a ghost, walking in and out of the crowd however she wanted, vanishing out of sight again and again. Every one of her attacks would penetrate the enemy's vitals. It wasn't possible to call it a fight, it would be better to say she was dancing. He had never seen anyone able to wield murderous weapons while having such a sense of rhythm, slaying high and low, drawing an inconceivable path. In contrast, the people around her were nothing more than a group of clumsy clowns. They tried to fight back, only to fall in vain. In the end, only she was left standing, proud and independent. That was the last scene he saw before he lost his consciousness. Chapter 31 Our Friend. Chapter 31 Our Friend. Roland was sitting at his desk in a dazed state. He actually didn't expect that someone was trying to commit murder in his castle. He was afraid that if Nightingale hadn't promptly discovered them, they would have murdered him in cold blood. Who ordered this assassination attempt? Was it his third sister, or one of his other siblings? Why were they doing this? It was a 5-year struggle for the throne, but in the past few months they had already tried to kill him twice. Roland, full of irritation, banged his desk. This was simply outrageous. Couldn't they just let him face the months of the demons? Footsteps could be heard from outside of the door. It was Carter, his chief knight. After he pushed open the door he said, "Your Highness, the identities of the deceased have been identified. From the 8 bodies, 7 were original members of the patrol, but the last one is still unidentified. In addition, there are 2 who are still alive and under the care of the witch, if not. After being treated by Miss Pine, they have yet to wake up. Also, the path to the sewers is being closely guarded now." They were from the town patrol? He knew that the team raised by the former lord wasn't reliable. Roland gritted his teeth. Actually, 8 from the 10 people were disloyal, so not letting them join the militia was really the right choice. That is good, and also make sure they are always well guarded. Don't let them commit suicide like the last time. Like, the last time? Oh, nothing. Roland shook his head. Apparently due to Nightingale's early wake-up call, his head was still confused. Anyway, I want to know everything about them. Who is their leader? Who is their contact person? Who is their investor? You must investigate all of this and more. Yes, Your Highness. Carter had gotten his orders, but he did not leave immediately. Instead he went down on one knee and said, "That the assassins could sneak into the castle was my dereliction of duty. I hope Your Highness will punish me. Enough is enough. At that time, you weren't even in the castle, so this has nothing to do with you." Well, Carter hesitated. "Can you tell me who it was in the end that prevented this assassination attempt? I could see from the scene that the knight had to swallow. All of them seem to have been killed by the same person and were totally defenseless." That you can tell? Roland was curious. If they were evenly matched, the scene wouldn't be so clean and the wounds would be in a wide range all over the bodies, Carter whispered. Everybody was killed down in the small warehouse. In addition to blood and dead bodies, there was nothing else on the ground. There was almost no damage to the goods placed down there. Those big boxes which store bacon didn't even have a sword cut. That shows that the man didn't need to use any cover. It seems as if he was taking a walk in a small clearing. With all due respect, Your Highness, this is just too incredible. So that's the reason. Roland nodded his head. He understood the meaning of Carter's explanation. After a theoretically strong person was surrounded, he would fall into an extreme adverse situation. Real fights usually didn't end like what was shown in movies, where the surrounded person sends one enemy after the other towards the ground. An attack from a blind spot would be particularly deadly. So to fight many, the correct approach would be to rely on the terrain and the environment so that they could always face the opposition. But Nightingale was not one of those ordinary people. No matter what you do, you have to complete the mission I gave you, first. This person cannot be revealed yet, but when the time comes, I'll tell you. Although he knew that the chief knight was one of his loyal and reliable subordinates and that he also knew that Nana and Anna were witches, but Roland still chose to hide the presence of Nightingale from him, because the difference between her and the other 2 witches was that she didn't belong to their side. She only stayed in Border Town because of Anna. She belonged to the Witch Association Cooperation, and would sooner or later leave this town. Carter gave a salute and retired. Roland could understand his thoughts. As a person well versed with the sword, Carter constantly practiced a training program that was produced from summarizing and accumulating fighting techniques for hundreds of years, and in truth they were proud of their heritages. But when he saw the scene in the warehouse, he couldn't believe it and began to have doubts if swordplay could be perfected to such a state. Of which heritage were they normally so proud of? "I thought you would tell me to come out," Nightingale revealed herself. She was still sitting on the corner of his desk, with crossed legs. "I also thought about it. How about it? You can just settle down here as my hidden sword. You will get 2 gold royals as monthly salary, the double of what Anna gets. What do you think?" Roland began to advise it further. "You will get a house with a garden, 2 days off each week, and even paid leave every year. That's it, the rest would only be a monetary reward." To his surprise, Nightingale didn't flatly refuse him. She only smiled and said neither yes or no. "I cannot abandon my companions, no matter what. That would be now, but when the winter is over, Bordertown will begin a time of reconstruction. And at that time, how many people will still care about it? And then, the witches will no longer have to suffer discrimination while walking in the streets. No one will see you as the devil's spokesperson. And so on." "You are always talking about it," said Nightingale indifferently. It was time to stop. It was always better to see than to hear. This kind of thing could only be changed slowly. Roland changed the subject. "Nana has been safely sent back, right?" "Ah yes, but she got spooked." Roland sighed. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was midnight when she had been woken up by Nightingale. When she was brought to the scene and saw the battle place, she almost threw up. Nightingale gave him a short account about the things which happened, and then he told her to get Nana. Usually, Nana had to only heal chickens. But now, when the little girl saw people covered in blood, she immediately fainted. After a short while, she woke up and began to heal the person from the town patrol with her face full of tears. In order to keep Nana's family in the dark, Nightingale was also responsible for taking her back. When everything was settled, it was almost daybreak. "How was the investigation? Could you figure out which of my good brothers or sisters sent them?" Nightingale shook her head. "They were all people of your own patrol, with only one exception, but he also didn't carry any identity-related evidence with him. With enough money, anyone could hire them. But I think that this perhaps isn't related to your siblings." "Why?" "Because it was extremely unorganized. During multiple occasions, the team actually had a lot in fighting. And immediately after their failure they didn't commit suicide, leaving at least 2 people alive. And then, they had no professional performance. In general, they were just street punks. This is unlike the style of your brothers and sisters. It is more likely that it was a layman's plan. I think that even if I wasn't here there was no way their assassination attempt would have succeeded. Don't forget that Anna is sleeping downstairs." Nightingale reached for Roland's cup. She didn't seem to care about drinking from the same cup as him, and then said, "No matter what, your knight had asked for the truth of what happened in the sewers, and I bet he will soon know the truth. Compared with the former piece of your sister, that guy is much less professional. If I hadn't left, he would still kneel before me begging me to not to kill him. That seriously injured patrol member, it seems that he is the one I summoned not too long ago." "Really?" Nightingale tilted her head. "I think that you'll have to reward him. If he hadn't stood up against the other guys, I would not have found them so quickly and they would have slipped into the basement of the castle. Although it is still not clear why he did that, but the enemy's enemy is our friend, right?" Yes, Roland thought, but the important part was not if he is a friend or foe, but rather that Nightingale said the 2 words. Our friend. Chapter 32 Night. Chapter 32 Night. When Brian woke up, the first thing that caught his eyes was the white ceiling. The sunlight shining through the window was somewhat bright, so he had to close his eyes a little. Then when his eyes got used to the sunlight, he opened them again, only to find the scene in front of him unchanged. Feeling that it wasn't a dream, he thought, "I'm still alive?" He tried to move his body, but soon noticed that he could only lift his fingers a little bit. It seemed that his whole body's strength was gone. Then he heard someone shouting. He woke up. Go and inform His Highness. His Highness? Brian felt like his brain was filled with paste and that his thought process was many times slower than usual. By the way, what happened after I fainted? I can only remember that Viper pierced my chest and that I was dying, and in my last moment I could see a ghostly woman who defeated all the enemies in an incredible way. Soon a maid arrived to help him up so that he could sit in the bed. Then another maid came holding a basin and sat down next to him and immediately began to help him clean his face. In his whole life Brian had never experienced such comprehensive personal service, plus the maids were all young women, which made the situation really awkward for him. Fortunately, the situation did not last long. As soon as the fourth prince entered the room, everyone else left. Brian could feel a surging heat within his heart. He had too much to ask, but then, when he tried to open his mouth he didn't know from where to begin. But contrary to what he had expected, Roland nodded and said, I already know of all your past achievements, and Brian, you are worthy of the title of a hero. Hearing the word hero, Brian suddenly felt his eyes begin to tear up. He began to sob and his voice choked. No. Your Highness, my friend, is the real. Roland patted him on his shoulder so as to comfort him. It was exactly like Nightingale had predicted. After Fierce Scar was dragged into the torture chamber, he began to tell everything he knew before the warden even put his hands on him. The one behind this group was not his sister or any other of his siblings, but Longsong Stronghold's Elk family. Count Elk got in contact with his distant relative Hiller Dimitri. Afterwards, Fierce Scar gained control over most of the town patrol with the lure of a reward. In addition, he also sent an assassin to replace one of the members in the team to prevent an accident from occurring in the course of action. The purpose of this group of people was not to assassinate Roland like he had thought, instead they intended to burn the food reserves so that he would obediently go back to the stronghold. Their conspiracy resulted in the death of an innocent person, Greyhound. He tried to stop Fierce Scar when he heard of his criminal intent, but he was stabbed to death with a dagger by one of his own subordinates. The whereabouts of the patrol member who was replaced by Viper was unknown. When he didn't see fire on the castle ground and noticed that Fierce Scar failed to come back, he probably realized that the plan was discovered and fled. To help stabilize Brian's mood, Roland promised him, your friend Greyhound, he'll get a funeral fitting for his sacrifice, and his family will be properly cared for. They will no longer need to worry about food in the future. Thank you, Your Highness. Brian took a deep breath. I have to know. Fierce Scar, is he dead? No, he is still alive. Brian painfully closed his eyes. He would rather have had them not rescue Fierce Scar so that he would have been dragged to hell than both of them staying alive. But now, the chance to fulfill his wish became slim. There was no doubt that Fierce Scar was guilty, but the sins committed by nobility could always be redeemed with money. As long as his uncle was willing to protect him, it was very likely that Fierce Scar wouldn't die. It was most probable that he wouldn't even need to go to prison. Roland could naturally guess his thoughts. Hiller Dimitri, the uncle of Fierce Scar, is also a distant relative of the Elk family in Longsong Stronghold. The head of the family is Luke Dimitri, a vassal under Duke Ryan, but the fact that he is the distant uncle of Fierce Scar, here he paused for a little moment, will not affect the final verdict. Fierce Scar has been sentenced to death by hanging, and there are only 3 days left until his execution. If you can restore your body by then, you're invited to witness it if you wish to. Brian became startled. But Your Highness, members of the nobility can have their freedom bought, this rule you cannot offend. Roland waved his hand dismissively, indicating Brian shouldn't concern himself with it. He is a noble? Maybe for you, he was born in a branch family of the Elk family, so the status you and he have are as much apart as heaven and earth. However, it's a fact that he has neither a title nor any land, so he simply cannot be considered as nobleman. In addition, even if he were a nobleman, to lead an invasion into the prince's temporal royal residence and attempt to burn the food stocks, ignoring the fate of the 2,000 people in Border Town, carried enough guilt. Adding these three sins together, he could simply not be forgiven. At the time when Roland ordered the death of Tyre, he felt a little hesitant within his heart, but fierce Scar belonged to the entirely inexcusable category. If he were successful, all of Roland's own future plans for Border Town would be destroyed, and he would never get a chance to turn his situation around. This was more hateful than a direct assassination attempt at Roland himself. As for the possibility that his action would annoy Longsong's stronghold? Who cares? Since the other party did not want to cooperate with him, of course he would not compromise with them. They even tried choosing underhanded tactics to entrap the entire population of Border Town. At the same time, this incident also taught Roland a lesson. This world's political struggle was different than what he knew from his former world. There they would mostly concentrate themselves on competing under the table, but here they were more inclined to set the table aside and use a much bloodier method. Rest well. You lost too much of your strength, so don't leave the castle. I have arranged for other people to take over your patrol's work, and at the end of the months of the demons, I'll hold your canonization ceremony. Your Highness. After hearing the words canonization ceremony, Brian looked at the prince with disbelief. You mean? Yes, you will become one of my knights, Mr. Brian, replied Roland with a smile. Asterisk. Prepare, stab. Vanner stabbed a wooden dummy with a pike, and on both sides his team members also did the same, with the same force and also from nearly the same angle. This time, it was already his 100th stab. He only had a tingling feeling left in his arms, and he already thought that he would never survive this training. Despite the fact that he began to have this thought after his 50th stab, he still endured. After 1 week of conditioning, it was already his natural reflex to obey every given order. Honestly, he himself was the most surprised that he could still endure. All rest. After Iron Axe shouted his command, Vanner could suddenly hear the sound of exhaling from everywhere around him. Vanner let also exhaled, and then he put down the pike as he sat on the ground. Now, he finally realized that their own militia was not responsible for being the errand troop for the guards or the knights. After 1 week of eccentric training, the training changed more to the fighting portion. For example, now they were standing on the city wall and were thrusting out their pikes according to the captain's orders. Although these pikes were replaced with wooden poles, anyone could imagine their roles in the future. The logistics team would never do such exercises, so this also meant that they would confront the evil beasts on the wall. Naturally, thinking about this, Vanner felt fear. He had even thought of sneaking away, but he didn't know why. Seeing his teammates around himself with the thought of 3 meals a day and a good salary slowly changed his mind. TN, Uncle Hill was changed into Uncle Hiller. Chapter 33 Gunpowder. Chapter 33 Gunpowder. Not even a quarter-hour rest later, Iron Axe clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone stand up, His Highness, the 4th Prince is coming." Vanner soon returned to his place, due to the special training he had before. He had learned to follow orders almost subconsciously, so he took his pike dummy and assumed the ready position for stabbing with his wooden staff. The prince and his followers were walking behind them on the wall. Vanner noticed from the corner of his eyes that the prince had slowed down his steps when he was near Vanner. Roland sighed silently. The sayings "a late evening will destroy the morning," and "to get up too early will ruin the whole day" were really true. Just when he had finished processing the aftermath of the raid on the castle, he was reminded that he had to inspect the militia's training results. Roland pitted himself. He hadn't slept the whole night, so now he was sleepy the whole day. But he had to come, since now the team had been transferred to the stage of combat training, and he, as the highest commanding officer, if he didn't show himself for a long time, the morale of his team would become unsteady. Well, what would someone usually say when reviewing the team? Roland thought for a bit. Are we only comrades only during good times, or are we also comrades during hardships? If he did not get an answer after shouting this slogan, the whole atmosphere would be very awkward. Maybe it would be better to just pull someone aside and talk with him, asking him for his impression and earning a good reputation. So he began to implement his new plan, and patted a young man who looked fairly sturdy on the shoulders. "Is the training too hard and do you feel tired?" Is eating 3 meals a day enough? Based on his past experiences of watching the news, his response to his question should be a loud shout, not tired, and very good. But the result was completely different than what he expected. The man turned directly towards him and went down on one knee, which really shocked Roland. Vanner felt that he had been blessed. His Royal Highness the Prince actually cared for him and even cordially asked him if he was tired from the training. When talking about the royal family or even only ordinary nobles, they were usually all reluctant to speak a word with their soldiers. He unconsciously imitated a knight's salute to honor his Royal Highness. Regardless if this ritual was appropriate for him, he only had one thought: later when he returned to the streets, he could be considered a new person. When he was asked to stand up, his brain was still a mess, so he couldn't even remember what he had answered. In the end, His Royal Highness had asked all of them. If someone had any comments or suggestions about the training, he would step forward. Suddenly Vanner's mind was completely clear once again. This was a good opportunity. If his thoughts were true and His Highness militia had to guard the walls alone, they couldn't afford the heavy responsibility. Maybe my worries of running away or staying are unnecessary, right? He carefully thought about how to phrase the sentence, Your Honor. Your respected Highness, the current numbers of the militia is too small. If we line up in the same way that we have trained during training, when the demonic beasts strike, we will only be able to defend 1/3 of the whole wall and won't survive. Even if the prince began to recruit several groups of militia now, Vanner was afraid that the training time wouldn't be enough. In addition, the weapons used by these people would also be a big expenditure. It was already difficult to supply for the 100 soldiers in the time left. Even now they were still holding their wooden staffs to train. If His Royal Highness Prince could also realize this point, maybe he would recruit a group of mercenaries from other towns as their main defense. At least they would not need training and could be directly sent onto the battlefield, and they were already carrying weapons and armor, but the price to hire them was relatively high. Roland thought for a moment, nodded and said, Yes, you're right, with our current militia force to guard the whole city wall, isn't very realistic. Vanner felt very delighted. His Highness actually agreed with his view. But he did not expect the next words the prince said. Demonic beasts are in a sense only a variant of normal beasts, they don't become more intelligent, right? Yes, Your Highness, their base forms are only ordinary animals, so the demonic beasts are still the same, even their habits are basically the same as they were before the change, but I have not seen many of them, so I'm not sure that this is true for all of them. That's what I wanted to hear. Although there are nearly 600 feet between the Shishui River and the foot of the northern mountain slope, we could lure them to attack a specific area which we prepared beforehand. You mean by using traps? Asked Iron Axe. Yes, we could use traps, but not the kind commonly used by hunters. Common traps are used to capture prey by camouflage, but I intend to do the opposite. We will set up roadblocks in the direction away from the city walls, such as fences, slopes, and ditches, forcing these mindless demonic beasts to walk around them. Continuous barriers will guide the prey to a designated place, at which we will place our main defense. When Roland came to this point, he directly looked at Iron Axe. As for how to lure these monsters, I think nobody knows more about it than you. After a short moment, Iron Axe answered, It's no problem to guide them. The wolves have hygrophobia, the wild boars have photophobia, and the other demonic beasts also have their own fears. But Your Highness, this way we would need to face all the evil beasts at one small point. Will that not be too dangerous? If we only rely on pikes and bows, that would be true. Roland took a deep breath and said confidently, But now we have a new weapon. When it was time for the prince's departure, he once again came to Vanner. Your observations were very good. What's your name? The Vanner, Your Highness. I will propose for you to be a vice-captain for one of the teams to my chief knight, Mr. Vanner. I'm very satisfied. Good work. Asterisk. Next to the house for the production of cement, Roland built a new house. It was for the production of snow powder, or more precisely, gunpowder. It only had one big room which had an area of 300 square meters and only one entrance. He also implemented the most stringent security regime. 2 knights were always guarding the door, and anyone who wanted to enter were required to register first and go through body search, looking for something which could light a fire. Indoors. Any source of fire was prohibited, so it was only possible to work during the day. In order to even prevent Nightingale from sneaking into the room, he hung up a cotton curtain above the door. "This is what you called the new weapon?" Carter was summoned to take a look at the new invention. He took the powder in his hand and took a sniff. "This is not snow powder, right?" Perhaps Iron Axe didn't know what snow powder looked like, but Carter had often participated in royal ceremonies, so he naturally knew how snow powder looked. It was the alchemic workshop's finest creation. The recipe was a secret to outsiders, but if the prince desired to know it, he would certainly be able to get it. "It's snow powder, but not entirely," said Roland. "It's the alchemic workshop's last product improvement. I call it gunpowder." Gunpowder can be described as a product that was perfect for mass production. It didn't need any exotic materials. As long as you had charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter and mixed them at a ratio of 1:1 to 7.5, it could be produced without any technical barriers. In this time period, snow powder was mixed into a ratio of 3:1, and it also sometimes contained some strange materials, such as mercury, butter, honey, etc., which were sometimes mixed into it at a 2% ratio, but with the result of slower combustion and less gas release, this held no advantage for the gunpowder. However, Roland knew that the alchemist would constantly test other ratios, and he predicted that they would only need 30 years until a recipe close to the original gunpowder's recipe would appear. In the history of Roland's former world, gunpowder was invented a long time before the production of the first cold weapon. The reason for this was because the recipe and the corresponding weapon manufacturing process didn't work in unison. However, what many people ignored was the fact that one did not need to rely on guns. The gunpowder itself was a very formidable weapon. Chapter 34 Trial Explosion. Chapter 34 The Trial Blasting. Right when the firing room for cement was built, Roland had already assigned labs for the several follow-up projects. Most of the labs were being built around the North Slope mine area so that the labs could be efficiently guarded. The construction of the labs was speedy due to their simple composition of adobe walls and wooden roofs. And their construction would not intervene with the construction of the city wall. The saltpeter purchased from Willow Town was delivered to the nearby warehouse to be stored. It would be ground, measured, and sent to the labs when it was time to use them. Charcoal and sulfur would go through the same process. The transport and mixture of the 3 ingredients would be completed by different groups of people. This way, Roland could eliminate the risk of the plan being leaked out. Roland took 20 pounds from the pre-made gunpowder and slowly poured it onto a cropped sheepskin. The gunpowder all went through the process of soaking, compressing, drying, grinding, and screening. They were all in similar sizes and extremely inflammable. To prevent any accidents due to the collision of sparks, the entire manufacturing process did not use any metal products. Instead, they used ceramics or wooden products. After pouring the gunpowder, Roland folded the sheepskin to 3 folds and tied it with string. "That's all I need to do?" Carter asked. This object in front of him could also be called a weapon? Although it was the modified version of the snow powder, it would not do any damage just by its loud noise. Perhaps it would be effective to farmers who had never been to the battlefield, but it certainly would not frighten the trained soldiers and mercenaries. However, the chief knight pondered cautiously. Although the things that His Highness had been doing seemed unreasonable, they all turned out to be extremely efficient. If the demonic beasts had similar intelligence to ordinary beasts, perhaps this gunpowder thing would actually work? For example, a sudden loud noise could make them flee and startle. That way, the stress on the troop could be lessened. Roland gave the wrapped-up gunpowder to Carter and took a bag of the inflammable gunpowder that had been ground. "It's almost the time, let's head to the outside of the city wall. Iron Axe should already be prepared." About 2 miles from the city wall to the west, the vacant space between Misty Forest and the impassable mountain range would be the area to do the trial blasting. Iron Axe and the other hunters had already been waiting here for a long time. Besides Iron Axe, everyone was local and also the ones with the best archery skills. Hearing that Prince Roland had a mission to assign them, they immediately followed Iron Axe over. Everyone knew now that the new Lord of Border Town was generous about giving remunerations. Following Roland's command, they set up long wooden poles on the four corners, tied up strings, and enclosed a watch circle for half of a mile. Roland assigned knights to scout near the city wall in case anyone approached by accident. Roland examined around the watch circle and nodded. "Did you bring all the praise?" "Your Highness, the praise are here." Iron Axe came up with a cage. Carter noticed the hens and rabbits in the cage. "Very well, put them on 5 steps, 10 steps, 15 steps, and 30 steps away from the center and tie one on every wooden pole." Carter shook his head and suggested, "Your Highness, I'm afraid the praise you selected could hardly have any test effect. These animals are timid by nature. They will flee if there are any noises nearby. Even if the noise could scare them, but it wouldn't be able to startle the demonic beasts." To startle the demonic beasts? Roland paused for one moment and realized. "I'm not planning to scare them, even though this thing is astonishing when it explodes." Roland brought the chief knight to the center of the circle, dropped off a bag of gunpowder, and tore an opening in the bag to allow some powder to leak out. Then Roland pulled out the leather bag with gunpowder, and continued to sprinkle the gunpowder from the opening while stepping backward. It was a windless day, perfect for such a primordial explosive method. Roland retrieved the leather bag only when they retreated to 100 meters away. "That's enough, let's ignite it here." He repeatedly estimated the distance, making sure it was errorless, and then said to Carter, "Bring all the hunters here." At this moment, Roland was quite excited. He had done a smaller scale of the explosion test, so he was not that concerned with the outcome of the experiment. What he really cared about was that this moment would be a moment of great invention. The thermal weapon would officially step on the stage and Roland would be recorded into history as the chief leader. After everyone gathered, Roland ignited the gunpowder. Carter lay on the ground. He felt uneasy as he watched the spark furthering away. With such a long distance, plus it was not even put in the bronze barrel, the exploding noise of snow powder might not even be reached here. It was unnecessary for Prince Roland to demand that everyone had to lie on the ground. However, there was nothing left to say since Prince Roland took the lead himself. The ground was freezing cold during winter. Carter could felt the chill even if he was wearing chain armor. Carter moved a bit, an astonishingly loud sound broke out as he was about to lie on his side. Because the distance was too close, the exploding noise and the shock arrived at the same time. He felt a sudden buzzing in his ears and the world became quiet. The shaking of the ground continued momentarily. He lifted up his head and saw a black cloud rising into the air, followed by the falling of stones and mud. The shock that Roland received was much less than the chief knight's. As someone that would cover his ears even for firecrackers, Roland promptly prepared protection for himself. The explosive point was unlike in movies, where there would be huge fireballs, the glaring light of flame flashed, multitudes of mud were blasted off the ground, reaching a height of 10 meters in the air. When everything settled down, the only thing that Roland felt was this noise was much louder than firecrackers. Regarding Iron Axe and the other hunters, they were flabbergasted by what they just saw and heard. Only Iron Axe knew that this experiment was to test a new weapon, but he also did not expect the momentum of the weapon to be so groundbreaking. Only the thunder of God's punishment could be comparable to this. Roland stood up. He led the group to the center of the explosion. There was a half-meter deep hole on the ground. The bunny that was closest to the center had utterly disappeared, leaving only a short stake on the ground. Roland examined every other prey. The hens that were placed on the 10-step point and 15-step point were lying on the ground, apparently dead. Although there were no physical damages on them, Roland knew that they died of the shock from the explosion. The only survivor was the gray bunny that was placed on the 30-step, about 15 meters, point. There were drops of blood from its ear, and it even gave up struggling when people walked near it. It seemed like that the massive blast of the explosion had deprived its soul. Carter swallowed. The buzzing in his ears was gradually recovering. Until now, he finally understood what Prince Roland meant by not planning to scare them away. Was that the outcome of the modification of snow powder? With such accomplishment, the power of alchemists would be much superior to the power of astrologers. The way Iron Axe looked at Roland had changed. Your Highness, if the militia could utilize such a weapon, then Border Town would no longer be threatened by the demonic beasts. Could this weapon be mass-produced? Roland shrugged. Probably not. We would only be able to produce 20 to 30 of them before the months of demons. The key issue was the saltpeter. The manufacture in this age was still quite primordial. The only way of manufacturing was to collect the nitric acid crystals separated out by the lime mixture of human and livestock waste. Other than the alchemists and the upper nobles that had a demand, there was almost no other uses. So there were few refining fields. If they were all used to do explosives, they would soon be exhausted. As the ultimate weapon, it had to be used along with flintlock and crossbow bolts. Chapter 35 Home. Chapter 35 Home. Nightingale was walking through the fog. When she was looking outside from inside the fog, the outer world was only bicolor, black and white. The lines which were originally the borders of things were no longer very clear. The borders of straight lines, broken lines, and curved lines became ambiguous, like a picture painted by a child. This kind of feeling was somewhat hard to put into words. Nightingale took a long time to become familiar with how to distinguish between the borders. If Nightingale used her power correctly, she wouldn't be bound by anything while walking through the fog. Even for something like a wall, just looking at it from a slightly different angle would be enough to find a way through, but when looking at it in the real world, there would definitely not be an entrance. In the fog, up and down, front and back were no longer a fixed concept, they transformed into each other, or you could even say they overlapped. For example, what Nightingale was just doing. She entered the castle, which was under the watchful eyes of the guards, without being noticed. Then, within a step, the lines around her changed unpredictably, and she stepped through the ceiling out of nowhere, arriving in Anna's room. For her, this was an entirely free world without any rules. Nightingale was able to relax only in the world of fog. Even though it was silent and lonely, she would never encounter any threat there. Most of the time, the world in the fog was black and white, but occasionally she could see other colors. For example, when she was looking at Anna. The difference between a witch and an average person was their magic powers. Nightingale could see this force flowing and fading in a witch. This was the only color in the world of fog. She had never seen anyone like Anna before, with such a full and intense color, an aquamarine luster surging within her. In its center it was close to incandescent. She was almost unable to look at it. All this made Nightingale very confused, because in general, the color would show the witch's ability and magic power. In her time in the Witch Cooperation Association, she had seen a lot of witches with the fire ability when they used magic. The luster within them was always the color of orange or red like the cloud of a living fireball, but regardless of size or brightness, other witches couldn't be compared with Anna. If this wasn't already difficult to understand, another point was even more incredible. Within her was such an enormous amount of magic, how could she still be alive? Within the whole Witch Cooperation Association, Nightingale had not found anyone with such an astonishing amount of magical power. Even if it were an adult witch, she would be a dwarf in comparison with Anna. If Anna were to become an adult. No, Anna would never have this opportunity. Nightingale had to sigh, because the stronger the magic power was, the stronger the bite would be. She could not even imagine what would happen when the time came for Anna to face her trial. She would likely face a terrible ordeal. The pain of feeling that her organs were torn from the inside out didn't let people lose consciousness until they gave up their resistance, accepting their death. They would be repeatedly subjected to constant pain. She walked out of the fog, letting her temporary depressed feeling fade away, and cheerfully said, "Good morning, Anna." Anna had already become accustomed to the other side's unwanted behavior of suddenly appearing. She nodded her head, but did not answer, and continued practicing her flame instead. Nightingale rubbed her own nose and then went to the side of Anna's bed. Nightingale had already seen this kind of practice many times. She had even been watching when Anna had just started practicing. Accidentally igniting her clothes in the back garden shed, she always had a bucket full of clothes beside herself into which she could change. Later, she was able to make her flame skillfully dance at her fingertips. Then, even Roland no longer supervised her practice, but instead tore down the shed in the garden and turned it into a place to enjoy afternoon tea and sunbathe. Even so, according to the prince's orders from before, Anna continued to carry out her practice for 1 to 2 hours every day, but now in her own room. "I brought fish cake, do you want to eat it with me?" Nightingale took out a cloth from her bosom, opened it and divided the fish cake into a piece for each of them. Anna nodded after she smelled the fish cake. "Go wash your hands before you eat it," Nightingale laughed. Fortunately, Anna didn't hate Nightingale. After all, it would not be good for Nightingale to speak to herself. All in all, Anna was obviously very concerned for Nana but didn't express her concern very much. In fact, when she was not in front of Roland, she rarely spoke. In contrast, Roland talked too much. He always had a lot to say. For example, when eating a meal, he would have so many rules, such as wash your hands before eating, don't eat too quickly, don't pick it up and eat it after it has fallen to the ground, and so on. He could give a long statement for everything. At first, she was very impatient, but later she learned that it didn't matter because here she was the peasant and he was the master. After all, it was the fourth prince's castle. Since she lived here and ate his food, she reluctantly began to listen to his speeches. Now, she was also getting used to these rules. She didn't know why, but when she herself, Anna, Nana, Roland and Carter would compete for places in line for hand washing, she would feel an inexplicable hint of fun. Anna reached into the bucket filled with well water and cleaned her hands, and then she lit a flame to dry them. After that, she took her piece of fish cake and sat at the table, cutely taking a small bite into her little mouth to slowly chew it. "You really don't want to go back with me?" Nightingale asked her once more. "There, we will have a lot of sisters, they will take good care of you. Here, you can only live and do something within the range of the castle, don't you feel bored? Although they are called the impassable mountains, you can find lots of material to survive, and there we would all be one big family, everyone there has gathered together for the same purpose. Your magic power is so strong, they will happily welcome you. This winter, I'm afraid this winter will be your last." When she spoke until there, Nightingale trailed off. Perhaps it was already too late, she thought. Even if they were back in the camp, for Anna to have such strong magic power, it would be almost impossible for her to get through adulthood. The only thing Nightingale could do for Anna was to stay by her side when she died. "How was your life as a child, before you joined of the Witch Cooperation Association?" Nightingale was startled by Anna's question. After all, she rarely asked any questions. "I used to live in a big city in the eastern part of the kingdom. Actually, it wasn't far from the capital." "Did you have a happy life?" "Happy?" No, she was unwilling to remember her daily life at that time. She had to depend on others, and was despised and mocked. When they found out that she had turned into a witch, her life became even worse than that of a cat or dog. She had a chain tied around her neck and was forced to work for them. So remembering this, Nightingale shook her head and whispered, "Why are you asking this? I lived in the old town areas." Anna once more told her own story. "My father sold me for 25 gold royals to the church, but since His Highness had let me out of the prison, I'm living a very happy life here. But, you cannot go out of the castle, and except Roland Wimbledon, the other people outside still hate witches. That isn't important for me, and he also said that he would change all this in the future. Can't he do that? That will be tough. As long as the church hasn't fallen yet, they will always speak of the witches as evil." Anna didn't refute immediately and became silent for a long time. It was even so long that Nightingale thought that Anna would never talk about this point again when she suddenly asked, where did you have a better life? When you were with the Witch Cooperation Association or living here with us? You? What did you say? This question caught Nightingale totally off guard. Well, of course. It would be with the Witch Cooperation Association, right? To tell the truth, she wasn't really interested in the search for the Holy Mountain, but was interested in the place where all her friends were living. As for Border Town? If she hadn't heard that a witch was in danger, she would never have come to this town. So the answer should be very obvious, but why couldn't she say it the first time? Then, Anna began to smile. Nightingale had rarely seen her smile. Her eyes were shining like a lake in which the morning sun was reflected, glistening. Inexplicably, she felt at ease, even if she wasn't in her own world of the fog. I heard Roland saying that the Witch Cooperation Association was looking for the Holy Mountain in the Northern Mountains and that the Holy Mountain was a secure home for all of you, but for myself I think I have already found my Holy Mountain. This castle was her Holy Mountain. Nightingale realized that although Anna wouldn't live for much longer, her soul already arrived at the place where most witches long to be. At this moment, from the other side of the door, running footsteps could be heard. Nightingale listened carefully. They belonged to a panicking Nana. Then the door was opened, and it was really Nana Pine who rushed in. While tears ran down all over her face, she jumped into Anna's arms. What should I do? Sister Anna, my father has found out that I have become a witch. Chapter 36 Negotiation. Chapter 36 Negotiation. Roland was dragged out of bed by Nightingale. After he had heard that Nana's father came for an audience, he was surprised at first. Soon he realized that this was a rare opportunity. If he wanted the girl to stay during the months of the demons and help fight against the demonic beasts, he would have to find a reason for the Pine family to remain in Border Town during winter. Originally, this was a very tricky situation. After all, the fourth prince's popularity among the nobility had plummeted, and he had a strained relationship with the stronghold. This were the reasons why most of them nobles leave Border Town. However, from the beginning, Roland hadn't considered working together with the nobles. They may have a lot of power, but they weren't suitable for a joint work. He quickly washed his face and dressed himself, then immediately went into the reception hall. Mr. Pine was already brought into the reception hall under the guidance of the guards. When Mr. Pine saw the prince, he immediately stood up, enraged, and asked, "Your Highness, where is my daughter?" This was the first time that Roland saw Nana's father. He had a muscular build, but wasn't too tall, and with his beard he had a very rough image. With his cotton coat that reached his waist and his leather pants that had very large pockets, his dressing style looked more like that of a person from the Orient, rather than someone of noble rank. "She's fine, Mr. Pine dash. Why was she directly let through by the guards, while I was stopped at the door?" Nana's father interrupted him out of anger. "I need an explanation, Your Highness. Please bring my daughter out and let me see her." What was happening? Roland was full of wonder. He was convinced that Mr. Pine was clear about the situation, that his own daughter had unfortunately become a witch. So it would be normal if Mr. Pine humbly asked him to hide the message, or he would just allow Roland to solve the problem. But Roland had really not expected that Mr. Pine would be so aggressive and wouldn't act according to aristocratic etiquette. As to why the guards let Nana come in without questions was only because of Roland's standing orders. Nana would come every few days to play with Anna, so the guards were already used to her coming. After considering for a moment, Roland gave the order to have a maid bring Nana over to them. No matter how rude the other side behaved, he was still Nana's father, so it was only right to let the two meet and talk. If he showed any intention to send his daughter to the church or generally to abandon her, it wouldn't be too late to take measures against him. Nana and Anna both came together into the hall. At the moment Mr. Pine could see his daughter, the impertinent scene in his eyes immediately vanished. He opened his arms wide in the direction of Nana and shouted loud, "Dad is here, so come to me." But the little girl was just hiding behind Anna, only exposing half of her head. "I'll be sold to the church by you, right?" Oh. You silly girl, what are you talking about? Naturally, I would never take you to the church, so let us go home together. This reaction somewhat confused Roland. According to Nightingale's story, Nana was seen by her father when she was using magic. Breaking out into a panic, she immediately fled to the castle in search of Anna. All along the way, she was followed by her murderous-looking father. But as it now seemed, he was only looking with eyes full of love and care at his daughter, completely unlike the usual feelings of hate with which witches were typically confronted with. So, had it only been a misunderstanding? For a moment Roland hesitated, but then he decided to take the bull by the horns and said, "Mr. Pine, your daughter became a witch, you surely know that." "Your Highness, what are you talking about? I don't understand you." Mr. Pine angrily stomped his feet and then went toward Nana, trying to grab her hand. However, Anna stepped in front of him, blocking his view of Nana. "Father, I have become a witch." "I'm so sorry," whispered Nana. Hearing Nana mention it once more, Mr. Pine became somewhat anxious. "Don't talk nonsense. How would you become a witch? What has that guy Carl taught you? I shouldn't have ever let you go to the college, there they only teach that rhetoric church shit." Hearing him talking like this, Roland suddenly began to understand the situation. It seemed that Nana's father tried to cover everything for his daughter up. Did he misunderstand Roland's intentions? So because of this, he was so restless until he could see Nana. "Anna," he gave her a sign with his eyes. Anna understood and nodded. Then she stretched out her right hand, in the direction of Nana's father, who still tried to reach his daughter. Flames began to spew out from her palm, direct near Mr. Pine's head, nearly burning him. Mr. Pine was shocked as he immediately stepped away from Anna. Nana also began to panic and hugged Anna's arm, trying to stop her. "Sister Anna, don't attack my father." "Your Highness, this is a dash. As you can see, she is also a witch, just like your daughter." Roland spread out his hand and said, "The reason why Nana has free access to the castle isn't what you think. Can we all calm down and talk about the future?" At this moment, Mr. Pine felt like he had awakened from a dreamlike state. He needed to start twice. "Your Highness, I." "Sit down first and then we can speak." Roland pointed to the table nearby. "Also have a cup of tea." "Well," he sighed, "my reputation was so bad, they even fear to let their children be near me." Now Roland fully understood Mr. Pine's rude behavior at the beginning. He had only shown his concern for his own daughter. When he had seen his daughter run into the prince's castle, and the guards were already used to her appearance, he couldn't think of any good reason for it. In case Roland was in Mr. Pine's position, he was afraid he would have tried to tear down the castle empty-handed. As for why he had denied back then that his daughter was a witch, his intention was very apparent. He feared that the prince would say Nana has fallen, so she needs to be purified. So he tried to convince himself and everyone else that his daughter wasn't a witch so that no one would care about her. Mr. Pine hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still sat down and drank a whole cup of tea at once. After that, he wiped his mouth and looked a little embarrassed. "Sorry, my behavior was coarse." "Excuse me, since when do you know that my daughter has turned into a witch?" "Since before the winter. I wasn't the first one who had found out that she has awakened. It was her teacher Carl Van Bart. Due to her and Anna being friends, he sent Nana to me, so that I could look after her and that I could protect her," explained Roland carefully. "The last 1.5 months, she came to the castle to learn her ability without fear of discovery. By the way, your daughter's ability is to heal. Is that right?" Mr. Pine scratched his head. "So that was the reason why the cat could suddenly run and jump again." "Cat? ****. In fact, it doesn't matter. When I came home, I saw a boy who was sitting in the doorway with a cat which was hit by a carriage in his arms. I planned to hide the cat from Nana's view so that she wouldn't be frightened. I didn't think that she had seen me and would immediately run to me looking for the cat. It was very obvious that the cat had been hit, and her leg was broken." He looked at Nana and Anna. "So you were friends?" Anna didn't say what she thought, but Nana quickly nodded her head. Mr. Pine, seeing his daughter's reaction, his expression softened a bit. Upon seeing this, Roland asked, "You do not seem to think that the witches were people tempted by the devil and had become his spokesperson?" "My daughter is undoubtedly not a wicked person." He categorically denied this possibility. "No matter what she has become, I have no doubt about this. Anna's father and Nana's father were entirely different kind of people." Roland couldn't help but feel that he now could somewhat understand why Nana was always so carefree, always having a smile on her face. Such a family, for a child it was just like a warm cradle. "I also do not think so, Mr. Pine." Then Roland said bluntly, "Your daughter's ability to heal other people is of great significance for me. I want her to stay in Border Town, helping me to fight the demonic beasts during the months of the demons." Hearing this, Mr. Pine hesitated. "Your Highness, I am afraid I will have to refuse your request. When the demonic beasts come, it will become very dangerous in this town. I cannot leave her in this small town." Since the Pine family didn't belong to the territory under the jurisdiction of Border Town, so even he as a prince couldn't directly command them to stay. But as long as Mr. Pine was willing to sit down and talk, Roland was sure that he could convince him. Chapter 37 Family History. Chapter 37 Family History. The danger isn't as great as you think, Mr. Pine. If something is dangerous, it will also always offer some opportunities. In his head, the fourth prince went through all the information his assistant minister had collected once more. "I heard that you inherited your title from your father?" He became a knight through merits gathered from battle, awarded the rank of baron, and given his own territories. "That is true," confirmed Mr. Pine. "It was at the time of the months of the demons. A small group of demonic beasts unexpectedly broke through the stronghold defense near the Shurshui River and were running rampant. When Nana's father was on patrol, he encountered the rampaging demonic beasts. Instead of avoiding them like most people would do, he notified the stronghold, asking for reinforcements, and began to siege the demonic beasts to save the nearby town, even though he had no relationship with the town." While speaking, Roland observed the expressions of the other people. "But Mr. Pine, you should know the things which happened at that time better than me. Your father called for the militia from the town. Then, with his attendants and the militia, he fought the demonic beasts and won. That large battle was fought to stand up for the innocent." Yes, his tone was a bit agitated, apparently full of longing for his own family history. There was also an unusually big one. Some parts resembled a deer's and some parts a bull's. It was a fusion of both of them. Its legs were thicker than my father's torso, and when it was ran, the ground trembled. If I were in his position, I really wouldn't have known how to beat the monster. But he did it. My father stood near a shallow trench, luring the furious demonic beast over. It accelerated and was trying to take advantage of its speed at the moment of their collision. My father laid down in the shallow trench and wedged his sword between two stones so that only the sword tip was visible. The seemingly unbeatable idiotic beast couldn't stop, and its belly hit the tip of the sword. The entire stomach was cut open, black blood and some intestines flowed out of its belly. It was so much that my father almost drowned within the trench. Even today, the spoils of that battle, the great horn of the demonic beast, hangs above my family's fireplace. Roland, who was sipping his tea leisurely, said, "It was an admirable fight. He followed the knight's code of faith, compassion, and bravery. Later he got his knighthood in a manner in the fiefdom of Joe Cole, who was still the lord of the Longsong stronghold at that time. 25 years ago Joe Cole was promoted to the rank of a duke by His Majesty Wimbledon III, becoming the part-time guardian of the southern border. With this, the whole southern border territory was placed under his jurisdiction. Unfortunately, after his promotion, Joe Cole became an eyesore to his former supporter Duke Ryan. Your Highness, you might know well that." Mr. Pine's voice sounded somewhat frustrated. Even when the ranks of Duke Ryan and Joe Cole were different, their levels of power were already even. Cole's blood could be traced back to a branch of the royal family, so his ancestry wasn't worse than that of Duke Ryan's. This was a political scheme. Roland sighed. Wimbledon III actually tried to check and balance their level of power. In order to understand this complicated relationship, Roland had to call for his assistant minister for explanations. The noble and feudal jurisdiction were extremely confusing. In theory, the higher nobility has the right to issue orders within the territory of the lower nobility. But the actual situation was much more complicated. Duke Ryan and Joe Cole were an example of this. Although he was placed in the western border territory under Duke Ryan, Joe Cole, as the king's directly announced count, he had no less prestige and power than Duke Ryan. When Joe Cole became the Duke of the Southern Territory, his power in his old territory became even stronger. This was a method of the royal family of Greycastle to hold the power stable. But when you inherited the territory of your father, the trade and the agricultural production gradually faded, Roland slowly said, "But now, there is a new opportunity in front of you." What is this new opportunity? Surely you had heard of the famine 2 years ago. The stronghold was withholding the food for the next months because of the reason that the amount of ore mined by the inhabitants of Bordertown was too small. This year, we are faced with the same dilemma again. The unexpected collapse of the northern slope mine didn't leave any route of retreat for the people of Bordertown. We must block the demonic beasts at the new city walls. Perhaps the fight won't go smoothly, but as I said before, facing this dangerous task also means a new opportunity for us. Mr. Pine had to first understand the meaning of what the prince said, so he only frowned and didn't immediately give his answer. To be honest with you, you do not really resemble a typical noble. Roland gently smiled. No noble would go out dressed like you, and your hands are full with crusts and calluses. Mr. Pine, you didn't let your father's inheritance down, right? You're a knight with excellent fighting skills. He certainly did not let his father down. Roland was very sure of this, or Mr. Pine wouldn't have trained and ran through the woods for a whole day. According to the information provided by Barav, in the last week, Mr. Pine had spent at least 3 days training in the forest. On each visit, he was always fully equipped, and if he couldn't afford it for his attendants, he directly hired some helper from the town of Orion. Some people were just born for battle. Mr. Pine was obviously such a person. If you will stay in Bordertown, I will provide you with the opportunity to let you regain your father's glory. Just like he did, you will get the chance to obtain honor and outstanding achievements with only your sword and your courage. I'll also reward you with a territory in the east of the border town, and you will become a viscount appointed by me. Although this would be a rare situation, the commitment would be valid. As an adult prince, he was able to legally canonize viscounts, barons, and knights. However, he could only seldom confer such titles to other people. 1. It would undercut the regional system of aristocracy, and 2. If the other side refused the offer, it would become more awkward. Roland didn't care about the opinion of the local nobility, he just wanted Nana to stay in Border Town. As for refusing Mr. Pine, Roland wasn't too worried. After Joe Cole had become the guard of the Southern Border Guard, his relationship with Mr. Pine's father didn't carry on. He had entirely abandoned the Pine family. When hearing this, Mr. Pine finally began to talk again. Then, "Your Highness, if I stay, can I still send Nana back to the stronghold?" Until now, no one had ever tried to resist the demonic beasts in this place. "If we fail, I do not want my daughter to be buried here. As I already told you in the beginning, Mr. Pine, the danger in staying here is relatively low. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Nana was found to be a witch in Lonesong Stronghold? There it would be entirely different than here in Border Town. The stronghold is completely in the possession of the church. They have already grown their roots in the city for a long time. Their believers and overseers are everywhere in the city. At the moment she is exposed, even I won't be able to save her." Roland paused, then added, "Border Town will definitely not fall. When the months of the demons arrive and the demonic beasts come, I'll be on the wall to lead my people and fight alongside them. Our opponents are nothing more than a group of mutated beasts, they are not invulnerable. Your father had no cover and was able to win against them in an open surrounding. However, we have the new city walls. If. Instead. I really only mean, if an accident does happen, I'll take measures to guarantee that Nana will immediately leave the town. He paused for a second, and naturally, Anna will also move. I will prepare a boat for them at the dock beforehand, so I can promise you that they will be safe. So, I will believe in you, Your Highness. When saying this, Mr. Pine stood up and went directly down on one knee to give the standard knight salute to the prince, and I am willing to fight for you. After Nana and her father had left, Anna rolled her eyes at Roland. What are you talking about? She firmly said, I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 38 The Era of Hot Weapons. Chapter 38 The Era of Hot Weapons. Iron Axe became aware of the fact that they were now under watch. The hunters who had participated in the test explosion moved together into a two-story house near the castle. Looking through the window, he could see that the house was encircled by stone walls and guards were stationed at the entrance. He did not mind this regulation, and the fact that His Highness only sent 2 guards to oversee them showed that he trusted them. Until now, Iron Axe continued to repeat the roaring explosion within his head. Until now, there was never a weapon that could bring him such a strong shock. In the extreme south of his homeland, he had seen how orange fire erupted out of the ground, and this fire could continue to burn for decades. He had seen endless storms with monstrous waves. However awfully unpredictable these powers were, they were the will of Mother Earth or the god of the sea. They were the iron whip that disciplined all living things. But now, His Highness began to challenge the power of the gods, obtaining a power only seen during heaven's punishment. Although when compared with the real lightning and thunder, the difference was still great. Reaching such a realm of power wasn't possible for humans. In the Sand Nation, anyone who would participate in such a demonstration or later use it would normally get their tongue cut off. Of course, this was not the safest way to keep secrets. Only the dead could keep secrets from spreading. As a foreigner, they would only see him as blasphemer, and it was forever impossible for a foreign clansman to get into the core hierarchy. The prince knew that Iron Axe was only a half-blood, but he still allowed him to witness the curse of fire. Even more, he also let Iron Axe be responsible for the formation of the hunting squadron. The trust His Highness had within him was burned deep into Iron Axe's heart. During his time in the Sand Nation, he had experienced countless betrayals of friends or family who framed him for their wrongdoings. When he fled to the Kingdom of Greycastle's south border, he still had to suffer discrimination because of his half-Sand Nation and half-Greycastle lineage. He eventually arrived in Border Town, disheartened. Here, he intended to rely on his hunting skills to spend the rest of his life in peace. However, he had never expected to meet His Royal Highness, the Prince, here. And of all things, he had never expected that the Prince would even trust him. He had no doubt that with this new weapon, the one who would win the battle for the throne would be Roland Wimbledon. When he thought about fighting for the future king and the promising opportunities he would get, Iron Axe became wholly excited. Everyone, come down to gather. When Iron Axe heard this shout, he took a quick look through the window and saw Roland's chief knight Carter and 4 other knights coming. Iron Axe first finished dressing himself, then walked down the stairs to stand at attention in front of Carter. Since he had participated in the militia training, he knew that His Highness preferred discipline, since he would adjust them to a unit-off uniformity. The other members of his hunting squad were a lot slower. It took about 6 to 7 minutes before they lined up as a team. Everyone, follow me to the old place. Carter didn't care much about how the hunter squad lined up. Instead, he went straight to the city wall. It was still the same place as the explosion test. But this time, His Highness didn't set up a safety area. In addition to Roland, there were already 4 knights waiting for them. They were all Carter's subordinates. Iron Axe noted that His Highness had begun to play with an unusually shaped iron stick while explaining something to the knights. When Roland saw the hunting squad, he came to them and asked, "How is living at the new houses? Have you already become used to it?" "Thank you for your Highness' care." Everyone bowed and stated that the new homes were comfortable. In fact, the new houses they moved into were many times better than the old homes. At least they had no air leaks, and the roofs were also not made of translucent straw bedding. but were made of neat and tidy tiles instead. This is good, Roland nodded, pleased. The current arrangements are needed out of security reasons. But you will only need to live there until the end of the months of the demons, then you will be able to move back to your former living places. In addition, the salary for the first month has been paid to your families, and every weekend you will be allowed to see them face to face. Of course, you will be accompanied by guards. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, said the hunter squad cheerfully. This was really a bit surprising for Iron Axe. Leaving aside the law of Sand Nation, even the military management of Grey Castle shouldn't be this lax. Could it be that this was because of His Highness' kindness? Iron Axe became somewhat worried. If His Highness wanted to compete for the throne, he needed to be ruthless. This he knew well from his life in Sand Nation. However, when the fourth prince began to talk about new weapons, based on the development of the gunpowder, he put his worries into the back of his mind. Iron Axe stared without blinking at the two iron bars which the prince had placed in front of them. These weapons are called guns, Roland said. Next, I'll tell you how to use them. In the next half hour, they had to learn how to use the new weapons. Take the black powder which was the cause of the explosion and fill it into the barrel of the gun. Then, a lead ball was stuffed with a poker into the barrel, straight to the end. After that, they had to pour the gunpowder into the igniting chamber, aim, and then pull the trigger. Iron Axe had considered himself to be a master of many weapons, whether it be swords, knives, hammers, axes or spears. He was well trained with all of them, but he had also needed long years of training and combat skills to master them. Learning how to use a new weapon in only 30 minutes, he was afraid that the speed to master this weapon could only be compared to the crossbow. The other gun was handed to Carter. The chief knight was also full of interest in the novelty of this weapon, and he didn't want to put them down. After several rounds of simulation, Roland set up 2 targets to let them see the power of the guns. The first target had wooden armor in front of its chest. The wooden armor was held up by 2 knights standing at a distance of about 30 feet away. The prince led Carter and Iron Axe through the shooting technique. Then, they aimed and pulled the trigger. When they heard the loud sound of fire, every person present jumped up out of shock. Iron Axe was no exception, but soon only surprise was left on everyone's face. Looking at the target's wooden armor, they could see a small hole. The lead ball had cleanly shot through the chest armor's thickest part. Before shooting, Iron Axe had carefully observed this armor. It was clearly not a handicraft workshop's inferior product built from bad materials. The marks of the hammer and anvil on the neckline proved that this was a product of Grey Castle's blacksmith standard. The thickest part was half a finger thick and was strong enough that it could ward off a direct hit from a crossbow, fired at the closest distance. To deal with this kind of armor, a heavy crossbow or a warhammer would be a wise choice. So comparing it with a crossbow, the difficulty to use the weapon was the same, but the power of a gun was far better than that of a crossbow. In addition, the gun's loading speed and the loading speed of a crossbow were nearly equivalent, so, looking at the target which was 30 feet away, Iron Axe couldn't see a problem. Your Highness, how many weapons do we have of this kind? Asked Carter. Currently, only these 2, and until the months of the demons, we can only produce 2 more at most. Iron Axe could see that hearing this, Carter was clearly relieved. He was able to guess Carter's thoughts. If this weapon was easy to manufacture, then with only a few days of training, everyone would be able to train a large number of express warriors who were bringing guns to battle. Then people at any age, with any strength and even any sex, even a fragile woman, could be a significant threat to the knights. Although the shock he got from this weapon was smaller than that of the Curse of Fire, it still was a powerful weapon. Iron Axe thought, with this great power they could easily kill a large number of rugged flesh demonic beasts from high up on the wall. Even if they would face a mixed species, with these firearms, maybe the outcome would be not so embarrassing. But the real significance of such a weapon was clear to Roland. He personally opened the door to the time of wars with hot weapons. Chapter 39 The Winter is Coming. Chapter 39 The Winter is Coming. Roland was standing on the city wall, facing the north. This past month, he repeatedly checked the castle, the mine, and the city walls in a kind of three-point loop. He checked them for every possible detail so that he wouldn't miss anything. The militia became very adept at handling their weapons. Due to Carter's repetitive drills, they were able to stabilize the pike until the militia captain loudly gave the command to slash with their pikes. Standing behind the militia was the hunter squad. Every hunter who remained in border town and was good with either the bow or the crossbow was incorporated into this squad. These seasoned hunters were the backbone for killing the demonic beasts. Standing only 12 feet away from demonic beasts on the city wall, it was nearly impossible for them to miss their target. The last line of defense were Iron Axe, Carter, and 2 hunters from the elite team who were under Iron Axe. The parts manufactured by the blacksmiths were enough to let Anna weld 4 flintlocks. They would only shoot the flintlocks when a mixed species attacked or the hunters with crossbows were unable to penetrate the skin of the demonic beasts. Their location on the wall wasn't set, so the 4 of them had to patrol the whole 200-yard-long defense line. If there was a need for them anywhere, they would appear. As for the explosives, they were kept under heavy protection next to the wall in the warehouse. To keep everyone safe, the gunpowder was stored in its 3 components, and it would only be put together on the city wall when needed. After all, if the powder detonated at the wrong time, the self-inflicted damage would be even greater than the damage from the demonic beasts. The teeth of the demonic beasts may be able to crush the cement, but if the explosives went off, the whole wall would be destroyed. So far, Roland had organized 2 test runs, both including the use of the explosives. Thanks to these 2 exercises, the militia was used to the loud roars of the explosions and were no longer so scared that they threw their weapons away. The other advantage was that when the defenders discovered that the prince held such incredible weapons in his hands, the team morale suddenly began to skyrocket. Your Highness, Barav tightened his collar, we have already spent most of your income in the last half month, so if the months of the demons actually goes on as long as the astrologers have predicted, I fear that the food won't last till the end of winter. Then I want you to fill up the entire vault, Roland said without hesitation. Make another deal with Willow Town and don't make it the only one. The first steam engine has already been transported to the mine, and the gravel from the collapse has already been completely cleaned up. During the entire winter, we can still get a little yield from the mines. Rough stones are especially in demand. Do not emphasize on price. Instead, sell them as soon as possible so that our wheat and meat storages are always as full as possible. Barav nodded. I'll give out the orders immediately, Your Highness. Just. Seeing the hesitant look on his assistant minister's face, Roland certainly understood what he wanted to say. Do not worry, I have already arranged a boat. If the line of defense is broken, I will leave the town immediately. That's excellent to hear, said Barav, relieved. Roland smiled at him and said, You can go. After all, you have enough to do. I have to look for someone else. After Barav left, the prince slowly stepped onto a watchtower. This place was at the center of the city walls and was their highest point. From here, he could overlook the whole front line, parts of the jungle, and the nearby hills. At such a height, the wind was blowing quite strongly, but Roland didn't care. Only on this high and open platform could he somewhat calm down and forget the coming war. You lied to him, someone next to him suddenly said. You don't intend to leave this town. Life is already so difficult, keeping a few secrets sometimes is good for everyone. You're talking nonsense and don't understand the situation. If you already consider the identity of a prince as a difficulty, what would you see us as? Nightingale emerged out of the fog. Even if you will not be the king, you still have to live through the 5-year-long struggle for the throne because you're one of the main parties. Compared to worrying about such unimportant matters, you should better accompany Anna. I'm afraid, she doesn't have much time left. For a moment Roland remained silent. I don't think that she will die during the months of the demons. Why? She said that she will not lose to the devil's bite. He paused for a second, and I believe her. You actually believe what a witch says? Nightingale shook her head. But we are cursed by the devil. Are you? Well, I also believe you. Asterisk. Brian was wearing his civilian clothes and was standing in front of Greyhound's tombstone. He gently stroked the surface of the new stone. It was a pure white stone, and on its surface were engraved the words, "In memory of one of the silent heroes of Border Town. Greyhound. I've already realized my biggest dream. At the end of the months of the demons, His Highness the Fourth Prince will hold the canonization ceremony for me. But I don't want to sit on the bed waiting for my canonization. My wounds have already healed, so the city wall is the place where I should be. The months of the demons is near, and the demonic beasts may be strong, but they will have to go through the line of defense the militia established, and will no longer able to advance. I will also take over your part in defending the town, and brandish my sword in your name. All this will not be the end. Your murderer is still alive. But he will not live much longer. His Highness already promised this to me. The next time I come to you, I'll bring good news." Brian bent down and placed a bouquet of flowers at the gravestone. "So goodbye, my friend." Asterisk. Sister Anna, are you scared? Nana, who was lying on Anna's bed, asked her this. Afraid of what? The devil's bite we have to face this winter. I became a witch during the autumn of this year, so it will be the first time I have to face it. Well, the first time, Anna thought, will be very painful, and sometimes you think that you can't wait any longer and wish that you could finally die. Ah! Nana began to shout out of shock, but she immediately covered her mouth. But you will survive, just like me. I do not know, whispered Nana, I'm not like you, so strong, and afraid of nothing. I'm not really that strong, said Anna as she closed her eyes. The scene when she met Roland for the first time emerged in her mind. Down there in the cold and dark dungeon, Roland's clothes were draped over her body. He softly said that he would hire her. Until now, she still got goosebumps when remembering this. Sometimes you will encounter situations or things that will give you the will to live on, even if you need to struggle hard to survive. Such as, for example, meat marinated in soy paste. Anna sighed, how should I know what you dream of? Ah! Seeing that Nana was entirely staring at her, Anna wiped her face with her hand. What are you looking at? Is there some dirt on my face? No, Nana shook her head, I'm just a bit surprised, you've never talked to me so much. Sister Anna, the appearance you had when you just closed your eyes and thought about the past, you were so beautiful. Anna rolled her eyes, jumped out of the bed, and went to the window. Nana followed directly behind her. What are you looking at? Do you want to flee into the forest? The forest is in the west, answered Anna snappily. Here you can only see the Shui River. Sister Anna, look. The little girl pointed at the sky. Anna was startled, then opened her window. A surge of wind mixed with little snowflakes came into the room. She held out her hand, catching the flower like sparkling snow. She could feel a chill coming from her fingers. It's snowing. Asterisk. After long silence, Nightingale opened her mouth and began to speak once more. You actually didn't lie. Of course, Roland laughed. I had very little reason to lie. Nightingale said nothing. She only tilted her head, and an unknown look emerged in her eyes. Suddenly, she felt something cold on her neck, and she couldn't help herself from shrinking away. She looked up only to find that unbeknownst to her, the snow had begun to fall on the walls. Under the gray sky, there seemed to be an uncountable number of snowflakes. They danced in the wind, flying all over the place, accompanied by the shouts of the militia. The months of the demons had begun. Chapter 40 Letter. Chapter 40 Letter. The firewood was burning violently, but Gerald Wimbledon didn't feel much of the heat. Although he was in a large tent made of stitched leather, and the ground was also completely sealed without any air leakage, he still felt cold. His toes were especially cold, they were almost frozen to the point that he couldn't feel them any longer. This damn place, even the urine freezes when you take a piss, he spat and stood up. He grabbed the table on both sides with his hands. When he used all his strength, so that even his hand became red from the effort. The 6-foot square wooden table became lively and left the ground. After he put the table at the edge of the fire pit, Gerald felt a lot more comfortable. He took off his shoes and put his feet next to the fire, warming them in the heat. He spread out the text scroll with his hands once more and continued to write the unfinished letter. Dear lovely Olivia. It has been already a month since I came to Hermes, but of course, the church prefers to call this place their new holy city. If it wasn't for the months of the demons, I wouldn't want to stay here for even a moment. I just want to get back to you and share the warm bed with you once more. Faithful to the convention, the church is monitoring us with their own forces instead of supporting us. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Speaking about the church, I have to admit that what they were able to do was really amazing. I can still remember the time when I was here for the first time. It was around 20 years ago. In addition to the mountains and rocks around Hermes, there was nothing here besides a little church at the bottom of the mountains. But now, they have not only opened up a road for a carriageway up the mountain peak, but they have also established a large-scale fortress city. During the summer, you really should come and take a look at this city with me. The new holy city is even grander than our Grey Castle. Do you remember the theater in Grey Castle? You and I had gone there to watch The Revenge of the Prince. You were so impressed with the theater's architecture, the interior was so spacious that it was unbelievable. But after you see the holy city's new hall of military affairs, you will think that the theater in Grey Castle was only a shack. It is hard to call it a building, I think it's more like a piece of exquisite art. It's so spacious that it could swallow 5 theaters. However, not a single pillar supports the exterior walls. The walls are held up by 8 behemoth-like demonic beast bones. Between the curved bones are many smaller bones which are connected by hemp ropes, and the roof hovers in midair as if it were on a pole. How could they think off a building like this? And those bones, if they were stripped from a demonic beast, I bet that guy's size was certainly more than 100 feet. Probably only in Hermes will you be able to encounter such a monster. But honey, please do not worry, even if the demonic beasts are massive, they are still the devil's minions. In the presence of God's eye of retribution, no evil can escape God's jurisdiction. Whether it is a demonic beast, a witch, or the devil himself, their only fate is to turn into ashes. When he had written until here, Gerald Wimbledon put down his pen and loosened up his tingling hands. This was really strange, normally he could hold his 15 pounds. Heavy two-hand sword all day, but while holding the pen he was only able to write a few sentences before he felt so tired. He smiled in a self-deprecating way and thought that he really was made for a yokel's life. When speaking of demonic beasts, I suddenly think of my 4th brother. He was assigned to Border Town, such a miserable place. I'm afraid he has already turned tail and fled to Longsong's stronghold. Even there, the demonic beasts will not be able to reach him and the stronghold's defense is comparable to Hermes. But I think this is not his fault. Even if I went to that place, I would only be able to take refuge in the stronghold. Here it can be seen how unfair my father is. Just because our younger brother performed exceptionally intelligently from an early age, he decided to let him inherit the throne. Father forgets that he himself didn't win the throne with calculating means. Since our mother's death, it has become more and more difficult for me to find out what father is thinking. Gerald hesitated before he began to write the next part of his letter. He did not know if he should tell his real intentions to Olivia or not. He paused for a moment, but then he decided to write it down. If his plans went well, he should already have arrived at the palace in Grey Castle before she received his letter. My dear, astrologer Anstur was right. If I do nothing, ultimately the throne will not end up in my hands. Anstur observed the stars and what he said was, the star of the apocalypse will burn for the next 4 months before it leaves its orbit again. This tells me that I obviously have little time left and cannot wait in vain any longer like this. After today's battle, I will quietly return to the capital and meet my father, and I will take my loyal soldiers with me. Here maybe I have much less opportunities to get rich as like in the city of Golden Harvest, but instead there is no shortage of brave warriors here. I just have to throw some coins around and make some promises, and they will follow me like hungry wolves, and help me reach my goal. Of course, I do not want to start a revolt. I just want to personally ask my father why he gave the orders to start the battle for the throne. In the end, what was it that let him forget that I, as his eldest son, have the right of inheritance? Anstur has already arranged everything for me. Olivia, my love, you will only need to wait a little longer. The day when I become the king is the day that I will marry you as my queen. If I fail miserably, you shouldn't come back to the capital, but instead, you should stay in the kingdom of eternal winter. Love you, Gerald. He carefully folded the letter and put it in an envelope, then sealed it with wax. After checking it a few times, he knocked on his table and his personal guard quickly entered the tent. You have to deliver this letter to the hands of the Rose family in the freezing Wind Mountain range. You do not have to travel all day and night. Don't even take a horse, just travel dressed as an ordinary traveler, as a passenger on a wagon from town to town. You only have to remember one thing: this letter must be hand-delivered. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Good, you may leave. After Gerald waved his guard away, he simply sat down at the table once more, letting his feet hang over the fire pit. If something happened, he would have no way out. He closed his eyes, recalling scenes of his childhood. At that time, he was playing hide-and-seek with his second brother and his third sister in the king's garden. When his third sister fell down, she needed her two brothers to take care of her. Exactly when had it began that the three of them became more and more like strangers? Gerald shook his head, putting his confusing thoughts aside. It wasn't suitable for him to become sentimental, he thought. There was only one possibility to end this: he himself had to sit on the throne. At this moment, the dull sound of a horn could be heard in the tent. Dash. I'm coming. He jumped up from the table and put on his shoes. Stepping out of the tent, he saw that the whole camp was a riot. Everywhere, soldiers were running and waving flags, merging into one big chaos, getting into battle formation. From the distant mountains a muddy echo came in continuous stretches. When the horn blew, it meant the demonic beasts were attacking. Come with me. He rode on his warhorse, taking his guards with him. Only one person remained standing on the walls of the holy city. In order to experience its grandeur, it was like an insurmountable natural moat, standing across the path through the impassable mountain range. The pass to the top was flat and wide. It was wide enough for dozens of people to pass through side by side. At the beginning of the path, there were cliffs formed by a glacier on both sides, but the later part was a plateau. This was why the church desperately wanted to build the new holy city to the top of the mountain. Using this terrain, they built a line of defense that was almost impossible to break through. However, Gerald Wimbledon looked at it more in long run. They were able to transport so many stones and timber from the foot of the hill to the top. In just 20 years they were able to build a city in Hermes. The power the church had exhibited was astounding. But regardless of how tired he was of doing business with the church, Gerald had to admit that they also had their strong points. If they didn't build the stronghold in Hermes, all countries on the continent would have had to face a catastrophe. They were also responsible for the convention against the demonic beast horde. Every year during January, when the demonic beasts attack, the four kingdoms which border Hermes must send troops to support the church and fight together under the church's verdict. Their four banners were floating in the wind. A snake wrapped around the scepter of the Kingdom of Dawn, the shield and sword of the Wolfshard Kingdom, the ice rose of the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, as well as the tower and pike of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. Looking at the black spots appearing in the distant sky, Gerald Wimbledon clenched his great sword. Chapter 41: The Appearing of the First Demonic Beasts. Chapter 41: The Appearing of the First Demonic Beasts. As Brian had said, once it began to snow in Border Town, it would not stop soon. In one night, the town had been covered in a layer of white glaze. During the early morning, the snowfall had eased off. Only a few snowflakes occasionally dropped from the sky, but the weather was still gray. When he thought about how he would not see the sun for several months, Roland thought the idea was still a bit inconceivable. This was simply illogical, he thought, though it was already very weird that magic was a common thing in this world. However, how could demonic beasts have an impact on the sky? Unfortunately, he didn't have any weather satellites to look at this world's cloud formations. Walking on the road in the direction of the western city wall, Carter couldn't help but exclaim, "The town is deserted." There were still a bunch of people who followed the nobles who withdrew. "That's good, at least they will not hold us back," answered Roland as his breath fogged up in the cold air. "I have arranged for Barav to hold a census during the winter." What is a census? It is a statistic produced from going door to door, counting the number of people who stayed behind, asking them for their names and what kind of a job they have. All of this will then be registered. Roland explained, "As a result, during the war we will know how many human resources we can deploy, and after the war, pension can be implemented quickly and efficiently." What? Carter blinked confusedly and then laughed. "Your Highness, you are really not the same as before." "Oh? In the past you would say something, and I wouldn't understand it. You would do some unfathomable and mysterious things, but after all, they did not confirm with the identity of the prince." And now, Carter paused and seemed to consider his next words. Whether it was those strange training regulations or the novelties of the alchemic workshop, the results were surprisingly effective. Perhaps this is what my grandfather meant when he said, "Extraordinary people are extraordinary, because they can always see possibilities which ordinary people overlook." I have a feeling that there really is a possibility for you to become king. Yeah, suddenly Roland got a warm feeling within his heart. Is there any better feeling than when other people recognize your hard work? For a short time, he felt full of strength and felt that the gray sky wasn't as depressing as it was before. As the prince arrived at the wall, the militia, who had already cleared away all the snow, bowed to pay their respects. Roland thought that they should also learn to salute, and he asked, "How was the situation last night?" "There were no traces of demonic beasts," replied Iron Axe. "Your Highness, according to past experiences, we will still have a relatively stable time period after the first snowfall. During this period, the number of normal animals is still be larger than the number of demonic beasts, and if there are demonic beasts they will be of the weaker species." Roland nodded. "You still have to continue to be vigilant." The regional rear walls had been transformed into barracks, so if there was no danger, most people could stay in the camp to rest and save energy. Roland implemented a rotation system, taking into account the low winter temperatures. Each team would only need to perform 2 hours of patrolling before they would be replaced. All these measures were set by Roland. He had asked Brian how it was in Longsong's stronghold and learned that they had no rotation system against the demonic beasts. The new recruits would be assigned to watch the movements of the demonic beasts and had to stay on watch the whole day. So consequently they would slack off, to the point that situations where soldiers deserted would occur. During the winter there were 20 to 30 people who were hanged because of dereliction of duty or violation of military orders. If they found traces of demonic beasts, it would become a mess because they didn't assign people to their own defense sectors. Thinking of the level of the art of war during this time, Roland already had a clear understanding of it. They paid extreme attention to personal honor and valor, and even emphasized plundering. Even knights would be in the front lines when charging into a city, nevertheless they didn't need to plunder too much. Roland once more patrolled along the wall and saw that everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Roland found out that he had ignored a problem. That was the roadblocks. These obstructions were currently still clearly visible and would lead the demonic beasts towards the right section of the wall, but if what Brian said was true and the snow would fall for 2 to 3 months without any interruption, it could come to the point that the demonic beasts wouldn't see any obstructions and would attack all of the 600-yard-long wall. His militia force was clearly too small to attend to such a large battlefield. Sending soldiers down to clear the snow was a bad idea, because a few species like the demonic wolves were extremely agile, so he would definitely lose soldiers. Perhaps he would have to rely on the power of the witches. For example, he could let Nightingale take Anna out of the city to melt the snow with her fire and then sneak back, just like how she had brought Nana in and out of the Pine family's home. At this point, he heard a call from an observer on his left side. "Look in front." Roland and Carter both looked towards the position the observer had referred to. There, a group of small shadows crawled out from the snow, moving slowly in the direction of the wall. The hunter who was in control of this defense section turned to Roland and asked, "Your Highness, you say whether or not?" "Handle the situation according to the former drills, so judge the situation for yourself to determine whether you should blow the horn," Roland ordered. "At this point, you are more experienced than me." The soldier hesitated, but he eventually pulled the string off his crossbow, and stood further down the wall to observe. Roland nodded his head in satisfaction. For now, when the number of demonic beasts that would attack Border Town was still unknown, it would be most important to maintain order on the wall. After all, they could quickly organize their defense according to the steps drilled into them from before. Gradually, the shadows came closer to the wall. When they were 50 yards away from the wall, Roland was finally able to clearly make out their appearances. Probably a variant of foxes? Their fur was grayish-black and their eyes were red. When they were at the walls, they were panting heavily. It looks like it wasn't long ago that they were turned into demonic beasts. "They aren't a threat," said Iron Axe while aiming with his bow. "You mean they were infected by the breath of hell which was expulsed in the west?" "It doesn't happen only in the west," Carter came over and answered. "The gates of hell can open anywhere in the mountains. There is no place safe from it in the mountains. In the north, there is an especially large path which is often under the attack of the demonic beasts. There, it seems that a part of the never-ending impassable mountain range was cut off. For more than a decade, this path was the main direction of attack from demonic beasts. The maniac monsters only lingered for a short moment at the base of the wall before they raised their heads and released grim growls towards the crowd on the wall while preparing to leap. However, Iron Axe released his bowstring, and his sharp arrow accurately penetrated the neck of one of the demonic beasts, firmly nailing it to the ground. Roland noted that the blood which flowed out from the beast was black. It was the same kind of erosion for the demonic beasts and witches, but why could the witches still save their consciousness and be saved after their awakenings, when the animals would always turn into maniacs while their bodies mutated? "If I have the opportunity, I need to go and take a look behind the mountain of despair," thought Roland. In the prince's memory, it was a place where no human being could set foot. It was the place where the gates of hell opened. However, because no one had ever visited it, most of the knowledge of it came from ancient books, and he had no way to verify the rumors, so he had some doubts about the gates of hell. Chapter 42 Accidents. Chapter 42 Accidents. What happens when a demonic beast bites a human? Roland asked. Will they become the same like the demonic beast? Roland hoped it wouldn't turn into a medieval version of Resident Evil. After all, with their current level of technology, they had no way to extract the virus and produce the required antigens. Of course not. Iron Axe gave Roland a kind "How can you ask such a question? Look, they would turn into a corpse." "What about their meat? Can we eat it?" Carter exclaimed loudly, "Your Highness! How can you think about eating the meat of demonic beasts? They are contaminated with the breath of hell." "Ah." Roland looked at Iron Axe, who nodded and said, "Your chief knight is right. I have cut off meat from some demonic beasts to feed to my dogs. The result was that my dogs died shortly after eating the meat." "That happened? That's really a shame." Roland sighed. During this time, the food sources were scarce. If they were able to eat the demonic beasts, the winter months would turn into months of simple harvest. Think about it, the whole forest of animals would turn mad and run in the direction of Border Town, so the militia would even be able to save hunting gear. After he walked along the whole wall, he decided to pay a visit to Nana. Roland had requisitioned the residence of a noble who recently left Border Town and used it as a field hospital. Of course, he claimed it as a school for foreign medicine. But just in case, it was near the city walls and was one of the best guarded places in Border Town. When the former owner of the residence returned to Longsong's stronghold, he had taken all his property with him, and the other inhabitants of Border Town were always ready to give up their homes. So, the housing was quite large, but they couldn't have many murals, carpets, porcelain vases, or other kinds of decorations. If it wasn't fairly clean, it would just look like a house that was vacant for a long time. Roland turned the first floor into one big room. Only the stairs to the upper floor and a small hallway were left. Then, he put 10 beds into the room. With this, his hospital was finished. It was quite a simple shape. There were no nurses and no doctors, even the 10 beds were unlikely to be used at all. After Nana's treatment, the patients weren't required to lay in the beds. Her treatment immediately bore fruits. During the day, Nana would normally stay on the second floor of the hospital and Anna would come by when she herself had nothing to do. Sir Pine and Brian were responsible for the first floor, and 2 guards were stationed at the entrance. However, Roland did not expect that the first patient of the field hospital would be a worker from the Northern Slope mine instead of a soldier from the militia which defended the walls. Asterisk. Nils felt his hands trembling. When he heard the hoarse scream of iron again, he tried to pick up his pace once more, but even with his fastest speed he couldn't fly. This was all because of his negligence, he thought. Damn, how could he forget the repetitive warnings of his senior knight? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have grasped his chance to work with the big guy. Since the big guy was installed at the mine gate during the night, the miners' work became a lot easier. Originally, the most tiring part of the job was to drag the ore out of the mine when the mining basket was filled with stones. Generally, 2 people would push from the back and the rest would pull from the front. After years of usage, the originally uneven tunnel ground became flat due to the transporting of the baskets. The pad at the bottom of the iron ore basket also required frequent replacement. A week ago, the chief knight commanded that the senior knight and his men to transport a lot of strange-shaped parts made out of metal up to the mine, and then in the next few days they assembled them into a furnace. Nils had absolutely not foreseen that this furnace could move by itself when fueled with fire. It could not only move, but it also had extraordinary strength. The senior knight had said that it was His Royal Highness' invention and was seemingly called the steam engine. First, a basket had to be fastened with a rope to the steam engine, then a fire had to be lit before the big machine would begin to hum. Then, the winch began to turn and the basket was quickly hauled towards the mine entrance. Incredible! The senior knight had selected a person responsible for the steam engine after several test runs. When Nils was selected, he was very pleased with himself, since he had waited a long time for such a good opportunity. After all, he just had to stand in front of the machine. He would no longer have to dig out stones or minerals, and he would never ever need to push a basket. That last mine collapse still left him spooked. The words the senior knight told him were still in his head. He said it wasn't a difficult task, the big guy would do all the work, all he had to do was to pull the green lever first and then the red lever second. The senior knight also said that the green lever was linked to the intake valve, while an exhaust valve was linked with the red lever so that the steam would pass through the pipe into the cylinder. After the basket was pulled to the mine entrance, he would have to do the reverse if he wanted to stop the machine. First, he had to lift the red lever and then the green lever. With this, the steam would be discharged from the side of the boiler. After each cycle, the oven needed to be supplemented with water until it was full. Although he didn't understand what a valve and a cylinder were, Nils still promised to do everything step by step. However, the senior knight stressed 2 points that were most important. First, the order could not be wrong. To start the engine, the green lever was first before the red lever. To stop, the green had to be closed after the red. If he made a mistake, it could lead to the destruction of the machine. The second point was that when he was discharging the steam, he had to constantly remind the miners to step back until the red lever was completely lifted. The first point Nils had engraved into his head. Even with closed eyes he wouldn't make a mistake. But with the second point he had some problems. Today, he was shutting down the machine as usual. He noticed that other miners were no longer around. He felt that he would be a fool if he shouted a warning when no one was around, so he was totally absorbed in pulling the red lever. The red lever was a bit hard to pull, and out of exhaustion he had to bare his teeth during the pull. He hadn't expected Titus to appear in front of the stove when he pulled the lever. Nils hadn't seen him due to the steam engine's big size and because of the loud noise it created. He hadn't even heard the footsteps. The white steam which was exhausted from the boiler directly rushed into Titus' face. Nils was stunned out of fright. He only saw Titus suddenly falling to the ground and rolling around, holding his face and screaming his life out. Titus' screams were so heartbreaking for Nils that they directly attacked the core of his being. Soon, other miners gathered around, opening Titus' hands by force to take a look at his wounds, only to see that his face only vaguely reminded them of a human face. Blood was oozing from his cooked and raw face and his eyes were turned into white pearls. All the people present were sure that Titus couldn't be saved. Nils' soul slowly came back to his body. Titus had always taken care of him, due to his young age, and the work Nils was assigned was less than that of the other people, but the wages Nils got were never less than that of the others. And now, this accident only happened due to his negligence. Between his grief and anxiety, Nils suddenly remembered what the senior knight also said. If one of the miners were accidentally injured, he should be brought to the safe area near the walls. There was a newly opened medical center there. Although Nils knew that such a serious injury was an incurable wound and that the size of the injury was too big, even if herbal medicine could help a little, it couldn't stop the deterioration of Titus' health. Then, Titus would get high fever and would soon fall into a coma. But nonetheless Nils still took Titus into his arms, regardless of the confused looks he got from the nearby people, bit his teeth together, and ran. If he did nothing and Titus died, Nils was afraid that he could never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Chapter 43 Be Strong. Chapter 43 Be Strong. Sister Anna? When Nana heard thunderous footsteps coming from the stairs, she ran to the door and took a quick look, but she was soon disappointed because she found out that the person who was coming was His Royal Highness, the Prince. Anna should still be working, but she will probably come by later, said Roland when he arrived at Nana's side. Work? Nana had recently often heard this word out of the mouth of the prince. You mean she is burning this gray mud powder? For now, yes. Nana pouted as she went back to the table. I also have a job, she thought. My job is to stay here and wait to treat the soldiers who are injured while defending the town. Roland asked with a gentle smile, how is it? Do you feel bored when Anna isn't here, as he took a chair to sit by the fireplace? Well, Nana supported her chin with her hand so that she couldn't nod and give a true answer. It wasn't that she didn't want to treat the injured, but the sight of the injuries was just so horrible. She could still remember when she had to treat Brian. It was the first time she had to treat a human. The man was covered all over in blood that it seemed like he had bathed in blood. A reddish-brown blood clot had solidified in the pit of his stomach, his mouth resembled the look of a dried fish, and he was disgorging white fluids and red blood. Then, Nana had fainted. It was downright disgraceful. Nana raised her head to secretly glance at Roland. She saw that he had leaned back in his chair and was snoring. The prince seemed to be tired, she thought. His jobs were building the walls, training the soldiers, and protecting the town from the invasion of the demonic beasts. When he came to request her help, although she first hesitated for a long time, in the end she did not refuse. You will encounter some things that make you want to live on, even if you will have to struggle to live on. Nana didn't understand what this meant, but when she closed her eyes, Anna would appear within her mind, with her pair of bright blue eyes, just like a lake, surrounding her slowly. This was the reason she agreed to Roland's request. She wanted to be as strong as her sister, Anna. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from downstairs again and Nana immediately jumped off her chair. She wanted to go to the door to see if it was Anna who came this time, but suddenly she was stopped by an invisible hand. Just wait a minute, there is more than one person. Nana patted her chest in dissatisfaction. You scared me, Sister Nightingale. Soon the door was open, and this time it was Brian, who was stationed here, who entered. Miss Pine, please come down. You have a patient who got burned. This was work for her, right? Nana took a deep breath. I will come down. She walked downstairs while two guards were busy with carrying an unconscious person towards a bed. Standing beside the bed was a short man with a face full of anxiety. Brian walked up to the patient and neatly tied the patient's hands and feet to the bed. When he was done tying, he closed up the area with previously prepared curtains and then led the little man out of the room. When Roland came down, he asked while rubbing his eyes, "What happened?" "Your Highness, North Slope Mine sent a seriously injured person. He looks like he was scalded." The prince walked over to Brian. "He was burned by the steam engine, right? Was there a problem with the engine? Did you send him to Nana?" "He is in the medical room." Brian pointed to the direction of the door. "I need you to look into this case." When he finished speaking, Roland walked towards the medical room. Nana slowly stepped near the injured man, only looking at him carefully within her peripheral vision. When she saw his face, his facial features had turned into paste, forming a round ball. What should have been red skin was dehydrated and inhumanely white. It just looked like a rag was laying on his face. At his neck were blisters as big as small eggs, some of them had even been broken, and the mucus oozing out from the blisters mixed together with the blood in the pillow. In the flickering shine of the fire, his appearance was more horrible than the devil in her nightmares. She took 2 steps back and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she saw her father watching her, full of concern. "Are you okay?" Nana nodded, thinking of the words Roland had told her, "You only need to treat the injured the same as you treat the little animals." She once again moved towards the bed and stretched out her hands. An incredible feeling emerged within her body and gathered within the palm of her hand. She saw a ray of light being emitted from the fluorescent green liquid flowing out of her hands as it fell on the injured face. For her, this fluorescence light was obvious, but to others it seemed to be invisible. Then, the wounds began to change. The scorched skin was constantly shed off and new skin began to regrow at a visible speed. The wounded man's groans of pain gradually diminished until it stopped, and his breathing eased. It seemed like he just fell into a deep sleep. Nana exhaled, relieved. This time her own performance was surely better than last time, and she thought, "I should have made a great progress with my training, right? My God, is this what His Highness meant when he spoke of your healing ability?" "This is the first time I've seen you do this," asked Sir Pine. Then he exclaimed, "Good girl, you're awesome." "It is the power of the gods," Brian said in the same tone of awe. "It was also Miss Nana who healed me when I was heavily injured. I really owe her so much." "Ah, he is such a fool. Nana had to cover her face because of shame. Doesn't he know that it was Sister Nightingale who smuggled him out and saved him on that day?" "When did that happen?" asked Sir Pine, full of wonder. "Why didn't I know of it?" "Oh. Their powers have nothing to do with God, they belong to the witches themselves." Roland opened the curtain and stepped inside, coughed once and changed the subject. "How are his injuries?" "He has basically recovered," Blaine excitedly said. "It's like he was never hurt. Your Highness, with the help of Miss Nana, during the month of the demons, everyone who is fighting has a chance to survive. As long as they don't die on the spot, there will be no problem with saving their lives," the prince confirmed, indicating Brian that he should stop since the man woke up. "Your name is Titus, right?" The man who was named Titus had a look full of confusion and asked, "What happened? Am I dreaming?" "You're not," Roland said. "You're still alive." "Are you?" "I have seen your Highness at the square." The man suddenly woke up like he was hit by lightning, jumped up from the bed, and fell to his knees. "Your Royal Highness, was it you who saved me?" "It was the daughter of the Pine family who saved you. She is a witch and has a healing ability." Nana's mind froze. He directly said that she was a witch. Would she be okay? Sure enough, the look in the man's eye changed immediately. "A woman, she is a witch?" "Your Highness, aren't they the devils? Don't speak such nonsense." When Sir Pine heard him speaking such words about his daughter, he angrily cried, "My daughter has nothing to do with the devil, but she even saved your life instead, man. Do you think the devil would reach out to you with a helping hand? No, no. Please forgive me for being impolite. Titus pulled his head immediately into a deep bow. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Pine. Nana suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable. If she could, she would immediately rush out of the room, but a voice in her mind repeatedly reminded her, be strong. Later, when Titus was sent away, Sir Pine worriedly asked, will this really be all right, Your Highness? In this way, I'm afraid, my daughter will no longer be able to lead a normal life. You have to think on the bright side, Sir Pine comforted the prince. We have to take advantage in this kind of situation, so that we will be able to break the deadlock. With this, Nana will maybe truly free in the future. Otherwise, in the following years, she will one day be exposed. Until then, I am afraid she can only live a life in seclusion. Real freedom? Nana didn't know what this meant, because even now she felt very free. But His Highness said when they would achieve it, Sister Anna would also be able to leave the castle just like herself. Maybe they could even return to Teacher Carl's college, right? Chapter 44 Hidden Answers. Chapter 44 Hidden Answers. It was already late when Roland went back to the castle. It was snowing heavily again. He went directly into his bedroom, took off his coat and shook off the snow that got caught in its collar. Then, he hung it on a rack next to the fireplace. Your Highness, don't you think that you have progressed much too quickly? Nightingale's voice came out of nowhere, and then she became visible to the prince. You mean the situation with Nana? Roland poured each of them a glass of wine. Although the wine was more bitter than he was used to, slowly he had become used to its taste. Nightingale took the cup offered by the prince but did not drink. She was waiting for the prince to give a longer answer. There will never be a more appropriate time than now, said Roland. He drank his cup of wine all at once, only to fill it up once more afterwards. I plan to let Nana play a big role with her ability during the months of the demons. So, it would have been impossible to conceal her identity as a witch anyway. She can instantly cure fatal injuries. This is nothing close to what ordinary herbs or bloodletting can do. Everyone will want this. Border Town is in the most western part of the kingdom. Here, so far away the center, the church's influence is very limited. If I were them, I wouldn't be willing to spend so many gold royals for a place which could be abandoned at any time. Roland continued, we even don't have a small town church. The missionary left with the nobility to Longsong stronghold earlier. Knowing all this, what do you think Border Town is? It is an island, totally cut off from the outside world. This was your plan since the beginning? Asked Nightingale, surprised. Roland nodded. The never-ending snowfall will close the road to Longsong stronghold, and the entire town will be in my hands. We have at least 3 months to reverse the witches' or evil point of view. With only mouth-to-mouth propaganda, the effect will be very limited. So, we must rely on real-life experiences in order to quickly eliminate the hatred caused by ignorance and misunderstanding. That was the reason why he wanted to let everyone think Nana was the cause of Bryant's rescue. He wanted to create a different image of Nightingale. There existed a legend of a nurse who made an all-out effort to look after wounded people, resulting in the plummet of the wounded mortality rate, from 42% to 2%. Thus, the fighters conferred her the title of Lady with the Lamp, and the popularity of the whole nurse profession had been elevated to the rank of worship. Nana's ability to heal had more to offer than only heal the injured. As long as someone didn't die on the spot, she could restore him completely like he was never injured. This would be more important and boost the morale more than any weapon upgrade he had presented. At the same time, thanks to her family's decline within the aristocracy's ranks, her father had to deal with hunters and farmers often during the weekdays. Because of this, he had a very calm and kind attitude towards the normal civilians, and he even allowed Nana to visit Carl's college and learn with them. This kind of act was absolutely unthinkable for even the lowest of barons. They would never agree if their children had something to do with the peasants. In their eyes, these people were the so-called untouchables. Can we really do this? Even Nightingale, when facing such a big monster like the church, felt extraordinarily small and weak. If we never try to change, we will never know the answer. Roland did not expect that he would be able to change the view of all the inhabitants of Border Town, but he at least hoped to plant seeds within the hearts of some and get a small team of supporters. Later, he wanted to relay on these seeds, to let them grow and let them spread. Within 3 months, many changes could be achieved. Nightingale thought about it and then whispered, "Why do you want to step out of the masses and help us witches? In order to use their power for the production of resources, make himself more powerful, and have a better chance in winning the throne." Of course, all these answers were not suitable to say aloud. Even so, Roland was a mechanical engineer, he had played a good variety dating games, so he could even be seen as a veteran who knew a lot. So with the experience of having lived for more than 40 years in 2 different worlds, he knew that this time he had to face a crucial question and give the right answer. So he thought carefully about his next words and said slowly, "I haven't told you yet, but I do not care about the background of any inhabitant of Border Town. I hope that one day, in my territory, even witches can live a life as free as any other person." This time Nightingale was silent for a long time, and the only sound left was the crackling of the burning firewood. Her face, highlighted by the flickering flames, was like an otherworldly picture. When she spoke again, Roland had enough time to free himself from the beautiful illusion. "You really don't have to accomplish all this." Her voice was small but gentle. "Please forgive me for lying to you before. My sisters in the Witch Cooperation Association have been living the life of refugees for far too long. They do not expect so much, their only goal is to have a place where they can live in seclusion. Even living in this castle would be enough. How would that be different from living your life within a cage?" Roland shook his head, but then he suddenly came to an understanding. His eyes became wide open when he looked full of shock at Nightingale. "What do you mean? Are you saying that you are willing to bring your sisters back here?" Nightingale sighed and avoided looking directly at the prince. "When I do this, you will become the enemy of the church. Their arm has been stretched too far and has become too thin." Roland didn't mind the future road. Do the slogan, "The power of the king is granted by the god, the church, and the mortal power will conflict sooner or later. As for Border Town, we only have to live through the next months, then they will not be able to do much to us. Here we are thousands of miles away from their seat of power. What do you think will happen when the Bishop of Longsong Stronghold holds a military trial to come to crusade me? My father would never allow this to happen. This would be a much too great of an attack against his royal power." Nightingale didn't know how to answer. She gave him her salute and left. When Nightingale was out of the room, Roland let himself fall onto the bed, and took in a deep breath to relax. There were some things he didn't tell her. For example, he didn't tell her that the center of the church's power was 1,000 miles away. In accordance with the world's news circulation speed, they would probably only be able to react in late spring. In addition to the distance, there was also his identity as a prince, so a big possibility would be that they would only send envoys to ascertain the situation. As a result, Roland thought that they would only arrive after half a year. By then, he himself would already have a solution to break their strength. Thus, the biggest risk of his plan wasn't the church, but rather the witches themselves. This point was only known by himself. Although at the moment the witches were at a disadvantage, the current situation would not last forever. The power of the witch did not rely on blood heritage, so there was no pattern to who would awaken, it was all random. This meant that they could not be eradicated, so their number could only increase. The church relies on their god's eye of retribution, and for the moment they can still maintain their advantages over the witches with it, but it can only offset their magic. However, the witch awakening not only gives them a wide range of ability, but also boosts their physical power and mental reaction speed. Even their appearances would become more beautiful than ordinary people. They essentially could be regarded as a new mankind. The more brutal the oppression becomes, the more intense the resistance will be. How much damage would be caused to Grey Castle if the witches started and lead a riot? Because the church gave birth to the hatred, once they lost control, it would be likely that the hatred would turn against all the residents of the kingdom of Grey Castle. Roland didn't want to see that happen. So, he needed to start from border town and lay down the structure to contain both sides. Later, he would need to extend the structure to Longsong's stronghold, and in the end to the whole kingdom. He was creating a world in which common people and witches could coexist. Chapter 45 Conspiracy, Part 1. Chapter 45 Conspiracy, Part 1. During the night of the new moon, the silhouette of Gerald Wimbledon could be seen near the walls of the city of Greycastle. After his few months of stationing at Hermes came to an end, he was now finally back, he thought. The long journey left him totally exhausted, but he was still vigilant of his surroundings. He reined his horse to stop and motioned his deputy to go and inquire about the situation. If everything went as planned, the scholar Anster should have had all of the guards replaced with guards loyal to Gerald. When his deputy gave the signal, the replaced guards would let down the side door of the drawbridge. Gerald was wide-eyed, and was staring forward, out of fear that the guards would overlook the signal. The truth was that he hadn't waited very long, but for Gerald it felt like time froze and he had to wait forever. When his eyes had already ached to their breaking point, he finally saw a short flicker in the distance, 2 short flickers at the bottom of the wall, and then 3 times above the wall as the answer, signaling that everything was going as planned. Gerald had to take a deep breath before giving his troops the signal to march forward. Seeing this, he already believed himself to be only a step away from the throne. Gerald rode shoulder to shoulder with his deputies through the side door in the wall. Behind him were more than 20 men of his cavalry following him. No one spoke a word, the only sound which could be heard was the pulling of the reins to move the horses slowly forward. The walls of the city were built out of stones from the fallen Dragon Mountain. Under the illumination of the torches, the brown and dark red stones made the wall look like it was overflowing with blood. The entire wall was 20 feet wide, and during the construction of the biggest wall in the world at that time, more than 1,000 hard laborers, masons and slaves had to die. In the minds of the people this city was known as an impregnable fortress, but now Gerald and his men were easily crossing the walls, conquering the city with units from within. Somehow, he had to think of the church's new holy city. Would their more ambitious and absolutely impregnable walls also fall due treachery from within? Your Highness, I have already waited a long time for you here. Gerald could hear Anster's voice through the gates. There, the scholar was already waiting for him with a small troop. Seeing Gerald appear, Anster quickly dismounted and bent down to bow. Gerald pushed his distracting thoughts aside. He was probably too excited, making it impossible for him to restrain his emotions, but he let his imagination run wild. You have done well. Did you also replace all the palace guards? I was going to, but then an unexpected problem appeared in the plan. Your Silver Knight who had already agreed to help was unexpectedly transferred to the south exit 3 days ago. Until now, we haven't had time to switch the new guards with our guards. Gerald frowned. This meant that he could not take 20 soldiers with him into the palace. Gerald himself wouldn't be stopped, but the guards would never let this many armed people into the royal palace. Let it pass, split the team into 2 parts and come with me to the palace door. Keep the door under good guard and don't let any outsiders hinder me on my way. He hesitated for a moment to make up his mind. Although the plan had changed, the situation was still under his control. Naturally, at night guards would stand outside his father's chamber, but as long as someone could distract them for a moment, he was sure to cut them down with his sword. Inside the city, everything looked the same as it had been when he left. Although he was now walking through the city at night, he was still able to recognize every street. This was his territory, there existed no doubt. Everyone jumped off their horses and marched rapidly forward in the direction of the palace. When they arrived at the door, his more than 20 soldiers spread out according to the new plan, lurking outside the palace. It was just like Anster had said, except the guards were surprised as to why the prince wanted to speak with the king so late at night. However, after hearing Gerald's bluff about having to discuss important matters, they directly opened the door and let him enter. After all, he was the eldest son of the king and the first heir to the throne. Anster and Gerald went together through the garden and the halls of the palace. In front of the palace was the residence of Wimbledon III. Ansgar raised his torch and waved side to side with it. Immediately after that, a guard appeared out of the shadows and knelt on one knee, pleading, "Your Highness, please come with me." Gerald became irritated. He smelled blood. Didn't Ansgar say that they had replaced all the palace guards? He looked through the shadows of the flames and took a good view at the man. He was indeed a familiar person, a knight who supported Gerald in the fight for the throne. This gave him a little peace of mind. What happened? Had someone entered the castle? It happened earlier this evening, Your Royal Highness. His Majesty had summoned a maid for this evening, but she came exactly at the moment of the changing of the guards. The other replied, "Please be assured that we have handled the situation well." He summoned a maid? His father had not touched a woman for a long time, since the death of his mother. Gerald was a little surprised, but now he had not the time to entangle himself in such a trivial matter. So, he nodded and said nothing more about it, and instead went into the castle, followed by his guards. Even with his eyes closed, Gerald could find his way through the castle. He had lived here for more than 20 years. Where there was a secret passage, where there was a secret door, everything was crystal clear for him. However, the purpose of this trip was to persuade his father to pass the throne to him without bloodshed. So surreptitiously sneaking into the palace was meaningless. He had to get rid of the guards stationed outside of his father's chamber. Then, he could let his father fully understand his situation, so that they could sit down and talk seriously about the ownership of the right to inheritance. If he could not convince him. Gerald Wimbledon took a deep breath and gave a hand signal for his followers to stop, then pulled out his large sword and took it in his hands. At the end of the corridor was a bronze door, which was the only entrance into the palace. The door to the bedroom was at the end of the corridor behind the bronze door. Usually 2 or 3 guards would be stationed here, but this would be the first time in the history of the palace that the entrance to the king's bedchamber would be unprotected. Gerald first opened the door enough only for small slit, then he slid in with the side of his shoulder, quickly entering the room and taking a battle-ready position with his sword, but inside the room it was totally quiet, and there was nobody speaking. At the same time, an intense smell of blood entered his nose. The thought of premonition flashed through his mind. Then, he directly ran towards his father's chambers. There, Gerald saw a staggering scene. His father Wimbledon III was sitting in his bed only wearing his nightgown, and his upper body was leaning on a pillow. His robe was open, and in his chest stuck the hilt of a sword. Blood trickled down his belly and soaked the quilt. Standing beside his father was actually his brother, Timothy Wimbledon. How is this possible? Gerald stood in place, totally startled. "Just like you, brother," Timothy sighed, "I really didn't want to do it." He clapped his hands, and a large number of armored soldiers rapidly entered the room, surrounding Gerald. This was a chess game and I wanted to finish it in accordance with the rules. "Brother, do you know why I couldn't?" "If you have to blame someone, blame third sister. From the beginning she didn't intend to follow the rules, but of course, you did. Otherwise, why would you rush back to the king's city after hearing Scholar Ansgar's prediction? Seriously, if you didn't come, I really would have been helpless." Ansgar. Gerald grit his teeth and looked at Ansgar, enraged. Out of fear, Scholar Ansgar stepped backwards. While raising his hands he said, "I didn't lie to you when I said the Star of Apocalypse has begun its arrival. It metaphorically hunts everyone who has stepped away from the right path, but it also has the meaning of downfall." Gerald now fully understood. From the beginning, he had fallen into a well-designed trap. The smell of blood in front of the castle was probably not left by a maid, but instead it was his silver knight who was removed instead of transferred like they had said. However, his biggest point of despair was that Scholar Ansgar, who had taken care of him for longer than a decade and had taught him how to read and write, had chosen the second prince in the end, just like his father. Timothy Wimbledon, he was a son like Gerald himself, but Timothy alone got all the attention of their father. He got the best territory allocated to him, so it was totally unexpected that he would be the one to strike first. "You're the devil from hell." For a short moment, anger flashed within Timothy's eyes, but it soon disappeared. Do you really think so? Dear brother, if you were unable to change our father's choice, did you really intend to stop there and go back? Do not cheat yourself. Tien, I changed astrologer answer into scholar answer. Chapter 46 Conspiracy, Part 2. Chapter 46 Conspiracy, Part 2. Gerald didn't know how to reply. The only thing left for him to do was to drag his own brother to hell with him. However, after some time he calmed down and asked, "Do you think you can get rid of me by telling your lies?" Get rid of you? No, that wouldn't help me at all, dear brother. I was helpless, I had to do it. Timothy's tone remained calm, as if he was only stating facts. If I had honored father and waited 5 years, I was afraid that I would have had to face third sister's pirate fleet. You know what she has been doing recently, right? Gerald shook his head and felt a stabbing pain within his heart when he realized how great the distance between himself and second brother had become. He remembered that his brother was very clever from an early age but wasn't good at writing, shooting, or fighting. As long as he had an opportunity to deliver a slash to Timothy, he could behead him. She set up her own army, brother. Really, I admire her. She had even begun to organize it before father gave the order to fight for the throne. This was something even I didn't expect. We got along so harmoniously during our childhood, so how could it have developed like this? Why do we have to kill each other for the throne? Then, he took a step towards Gerald and asked, take yourself for example. I'm afraid that you now want to split me in half with your sword, right? I know you do, brother, since you told me before that when you want to kill you get a frightening look in your eyes. Timothy sighed. I will bluntly tell you, I had to end this fight for the throne beforehand. Otherwise, if I had waited for 5 years I would have had to face Garcia's fleet. She has already controlled Clearwater for several years, and has made it a city suitable to handle business and the recruitment of soldiers, unlike Valencia, the city of Golden Harvest, which is only good for business and not suitable for rearing soldiers. I need an army strong enough to withstand Third Sister's fleet, which isn't something I can achieve when I can only depend on a trading city. Gerald Wimbledon, tomorrow you will be sentenced to trial because of the assassination of the king and your absence from your territory. I, on the other hand, will travel back to Valencia during the night so that I will be there before the news of father's death spreads. I'll be deeply heartbroken, and will accept the throne only because I, as the second prince, am the duty-bound inheritor. Anyway, I will become the king while you will be sentenced to death by the guillotine. You? Gerald roared, enraged, and attacked his brother. However, the distance between him and Timothy was too far, so his sword was intercepted by 2 knights who then slashed at him in return, and his sword pierced his calf. Gerald lost his balance due to the sudden injury and fell on the ground. The guards tightly swarmed around him and pinned him to the ground so that he could not move. You want to hold a trial? Do you think so lowly of me? I will tell everyone about what happened. I will let all people know what kind of monster you are. Of course I will not allow you to do that, brother, Timothy patiently declared. The alchemic workshop has invented a drug named Forgotten Language. It uses the modulated poison of the sand lizard from the southern border and is mixed together with milk. After drinking it, you won't be able to emit any sound. Rest assured, you won't feel any pain, but the flavor is mellow and it's befuddling. If you have to blame someone, then blame our third sister, the genius. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be forced to do this. Timothy waved his hand towards the knight commander, who gave his salute and led Gerald out of the palace. The other guards also left so that the last remaining people were Scholar Anscher and Timothy. Your Highness, since your taking over the throne is already settled, I will call you Your Majesty from now on, said Anscher as he bent down. You have done well. When I sit on the throne of Grey Castle, I will honor our agreement, but after I saw how miserable my brother was today, I think some provision should be added to our agreement to ensure my safety. The scholar's look changed immediately. Your Majesty, you mean dash. Rest assured, I just do not want to be betrayed. Timothy pulled a small pill from his pocket. This must have been so much for you to handle. Maybe you should take this pill, it will dissolve after 7 days. This should be enough time for me to travel to Valencia, getting the sad news, and then to travel back to Grey Castle. Later, when I become king, you will become the chief astrologer like we had agreed, but I do not want the others to offer you a higher price. Your Majesty. You have to be joking. Scholar Anster's face became pale and his look became pained. But in the end, he grit his teeth, and eventually swallowed the pill. Smart choice, said Timothy as he nodded with satisfaction, you may go. When the palace was deserted, the prince's face darkened. He grabbed the porcelain that was placed on a small table beside the bed. Several sounds of porcelain shattering could be heard. So, the guards who were stationed outside immediately rushed in. Your Highness? Get out! He shouted. Yes, the guards quickly lowered their heads and went out, closing the door behind them. Damn, this wasn't how I had planned it. Timothy hadn't planned to kill his father. With Wimbledon III's favor, he only wanted his father to take notice of Garcia's actions and stop her. His older brother Prince Gerald, on the other hand, would be a pawn within Timothy's hand. Timothy had thought that this plan couldn't go wrong. By controlling Gerald's mentor, Scholar Anster, Timothy could manipulate his brother from the dark. Within the Astrologers Association, Scholar Anster's status wasn't high, but when Anster wrote some letters to Gerald, the first prince was quickly hooked. All this went exactly like Timothy had planned. His elder brother was strong in battle, but he wasn't good at thinking, but he still wasn't willing to hand over the throne. With each letter they exchanged, Scholar Anster would increase the ambitions of Gerald, guiding him along the path Timothy had prepared. When the last letter with the astrological predictions was sent, Timothy secretly returned to the side of the king, informing him that the first prince may come to pressure him into abdicating the throne. There was no doubt that once this matter was confirmed, the king would immediately imprison the prince out of rage or even sentence him to death or exile instead. Then, King Wimbledon would have to focus on his other children, and when he saw that Garcia was actively developing her military forces, she would inevitably become a second eyesore for him. But, who could have thought that when Timothy had revealed the news, the king would only smile, pull out his personal dagger and directly stab himself in his chest? Everything happened so quickly that Timothy had no chance to intervene. He could only watch his father die. He slowly sat down beside the bed. In the first moments after the incident, he thought that this was all an illusion. His father's final smile was just like a nightmare, causing his hair to stand on end. Timothy went through the whole thing over and over again, even inspecting his father's body, but he still couldn't find a single clue as to why his father had killed himself. He also thought about the idea that it was simply a double, but he couldn't find any flaws in the situation in front of him. Even the remnants of his father's old wounds were exactly the same as he remembered. Seeing that Gerald had arrived to meet the king, he calmed down. With this he could push the blame for King Wimbledon III's death onto the first prince, and then he could use his own identity as the second prince to inherit the throne. After a smooth coronation, he would no longer be restricted to his own territory. Then, he could mobilize forces throughout the whole kingdom to pressure Garcia, forcing her to give up the harbor of Clearwater. It seemed that the ending was better than it could have been, but Timothy still felt deeply uneasy. As if he was led by an invisible hand, who was already able to control the war of Greycastle's upper nobility, but Timothy himself knew nothing about it. However, at the moment he could do nothing else besides claiming the throne, so he had no choice. Timothy Wimbledon swore to himself that if he ever found out who was the cause, he would let them know what happened when they angered a king. Chapter 47 Market Circulation. Chapter 47 Market Circulation. For the last week, it was fairly calm for Bordertown. Ironaxe and Brian both said that the strength and number of the demonic beasts would gradually grow with the progression of the months of the demons. So, taking advantage of the situation where the pressure on the line of defense wasn't strong yet, Roland once again sent a boat with ore to Willow Town. Since the steam engine was put into use for mining in the North Slope mine, the number of miners had been reduced by half, but the production had steadily improved. Now, it had been restored to the level of production from before the collapse. Using a machine to do the job saved a lot of manpower. Meanwhile, under Roland's orders, the mine production systems had undergone a preliminary reform. The former fixed payment for each day was changed into a variable pay. He let Barif put together a statistic about last year's average amount of ore produced daily. With this, he could set a standard, and everyone who mined more could increase their pay. An increased number of gemstones would result in a big reward. This move effectively increased the workers' enthusiasm for mining, so the mine became a bustling area. Roland naturally wanted to do more with his ore, now that he had more ore in hand. In addition to the plan to put a second steam engine into production, he also intended to manufacture a number of manual lathes. This lathe can be seen as something historical. It was commonly seen as an essential machine for implementing other tools. The anvil can be regarded as the most primitive tool. It was used for manual fixing and creating. It was better used to create, because using it to fix was really too inconvenient. Thereupon people would often try to fasten their product or place it in a recess on a table to fix their processed parts. For example, the early matchlock and flintlock gun barrels were placed into a recess on the anvil to be pounded out by hand. Later, manual creation became too slow to meet demand, so they needed tools to increase production speed. The lathe could be used according to different purposes, the tools could be fixed according to each need, and the manual and machine processing could be used together. So, the lathe could effectively improve the strength of pure manual labor and could be changed for every weak point. Roland also considered a manual milling machine. Although the milling machine had various functions, he wanted to mainly use it in order to process involute gears, so its architecture could also be simplified correspondingly. With a slot for a fixed tooth plate and a rotatable steel disc, customized cutting gear could be easily manufactured with Anna's help, by grinding off and polishing the top layer after it got heated to a red-hot state, erasing the slag on the iron, and then immersing it in water to harden it. It would become a highly rigid custom disc. After the key problems were solved, Roland immediately gave Carter the order to hire 2 carpenters, who would build him a milling machine. Meanwhile, Anna continued to manufacture other metal parts in the castle backyard. Roland had to say that with Anna's help, metal processing had become as easy as forming clay, especially after she had mastered the retrieval of her flame. At the moment she was pre-treating small items, forming their rough shapes within her hands. Seeing Anna take an iron ingot in her hand, melt it without further help and shape it into the form she wanted caused Roland to sigh in wonder. If he hadn't been able to employ a witch, Roland thought, achieving his production program would be delayed by more than a decade. 2 days later, the first simple milling machine appeared in the backyard. This time Roland wasn't idle. Drawing the gears could be regarded as his job. He designed a set of gears to be used for speed control and stabilizing the steam output. The corresponding tooth plates design was already normed, and Roland could only wait until the milling machine was completely assembled before they could start with the production of the gears. Using gears wasn't a new thing. Most of the mines in this world used a winch mechanism to drain the water, which was built out of wooden gears and pulled by animals. The chief knight finally felt satisfied. Last time, His Highness had done so many unfathomable things, but this time he could understand what the prince tried to achieve. Roland also gathered 3 blacksmiths with their apprentices, who would learn how to use the milling machine together. After all, he could not personally operate the machine every day, so it was necessary to train a group of professional workers. After everyone respectfully bowed, Roland began to demonstrate how to use the milling machine to process the gears. Roland didn't mind acting as a teacher in front of everyone. In fact, what else could one do in this era? Plus, while doing this there was no one who could criticize his manners, so he could operate the machine without any pressure. The chief knight was in charge of pouring hot lard into the machine as lubrication. Naturally in this age there were no oil lubricants. Replacing it with lard was a bit of a waste, but it was still better than nothing. After drenching the disc, the lard would fall into a pot which was placed under the machine. With this, the lard could be reused several times. Roland first placed the lower milling stone in accordance with the design he had engraved beforehand. Then, he set the tooth gear above it so that the tooth gear, the milling stone, and a wooden wheel were in one line. The wooden wheel was driven by a pedal and its power was transmitted to the lower millstone by a leather belt. Then, he put his hands down to gently stabilize the disc handle, until the lower millstone and the slowly moving tooth gear were at a 90 degrees angle. Because the material of the tooth disc was iron and the lower millstone was out of steel, cutting out the teeth marks was not very difficult. Due to the hot lard, the yard was soon filled with a tasty smell, but because the blacksmiths and their apprentices hadn't had meat in a long time, they had to swallow their saliva when smelling it. After the demonstration, the contract was soon signed. Border Town's commerce was still in the initial phase, but calling it an industry was out of the question. No matter if it were the steam engine or the lathe, there would be no phenomenon where the people would run to the store, striving to be first or fearing to be the last to buy them. In this day and age, most people were not aware of the enormous significance they represented, as well as the potential commercial value they possessed. As such, Roland could only take the initiative to promote the use of these machines. Roland specifically wrote in the contract that the blacksmiths who used the milling machine were required to process at least one set of gears each week. The required materials would be provided by the castle and the processing cost was set at 10 silver royals. At the same time, the blacksmiths had to pay a weekly fee of 2 gold royals. The milling machine was not given to them for use free of charge, but was rented out to them instead. After entering the months of the demons, the blacksmiths would usually have a lot less to do. So, this time when they had the chance to make money and it was even under an order from His Highness, there was naturally no blacksmith who had any objections. Meanwhile, Roland told them that this was only the first milling machine. In the future he would produce several, one after another, and if they were interested in one, they could apply for it in the town hall. "Your Highness, why didn't you directly write a processing fee of 8 silver royals in the contract?" asked Carter, puzzled, after the blacksmiths had left the backyard. "Although these two figures are the same, they don't contain the same meaning," Roland explained. "This is probably Border Town's first commercial leasing contract, so I had to set an industry norm." The chief knight rubbed his forehead. The fourth prince seemed to be talking rubbish once more, but Carter was already used to it. As long as he pretended to listen carefully, His Highness would continue to explain it. "A good beginning is always important in order to form a virtuous circle. I am the only one who currently needs to buy the gears, so I have to provide the tools while they provide the manpower. They will also get paid. In the future, when there are others who have a demand for gears, they will realize that having their own tools will be better than renting the machine and earning the remuneration provided." When Roland spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and then said, "In this way, when they see something new, they can first rent the machine and decide later if the market is big enough for buying their own machine, and if not, they will just continue renting the machine. This is a virtuous circle." Chapter 48 Assembly. Chapter 48 Assembly. While Roland, full of interest, was talking about implementing a fair trading system, the sound of distant horns could be heard. The patrol team would only blow the horn in the case that they couldn't cope with the current situation, alerting the town to assemble soldiers. Roland and Carter looked at each other surprised, and then immediately walked out of the castle backyard, where the guards had prepared horses. Roland directly mounted his horse and rode with Carter and his men in the direction of the walls. When they arrived at the wall, they saw that all members of the militia had already climbed up the wall and had taken their places, setting up a forest of pikes. Seeing this gave Roland a feeling of relief. The eggs hadn't been a waste after all. Looking northwest, Roland could see a group of black shadows approaching Border Town. He reckoned that their numbers were over 20. Iron Axe left his defending position and trotted over. After giving a salute, he said, "Your Highness, this group of demonic beasts nearing us seem to be slightly strange." "Strange? Are you saying that they would normally not act as a group?" "That's not it," Iron Axe explained. "If they were to pack animals before the fall, then they would still retain that habit, such as the wolf species. But this kind of species doesn't belong to this kind. They normally wouldn't act this way. They seem to be on a mission." Earlier the hunters had already seen the beasts killing each other. The demonic beasts were only a mutation of their former kind. Their actions would mostly be similar to their original habits, but at the same time their desires would become stronger. In a sense, the intelligence of a demonic beast was lower than that of a wild animal. Because of their manic temper, they even crossed dangerous areas that they would normally never cross. Roland carefully observed the group of demonic beasts. He could see really big and small beasts and could distinguish at least two different kinds of beasts, one kind wolf and the other bison. Species which would normally kill each other had suddenly learnt that they had to work together to accomplish something. Because they still had to pass through some obstacles and traps set up by Iron Axe, they slowly crowded together in front of the center of the city wall. Vanner felt his hands become damp with sweat, his grip holding the pike had become somewhat slippery. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking at him, he secretly wiped his hands on his clothes. The hunter captain repeatedly said, "You have to relax, take deep breaths." Vanner repeatedly tried to do this but still could not stop his accelerated heartbeat. He had already lived in the West for more than a decade, and he had always heard of the evil doings of the demonic beasts. Since the beginning of the months of the demons, the occasionally arriving demonic beasts were all shot down by the hunter squads, so he slowly lost his fear of the demonic beasts. He even thought of himself as a brave and battle-hardened soldier, but today, facing so many demonic beasts for the first time, Vanner's legs still trembled. He reminded himself that he was chosen by His Highness as a vice-captain, so Vanner tried to show a calm appearance, and kept the defense position. The group of demonic beasts was now close enough that he could make out their appearances. Running in the front was one demonic beast of the bison species. On its head it had two arm-thick horns. It looked just like a black ram. The hair growing on its back seemed to cover it tightly like a cloak. When it was only 30 feet away from the wall, Vanner could feel the ground trembling. He licked his dry lips, and waited for the captain to issue the command to thrust. Then a loud bang could be heard. The bison demonic beast actually didn't reduce its speed, but hit its head straight against the wall, totally crushing its head and splashing black blood everywhere, painting the wall black. Vanner didn't even have the time to breathe. The bison was immediately followed by two wolves which jumped up off of the dead bison's back. Thrust out. Hearing the captain's command, Vanner subconsciously thrust out with his pike, even though the wolf species wasn't rushing toward him. The effect of this thrust was clearly not as good as their thrusts during their training. Some thrust their pikes many times in succession, and some people who saw the wolves jump thrust their pikes only once, while others did not react for a long time even after hearing the command. As a result, only one wolf was driven back and the other jumped through a gap in the pike forest and landed on the wall. "Keep the formation," yelled the captain once more. Although Vanner would have liked to turn into a bird and look at the situation where the wolf had jumped on the wall, Iron Axe had emphasized many times during their training that when something broke through and came behind the front row, taking their attention, the front would turn into the most dangerous area. So he stared straight at the next group of attacking beasts with his eyes, and gripped the pike as strongly as he could. The elite hunter squad was clearly better trained than the normal militia. Even before the wolf had landed, the hunters had already pulled out their cutlasses. Iron Axe was the quickest of all. He jumped directly in front of the wolf, only one step away, raised the butt of his gun, and firmly smashed it on the wolf's waist, hitting the wolf when it was still in the air so that it span many times in the air. Whether it was the strength or the defense, after the demonic beast's mutation both were significantly improved. Such an attack clearly had not caused too much damage to it. The wolf could still stand up immediately after its crash, and bare its sharp teeth. Unfortunately for the wolf, Iron Axe's muzzle had already arrived at its head. Bang! The demonic beast's skull exploded and its brain matter flew everywhere. Without its brain, the wolf took one frail step backwards and collapsed while twitching. "The beast is dead, continue to hold your positions." "My stomach a dash!" Someone loudly screamed in despair. Vanner could see it in his peripheral vision. He saw a comrade leaning against the wall, tightly clutching his stomach, with blood-stained hands. His intestines are flowing out. The other wolf had rushed the wall up again and had clawed directly at him. "Help me! Damn, someone take out some cloth to press down on the wound." It was a chaotic scene. Other demonic beasts, like a wild boar, also rushed towards the wall. Despite its rough skin and flesh, the boar was so close that it had become a hedgehog due to the crossbow arrows shot by the hunters. Everybody don't panic. Roland thought, if Nightingale were here, she could have saved them from some trouble. Then he shouted, "Have you already forgotten what you learned during your training? How do you treat injured people? Handle it according to the regulations." Hearing the prince's shout, Vanner immediately woke up and remembered his duty. As a vice-captain responsible for a segment of the wall's defense, he was responsible for organizing a rescue whenever someone was injured. He ordered 2 of his subordinates, "You two, hurry and carry him towards the medical center, quickly." According to their previous experiences, the subordinates believed that this person would not survive. However, His Royal Highness had once said, "It's one thing to do something and not be successful, but doing nothing is forbidden." As a vice-captain of the militia, Vanner needed to give priority to the implementation of orders and regulations. When the wounded comrade was carried away, order was finally restored on the wall. This wave of demonic beasts was seemingly large, but only a few could threaten the members of the militia on the wall. The hunters shot the rest of the demonic beasts down one by one. Seeing this, Vanner could finally breathe relieved. Even though the whole battle had only lasted half an hour, he felt empty and had no strength left. However, at this moment, the person responsible for lookout of the demonic beasts shouted again, "My God, what is that?" Vanner could also see the new beasts. Although it was still a long distance away from the wall, its outline was still clearly visible. This beast was really a monster. Vanner swore, even if 10 oxen were piled up in front of this monster, they couldn't compare. Only the experienced Iron Axe could immediately identify the newcomer. He had to take a deep breath to calm himself down. There was no doubt that this was a hybrid species. The militia was in trouble. Chapter 49 Mixed Species. Chapter 49 Mixed Species. Roland rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the hell was this? Was this still within the scope of the biological variability of a demonic beast? What he saw was hard to describe with words. Even monsters in horror films were not this absurd. From afar, it looked like a giant turtle with 2 heads, but from close up, it was actually 2 wolf heads. Roland thought, was this a test specimen from Dr. Frankenstein? It was almost as tall as the city walls, its body was 7 yards long, and it had a total of 6 legs which were stumpy and shaped like a rhinoceros legs. However, 1 foot was the size of at least one adult torso. The head, unlike the 2-headed monsters in various monster films, they weren't yelling at each other, biting each other, or trying to show who was the boss. Instead, they were just hanging down, and their eyes had a wooden glaze. It was like a zombie which was brainlessly moving forward. However, the demonic beast's most striking feature was the shell on its back. The shell's surface was dark brown and covered with algae, and it had a special hardness. It was just like a turtle shell, covering the turtle from the front to the back. If this monster could also shrink back into its shell like a turtle, it would be really hard to get rid of it. However, Roland didn't worry. A demonic beast this big had to be slow, so it was destined to be a target. Even if the firearms couldn't penetrate its shell, it was still possible to shoot the heads that were sticking out. If it intended to hide in its shell, then they would have to turn it upside down with explosives. "Your Highness, this is a hybrid species," Iron Axe nervously leaned over and explained. "Now I can understand why the demonic beasts of different species work together. They seem to be under the control of the hybrid demonic beast." "So it was like a lion which commanded sheep?" Roland nodded. "So this is a completely different beast than the one you met last time?" "It is also my first time seeing this kind of hybrid species. Although it looks bizarre, you can't get careless. As long as it's a mixed species, it will always be hard to deal with it. It will soon enter the range of our archers, so try to first kill it with bows and crossbows," ordered Roland. At this moment, since it was still lightly snowing and a strong wind was blowing from the north, the weather wasn't suitable for archery. However, Two hunters of Iron Axe's personal squad were still confident that they could kill the beast. They climbed up the watchtower, tested the wind, and then fired their arrows into the air. The two arrows seemed like they had grown eyes. They rose to the highest point and then, under the influence of wind and gravity, fell at an almost vertical angle onto their target. Just as envisioned, the arrows bounced off the shell. In Roland's brain it even sounded like a ricochet. Seeing this, the hunters hurriedly inserted their next arrow on their strings, and let loose a second wave. Finally, this volley received a result. This time, the impact area was in the front part of the monster, so one arrow precisely entered into the head of a wolf while the other arrow was entered the neck of the other head. However, the demonic beasts didn't roar in anger or speed up its charge, it just stopped for a short pause, tucked its head into its shell and then continued to slowly move forward. This change left everyone stunned. With this, the demonic beasts just looked like a tank. Its body was as low as possible above the ground so that even a better shooter wouldn't be able to land an arrow. "Take your guns," Roland ordered. Now, the target was only 50 feet away from the wall. Even if the guns weren't carved rifled flintlocks, he didn't worry that they would miss. Carter and Iron Axe immediately went near the edge of the wall, laid the barrels of their guns on the horizontal frame of the wall, aimed, and fired. While a burst of white smoke was drifting away from the rifles, Roland could clearly see the bullet hitting the shell and splitting away some debris, even opening a small hole within the shell. However, the mixed species seemed to be unaffected, as it continued to maintain its original speed. It seemed that this layer of armor belonged to the strength category of biological carbon's intensity, thought Roland. Unfortunately, the lead balls were still too soft, so they were easily deformed and were not suitable to penetrate thick armor. So, those 4 rifles alone to break the mixed species armor was quite unrealistic, so the only option left was to use explosives. Iron Axe agreed with the prince's judgment. He immediately ordered his deputy to get the explosives as fast as possible, because the demonic beast had already reached the walls. They didn't feel the earth tremble like it did when the demonic beast stomped toward the wall. Instead, it unexpectedly began to smash its shell against the wall again and again, just like a high-frequency rotary hammer. Suddenly, stone chips began to fly everywhere and a number of cracks spread along the bound cement at a rapid speed. Rough walls were highly resistant to compression, but the tensile and shear resistance performance of the walls were very poor. That meant that the wall's ability to withstand the shock of vibration was almost zero. The people standing on the walls could feel a strong vibration, and soon, a shrill sound of friction was delivered to the ears of all the people standing on the wall. With this, the wall had begun to give up under the mixed species attack. However, its impact hadn't stopped. Instead, it started to move again, and soon the whole front half of the beast's body was embedded into the walls. The militia standing on the part of the wall with the cracks had already fled, and the invisible nightingale grabbed Roland by his waist and jumped down with him from the top of the wall. If at this moment someone was staring at the prince, he would see the prince's feet hanging above the floor, just like a ghost. When Vanner arrived carefully carrying a package of explosives, he was surprised to see that there was already a 9-foot wide hole within the wall, and the demonic beast had already stepped through the wall but was still maintaining its previous speed of slowly moving forwards. "Hurry!" Iron Axe shouted, "Light it and put it at the foot of the demonic beast." Although Vanner's hand were shaking, his mind unexpectedly became clear and every detail of his training with the explosives emerged within his mind. It was a different version of explosives than used during the training. To reduce costs, the explosive was now placed inside a wooden box filled with debris from the mine. At the same time, the ignition design was also optimized. It used a flint and copper wire type ignition. If this failed, the kit also contained normal ignition leads. He hurried to tear away the oilcloth and opened the bag, where he then got to see a copper string. When he exhausted all of his body's strength to pull the string, he could hear a sizzling sound coming out from the box and white smoke began to rise up. This was the sign of a successful ignition. To slow down the burning time, the lead wire was soaked in salt, only needing the time of 10 breaths to explode. When Vanner saw white smoke rising up from the box, his world turned quiet around him. He had already witnessed the power of this thing. If it exploded in his hands, he was afraid that not even any pieces of his own body would be left. 9 breaths.